Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. Here I am. There you are. Here we are. So here we are, and here we go again. So here we go again. So good to be in your company. Never take it for granted. And it is with warm embrace that I always welcome your company whenever you do decide to spend it with us. So good to see you. Good to have you here. And how are you? So another day, another set of ding dongs. So now, like we did yesterday, let me open it up with a little bit of musical ditty, and then you in the comment section tell me which song this is coming from. So all the pretty girls walk like this. So that's all that song goes. Oh, and if you know it, you should know it was a hit about 3-4 years ago. All the pretty girls walk like this. Pretty girls walk like this. Pretty girls walk like this. So that's that song. If you know who sang that, then pop it in the comment section. So here we go. Certainly no pretty girls walking today. Nobody can accuse Tinubu or Atiku of being pretty anything, boy or girl. And Peter will be somewhat a retard anyway, so it's just sympathy you have for him. But all of them in the mix, of course. When are they never not in the mix? So the session is going to go slightly, it's going to be like an organic sort of a free basing, free flow sort of a thing. So I'm going to bring on whoever turns up fairly quickly. We only have one person turning up at the moment. So I'll bring him on imminently. And then we'll just sit in the studio and then we'll roll it as it comes. So let me bring Emeka up, who has already turned up. So Emeka, what are you looking at in the news today? I've got my items lined up, but good to see you. What struck you so far in the news cycle today?
Yeah, Peter Obi's ridiculous 48 minutes with Arise TV.
That was the real Agbado Ewa, wasn't it? Really, was that not the Agbado Ewa?
Huh? You said?
Oh. No. I was just saying that Peter Obi's interaction with Arise TV,
yeah.
That was the real Agbado Ewa. That was the real Agbado.
Yeah, and then just recently, I don't know. I know you are already seeing the news. The release of the president's certificate and transcript given to Atiku himself, and then to confirm that yes, this certificate truly belongs to the president. And just like what we've been telling them, you have been chasing shadows and ghosts for a very long time, but they refuse. They think they could get anything from the president, but as it is now, they have sworn on that oath and they've confirmed the authentication of the certificate. Yes, there was an error on one of the certificate which shows the gender, but they have confirmed that the submission, the transcript or certificate or document used to enter into the school was belonging to an Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a male.
And that is the only thing that matters.
Exactly. So it is now all over the social media space and mainstream media, and they are confirming that this individual, who is currently the president of Nigeria and will still remain the president of Nigeria till 2027.
Till kingdom come. Till kingdom come.
Yeah, exactly. Was truly a bona fide student of CSU and a current alumni, a reputable alumni of CSU, and they are proud of him being an alumni who became a president, once a senator, now previously a senator, previously a governor, and now currently a president of the country. They are proud that their school was able to bring out such individual. Then I really wanted to talk about that ridiculous 38 minutes interview.
No, don't worry. Not only are you going to talk about it, we're going to view it together. It's like
wonderful,
it's almost like a comedy. It's almost like a comedy skit with Peter Obi's appearance on the Rise TV today. But hold steady. Let's hear from Ajan Lekoko, who joins us as well. Ajan Lekoko, what struck you in the news cycle today?
I'll be back, one man.
All right, brilliant. Pansat, what struck you in the news cycle today? Pansat. Igwe, can anyone hear me? Am I being heard? Emeka?
I can hear you. I think Pansat is trying to sort out his.
I think it's been knocked out by the lack of anything. The trauma is traumatized.
The opposition space is quiet now. They are licking their wounds. Some are yet to even understand what was released. So they are asking, you know how I pity obedience. Many of them are not knowledgeable and intelligent enough and socially aware. So they are asking the influencers who have been distorting the news for them, what is going on with this? You understand? And those influencers, there is one called GO, Great Oracle. He's busy saying, it is a female that went to the university. I saw his tweets. And then, these are people who distort the truth and repackage it as lies so that they can stay relevant. Many of them don't even know what happened. They are yet to even recover. Those who know are yet to recover. Those who don't know are like, please interpret this for me. I saw one comment saying, please help me translate this in football terms. And I'm like, do you have a brain? Can't you see the certificate yourself? Can't you review the transcript being sent? Can't you see the statement released under oath? Can't you read? These are the people we share a country with. That is why they've been going in their tomfoolery and stupidity for a very long time. You understand? And there's something I wanted to say. Sorry, I know you want to play Obi's interview, but I've noticed this, and it's where they use it in public speaking. Once you keep using some keywords, right, that can get that can sink into the emotional subconsciousness of your listeners and supporters. Whatever you say after those keywords means nothing anymore. They won't listen anymore because you
know what they call that. You know what they call that. They call it subliminal messaging. They call it subliminal messaging. A lot of that goes down in the
one man. What do you drink? One man. You were very correct on that. That was what I was the keyword I was looking for. So now, even after Arise TV gave Obi the questions, they leaked the questions to him, and he was reading the answers.
We all saw that. Now we all saw that. We all saw him. You know how many people have sent me messages that look at this guy reading a script in an interview. At least 10 people have sent me links. All right, Pansat, are you with us?
No. He told Rufai, his best friend, that if I don't get the question, I will call you and send my answer script. Don't worry. I will submit my answer script to you later after the exam is over.
All right. Hold steady. Gentlemen, I'm going to put you in the background. It's just really, I wanted to just harvest what you have. So I'm going to put you in the background, quickly lay the foundation for the conversation, and then bring Peter Obi on board, and then we just react to him. So we do it like that. So that's the majestic King Emeka, of course, who has regained his crown. Ajan Lekoko, father of the bride, and Pansat, who suddenly we couldn't stop him talking whenever he comes here, and now he's lost his voice because, of course, game over. So game over. What are we contending with? Emeka has already fleshed it. As you can see, still plenty of space on the screen if you want to come join. Emeka has already set the tone. Chicago State University finally released Tinubu'S school records to article. So, of course, certainly conversations will be had around that. And what is Atiku looking to glean from that? Chicago State University saga. 5 things Atiku planning to use in nailing Tinubu. So I'm going to get these 2 out of the way fairly quickly. So I'll get these 2 out of the way fairly quickly so that we can clear the space for the OB interaction with the Rice TV, which is about 40 minutes long thereabout. Chicago State University finally released Tinubu's school certificate, not school certificate. Chicago State University finally released Tinubu's school records to Atiku. So let's see what it offers. The Chicago State University, CSU, has released the school documents of President Bola Tinubu to the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar. Atiku obtained victory at the court in his fierce battle to probe into the academic qualifications of Tinubu in the February 25th presidential election. Tinubu had supplied certificates to the Chicago State University CSU. Let me do that entirely all over again. Right. The Chicago State University CSU has released the school documents of President Bola Tinubu to the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar. Atiku obtained victory at the court in his fierce legal battle to probe into the academic qualifications of Tinubu in the February 25th presidential election. Tinubu has supplied certificates from the Chicago State University CSU to the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC to secure eligibility to participate in the election. A United States of America court on Saturday ordered CSU to release Tinubu's academic records for verification in support of Atiku's petition challenging the result of the 2023 presidential election. Justice Nancy Maldonado, in a judgment, dismissed the objection raised by Tinubu against Atiku's request and expressly ordered that the CSU must submit the academic records to Atiku, and the school has obeyed the court order, releasing the document on Monday night. See attached. So this is, it says, respondents, Chicago State University CSU, by its undersigned counsel for its response to applicants' revised subpoena to produce documents dated 13 September 2023 states as follows. Request number 1, a true and correct copy of a diploma for a Bachelor of Science degree issued by CSU in 1979. Response to request number 1. The documents responsive to this request, which CSU, after diligent search, has been able to locate, are produced herewith, and base labels are CSU 001 through to CSU 007. The students' name on these diplomas have been redacted for privacy reasons. Right. Request number 2. A true and correct copy of any diploma issued by CSU in 1979 to Mr. Tinubu. Response to request number 2. CSU does not in the ordinary course keep copies of students' diplomas, and after diligent search cannot locate a copy of the original diploma it prepared for Mr. Tinubu in 1979, hence has no documents responsive to this request. So you see this this number 2 right here. That is game. That is where the game ends. This number 2 right here. That is where the game ends, because what Atiku is querying is the authenticity of the diploma that Tinubu submitted to INEC. But what the university are saying is that they do not have a copy to match against that. So there's no way then to say that it's Oluwole, it's not Oluwole, it's original, it's not original. So the totality of it, in fact, that the Supreme Court judgment ends just on, you see this paragraph that I'm circling around you here, round for you here now. The Supreme Court judgment ends with just these two lines. Request number 2, a true and correct copy of any diploma issued by CSU in 1979 to Mr. Tinubu. So that was the request, and this is the response. CSU does not, in the ordinary course, keep copies of students' diplomas, and after diligent search, cannot locate a copy of the original diploma it prepared for Mr. Tinubu in 1979. Hence, no documents responsive to this request. So that ends, the totality of everything ends there now. So now, request number 3, true and correct copies of any diplomas issued by CSU other than to Mr. Tinubu that contains the same font, seal, signatures, and wordings other than the name of the recipient and the specific degree awarded as contained in Exhibit C to the first Liu Declaration, which purports to be a CSU diploma issued to Mr. Tinubu on or about June the 22nd, 1979. So now, I've not read this, but the response to this now closes everything or leaves a little window open. So let me just scroll. Where was that? Yeah, let's see. Oh, okay. So now the response. Let's do. This is a scanned thing, so I'm having to strain to read it. Response to request number 3. The documents responsive to this request, which CSU, after diligent search, has been able to locate, are produced herewith and base label CSU 0008 through to CSU 0010. The students' names on these diplomas have been redacted for privacy reasons. CSU is also producing base label CSU 0011 to CSU 0012. Diplomas prepared by other CSU students with their names redacted for privacy reasons, which matches the format. Oh God, look at that. Listen to the, I'll reread this again. Let me reread this again. Pay attention. Look, do this. So fight here, Kogbomidada. Are you pull your ears and pay real fight here, Kogbomidada. Pull your ears and pay real attention. The documents responsive to this request, which CSU, after diligent search, has been able to locate, are produced herewith and base label CSU 0008 through to CSU 0010. The names of the students' names on these diplomas have been redacted for privacy reasons. CSU is also producing base labels CSU 0011 and CSU 0012 diplomas prepared for other CSU students with their names redacted for privacy reasons, which matches the format of Tinubu's replacement diploma dated the 27th of June, 1997. So, so no, he couldn't find it. I had some empty-headed buffoon over the weekend. They are purporting to be some sort of a professor, No, he couldn't find his certificate and they didn't want to wait. So he went to Oluwole to print it. So the school is telling you that the certificate that you are saying it doesn't match the font and everything. It does match the font and everything. So, there's this phrase. They say drop the dead donkey. Have you heard it before? Drop the dead donkey. So, a donkey is a farm work animal. It's an animal that you use for farm work. So it's a farm work sort of animal. So you only barely feed it, you only barely water it, and then you use it and you brutalize it. But once that donkey dies, it's of no use to you anymore. So you can flog that dead donkey until kingdom come. It cannot give you anything else. And that is where that comes from. Drop the dead donkey. Drop the dead donkey. Response to request number 3. The document responsive to this request, which CSU, after diligent search, has been able to locate, are produced herewith, and bait labels labeled CSU 0008 through CSU 0010. The students' names on these diplomas have been redacted for privacy reasons. CSU is also producing baits labeled as CSU 0011 and CSU 0012. Diplomas prepared for other CSU students with their names redacted for privacy reasons, which match the font of the Tinubu replacement diploma dated June the 27th, 1997. Oh, Tinubu has played these people like a flute. He has played them like a flute. Request number 4. True and correct copies of any CSU documents relating to Mr. Tinubu that were certified by Jafar C. or Esquire, including without limitation the documents in Exhibit D to the UWIA's declaration and all communications to and from CSU concerning the certification of such documents by Jafar C. or Esquire during the period of August the 1st, 2022 to August the 1st, 2023. Request number 4, response to request number 4. The responsive documents certified by Mr. Are produced herewith and baits labeled CSU 0013 through to CSU 0032. CSU's prior objection to the communication aspect of this request was sustained by the court. Hence, no document responsive to that subject are being produced. So that one breaches some form of privacy law. So, I mean, you know, there will be tears before bedtime. In fact, the tears should already be rolling by now. Tears before bedtime. Let's go on from that to this. Chicago University saga. 5 things article planning to use in nailing Tinubu. So now let's now say the ongoing legal battle between President Bola Tinubu and his main rival in the 2023 elections, Atiku Abubakar, in the United States, is coming to close following the order that the president's academic records be released. A United States District Court in Northern Illinois had ordered the Chicago State University, CSU, to release the academic records of Tinubu to Atiku. The development came after a U.S. Judge, Nancy Maldonado, adopted all the rulings of the magistrate court, Jeffrey Gilbert, of the United States District Court. Tinubu had objected to the magistrate Judge Jeffrey Gilbert's ruling, ordering the immediate release of the academic records by the CSU. According to the president, releasing the documents with deposition will cause him severe harm because they were private to him and would not be admissible in the ongoing petition against him in Nigeria. But Atiku filed another appeal, leading to the judge ordering the leading to the court ordering that the documents be released within 48 hours. The court overruled President Tinubu's objection to Magistrate Judge Gilbert's. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll down. The court overrules President Tinubu's objections to Magistrate Judge Gilbert's recommended ruling and therefore adopts the ruling in full. Mr. Abubakar's application is therefore granted, the judge ruled. Below are the things Atiku sought through his lawyers. So, example of a CSU diploma issued in 1979, Tinubu's diploma issued in 1979. Any example of a CSU diploma that contains the same font, seal, signature, and wordings as Tinubu's diplomas issued in 1979. CSU documents certified and produced by Jafar or an associate general counsel at the CSU at the time. Atiku also wants his lawyers to depose CSU officials about the authenticity of Tinubu's academic documents. Atiku is planning to transfer the collected evidence to the Supreme Court for use in the ongoing election petition case. The Presidential Election Petition Tribunal has struck out Atiku's petition and upheld the victory of Tinubu in the February 25th election, but Atiku objected the verdict and asked his lawyers to proceed to the apex court. So there it is, right there. It's like the night of the long knives, the night of the long knives. You know, there'll be tears before bedtime. Some people will cry to sleep. Some people will cry to sleep. Let me bring you, because that story just broke actually, and I'm having to react to it on in the moment. So let me just bring you all of the items that I did have lined up, and then we'll play by ear. We play by ear. List of governors sacked by tribunals within 5 months and why. So let's breeze through this. The Nigeria Electoral Act provided that aggrieved parties are to file their petitions against winning parties within 21 days, and the tribunal are expected to hear and deliver their verdict on the petitions within 180 days. As the deadline approaches, the tribunal in 2 states have sacked the governors. Below are the list of the governors. Abba Kabir Yusuf, the Kano State governor of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, was the first governor to be sacked by the State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal. He declared Nasir Gawuna of the All Progressive Congress APC as the election winner. Justice Oluyemi Akinton led panel rules that so let's not get into the details. Abdullahi Sule, Governor Sule of Nasarawa, declared winner of the March 18 governorship election in the state by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for the second term, has become the second governor to be sacked by the electoral body. Well, that's only 2. I thought they said 5. Oh, all right. So 2 governors sacked so far. But then, of course, that's still subject to appeal court, Supreme Court rather, with almost certain that they'll go to. So this is the headline piece now. But I'll only give you this headline because, of course, we'll be interacting with the Peter Obi appearance on the Rice TV. Palliative result of limited thinking. So that this is now the sharp brain Peter Obi accusing people like Yemi Cardoso of having limited thinking. So there it is. The sharp brain of Peter Obi is telling us that Dele Alake, Yemi Oshiba, Yemi Cardoso, and people like that, they have low IQ. So I was going to bring you this as the human interest story. So let me bring you it as the human interest story. CCTV reveals one chance victims last moment. Police begins probe. So this is the narrative of a girl that was robbed in Abuja, thrown out of the vehicle and subsequently died. Fresh evidence has emerged on how a victim of one chance robbers in Abuja, Greatness something or the other, was confirmed dead on arrival at the Maitama District Hospital, Abuja. On September the 26th, Olorun Funmi was reportedly stabbed and thrown out of a moving vehicle along Maitama something or the other highway. It was alleged in a viral video that the medical team at the hospital requested a police report and denied her treatment. A voice in the video could be heard in the background saying she died 20 minutes later. However, correspondents who visited the hospital on Saturday found that Olorun Femi was brought into the hospital dead, and there was no request for a police report. So there it is right there. So that debunks that. That story has been going around the social media space like wildfire. So that story going around the social media space like wildfire. So let me repost the link for whoever wants to come join. Let me repost the link for whoever wants to come join. I'll play you a couple of clips. Then I'll play you the Kekite music, and then that will line up the Peter Obi thing. So let me play you a couple of clips. So this is Edwin Clark speaking to
Trump in 2020 was repeating himself in Nigeria in 2023. All the Pentecostal Christians, both blacks and white, predicted that Trump was going to win the election. He too got it into his mind that God had ordained him to win an election. When he discovered that things were going wrong or not according to what God has spoken to some people, he started confusion. Went nearly breaking down the citadel of American democracy. But he's suffering from it today. The same thing now happened in Nigeria this year. And I am not ashamed to see it. The consortium of CAN in the north, the consortium of the Catholic, the consortium of certain people from a particular area ganged together and brought a candidate on us as a Wale to Trump in 2020 was repeating himself in Nigeria in 2023. All the Pentecostal Christians, both blacks and white, predicted that Trump was going to win the election. He too got it into his mind that God had ordained him to win an election. When he discovered that things were going wrong or not according to what God has spoken to some people, he started confusion. Went nearly breaking down the citadel of American democracy. But he's suffering from it today. The same thing now happened in Nigeria this year. And I am not ashamed to see it. The consortium of CAN in the north, the consortium of the Catholic, the consortium of certain people from a particular area ganged together and brought a candidate on us as Wale Soyinka was speaking in South Africa last week, with Bajwe. You know what the Yorubas called Bajwe? They came to us and badgered us. And we were nearly, Nigerian Pentecostal now started like the American Pentecostal. God said this. God said that. God said Tinubu will die. God said this one. And God, and nothing to stop them. So today, till this morning, they still carry out. Because I opened your channel this morning because you had invited me. And the first thing I saw was one of the images I have seen for 20 years now. Tinubu is not qualified. How long is that our problem? This morning that we are saying Independence Day, 63 in Nigeria, the first thing on your television is to be telling me break news. Vice President can now challenge. Look, we should move forward. Let us look at the positive signs. Election is our problem. And the only way to do it is...
all right. So after that, Tinubu released a clip to respond to Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar. So watch this.
Who is your daddy, and what does he do?
So that's Tinubu responding to Peter Obi and Atiku.
Who is your daddy? And what does he do?
So there it is. Tinubu responds. So Tinubu responds. So there was a clip from Katsina that I wanted to play you, but I'll leave it to the latter session to see how that goes. To play it out. Let's get the main thrust of it out of the way first. But I must play you this clip. I'm playing this clip for somebody like Adane Koko to interpret it, or Baba if it turns out. So the crown that you saw on the head of the Ooni of Ife, that's the Are cap, and that cap is so ancient. That cap, that hat, that crown, is reputed to have come all the way from the Odua lineage. So that's one of the ancient crowns of the Yoruba hegemony. So that is the Olojo festival. So I just wanted to introduce that just so you see the backdrop of our Yoruba culture. So the backdrop of Yoruba culture, yeah, let me play the Kegite music, and then when we come back, we'll launch into Peter Obi, and then we'll see how it goes. If I can find my Kegite. But first, let's go to the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi akẹkẹrẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹkẹrẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹkẹrẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Who is your daddy? And what does he do?
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Let's I'm not quite sure how to play this. So let me bring the panelists on and let them decide. So Adane Koko joins us. The prime dot is here. George Sebeka now back to his royalty, and Ekene with us as well. So gentlemen, do you want us to play the Peter Obi interview and then start the conversation from there, or do you want to start with the article damn squib and then we go into the Peter Obi interview? What would you like us to do?
I think we should play the interview of Peter Obi, right? Because that came earlier on today. The
all
article
right.
just got to the mainstream media this evening.
All right. Let's watch the comedy skit.
Joining us now on the morning show is Peter Obi, 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party and former governor of Anambra State. Good morning, Mr. Peter Obi. Thank you very much for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning, Ruben and the team. Thank you very much for the honor of inviting me.
Well, quickly, yesterday we were discussing your message to the nation, and this morning Ayo has referred to it, that a new Nigeria is possible and that our situation is not hopeless. A strong message of hope. But this morning, I would like you to start by sharing with us how you have been lately. I've seen you in Princeton University, I've seen pictures of you in the East, and your thoughts on the cases in court, on the judgment, particularly at the presidential election petition level, and everything else, including this big issue about discovery for use of the president's credentials from Chicago State University.
Well, my first reaction, I will take it one after the other. Number one is the issue of how am I feeling. I feel very positive about the future of Nigeria, like I mentioned in my message. And I put it to people ask me about the judgment by this and everything, and I said, I remain positive. Because when I look at what is happening now, and comments of respected, highly respected, I would say, and less respected Nigerians, and Nigerians in generality, he underscores the erosion of value that comes to the heart of the urgency of building a new Nigeria, where things will be properly done based on people saying the truth, doing things rightly within the laws and behavior that is required of a modern society. So for me, I feel positive. On other areas, and maybe as we go along, I will clarify what is happening and everything. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Peter Obi. Now, just to ask you, because this is a big topic currently with regards to the fuel subsidy removal, the attendant effect on Nigerians, the response by organized labor. Yesterday, they met with the federal government and they said they were going on a mother of all strikes starting tomorrow if their demands were not met. I'd like to ask you a question with regards to what you would have done, because during the campaign season, you described fuel subsidy as organized crime and that you were going to remove it. What would you have done differently? So would you have still gone ahead to remove it? Would the timing have mattered? What would you have put in terms of palliatives if you had been elected as president?
Well, let me reiterate my position. And I said, fuel subsidy is organized crime as it was being practiced even before. If you go and look at my tweet of September 19, 2022, and then read my manifesto, it showed clearly, manifesto about Labour Party, showed clearly the way we would have approached it. Fuel subsidy is organized crime. I've said this repeatedly, and that is going to be removed. I mentioned it during the campaign. I mentioned that what we are consuming is far above what we are supposed to be consuming. And if you listen to Governor Isaiah Guda's interview recently, he said that a friend of his who was involved in fuel subsidy gains and everything told him that it is criminal, that is even tired of making money through that type of crime. It should be removed. which shows there's a criminality side of it and corruption side of it. Then if you look at, since the subsidy has been removed, our consumption is just about half of what it is, which again shows that what we are consuming. So for me, the approach would have been, and that's what I said, go and read my book, is to remove the corruption and criminal side of it, remove the excess demand that is not factual. By doing this, you would have reduced it by 50%. The remaining 50% is what would have been able to, after consultation with various stakeholders, been able to find a way to, in an organized manner, remove and showing the proceeds of the removal or the gains of the removal to be invested in a critical development areas, education, health, and pulling people out of poverty. People need to see that transparency of transferring from here to here, the gains and everything. And when you do it in an organized manner, with proper palliative that are well structured, thought after, not just haphazardly, you would have been able to see Nigerians go along with you. One of the things we are suffering with this announcement is what I can call announcement effect. You see, policies like these are not what you just announce haphazardly. There are things you thought through and everything. That's what we would have done as Labour Party.
Okay, so Mr. Peter Obi, I would also like you to sound off on probably some level of specifics as regards the kind of.
Okay. I want you to pay attention in this space because what it says in this space is very crucial. Pay attention here.
Palliatives you'll have even put in there in the first place. What are the kind of targeted palliatives? And let's talk about this floating the naira, the exchange rate conundrum, where we are today. Things have gone really south. Formerly, naira to the dollar, we know the threshold as at 2015, but now it's over 1,000 naira to the dollar. The naira is taking a tremendous beating. What would you like to say about this? You've also talked about, fraudulent activities in the foreign exchange market and all of that. What would you do precisely, probably step-by-step empirical approach to the naira as we speak today?
Well, again, my dear friend Rufai, congrats, I heard you're not a doctor. So you're going to be more difficult on dealing with. So let me tell you, Rufai, first is that you can't float a currency you don't have supply with. It's like building a non-gated house in a criminal-ridden society. You have to have a defense mechanism. Nobody floats what you don't supply. You don't have supply. I believe, I wouldn't even, not just saying what we would have done, but I believe that now we have new CBN team. They have to look at the overall monetary policy, which, if they focus on their job, which is exchange rate, inflation, and everything, I know. It is again not something you announce haphazardly. It's something you look at. Nobody flows his currency without having adequate supply. When you don't have adequate supply, there were pressures, there were criminality in our exchange rate regime. Again, we should have worked on eliminating those criminality and excesses in our foreign exchange regime. Because there is strong unmet demands, the naira was under pressure and a bit overvalued. Everybody knew that. So what you would have done is to devalue the currency. We were at 412. Before now, a devaluation to about 600 or thereabouts would have been it. We are trying to manage the supply by making sure that we deal with issues That is what controls your exchange rate. Refining is a simple thing, is your reserve. And what controls your reserve is your export. You have avenues and things that you would have exported. You're supposed to export from your oil to other minerals to everything. Is to encourage those things that will help to start dealing with issue of any more foreign exchange while trying to manage what you have, rather than just leaving it open and say market forces. I can tell you, not even in the developed world have anybody left this currency to market forces, because sometimes you might not control it. And now it's because it's difficult to control, because you cannot reverse your policy that you've sent now. So that's why I said this is an announcement effect that would have been well thought through by a proper economic team and consultation properly before announcing. You don't just announce these things in a market square and say we're going to do this.
Okay, Mr. Peter Obi.
Governance is different from that.
Mr. Peter Obi, I want to get you right. And that's why I ask specifics. Are you saying we should have devalued the currency to over 600 and go to look for money?
That's what I would have done. Go and read my listen. Yes, I would have done that.
So you're saying that go to look for money to...
I would have devalued the currency, still stay where we with a management form, making sure that whatever is available is used by the real sector.
I'm going to scroll it back just a minute. You can see clearly that he's reading. You cannot see. He's not looking to the camera. And you can see what he's reading reflecting in his glasses as well. And even with the rehearsed thing, he still mucks it up. But then, of course, that's a bit of it for you.
So you're saying that go to look for money to...
I would have devalued the currency, still stay where we with a management form, making sure that whatever is available is used by the real sector.
But in all fairness,
can you see? He's reading it on. He's not even paying attention to Rufai's interjection. I don't think anybody can even query. It's clearly reading a script.
Not only about reading, right? What he just said is garbage, right?
It's total nonsense.
The naira. You are devaluing the naira at 600. What you are telling the international world at that point in time is that, like what he said, that the naira is overvalued. Forgetting that when you put it at 600 and you go to the I&E market, nobody is going to be trading at 600. They will start trading at higher than that amount. And that's what is happening. He said you cannot float what you do not have. He doesn't even understand what floating the naira means. Floating means you are taking your hands off. You are not interfering with exchange rate anymore. Even though he's still reading, he's reading garbage. They gave him the question,
and really,
and he's still reading garbage.
What he's saying is essentially what's been done, because I would devalue it is a roundabout way of saying you will float it. Unless you devalue it and still support it at a lower base, which doesn't do anything, it's still round tripping. So if you are devaluing it, then you are floating it, and then you are leaving it to the market forces.
By the real sector.
But in all
removing the criminality.
Sorry, did somebody want to say? Oh.
I can tell you, I know in that regime, I know, yes.
Mr. Peter, but in all fairness, to this government, where will the money have come from for them to now be able to keep that rate, owing to the fact that the CBN report coming out saying that we are so encumbered that we probably only have around 3 or 4 billion in our reserves to be able to spare. So,
okay, I want you to pay a special attention to what he says next, Peter Obi.
Where will the money come to now defend the currency when we have a backlog of close to $6, $7, $8 billion in the first place? So are you saying you will have borrowed more to now defend the currency?
I'm involved a little bit in finance. And I know that in every country of the world, they even they're even trying to borrow money, even using a company. It doesn't matter what yes, you can do that. You are not borrowing to defend, just to defend the currency, but to stabilize it temporarily while you're working aggressively on your exports. It's not everywhere. It's not.
But was that not the? And by the way, that's counterintuitive. Just as a visceral response, that's counterintuitive. But is that not the narrative of CBN using NNPC using petrol to borrow money from Afrexim Bank to defend that $3 billion thing that was lampooned?
We are not the first to do it. You can do that while you're working aggressively on your export.
Sorry.
That's what the government is doing. What he's saying is what the government is doing.
Yes.
So what is he saying that is different?
What's the criticism?
If you look at what people are stealing and doing today, if we're able to do it, and remember what I said, manage the criminality side of it, like whether it's rand tripping, anything. If you do it properly, I can tell you, you would be able to do it. And also, removing the fact that dollar has become what you can call underground currency of our economy. It shouldn't be. We have a currency called Naira. So you should remove it. All these things that people are using dollars to.
Naira is the default currency of global trade, by the way. It's not unique or peculiar to Nigeria.
To do, which are not productive, should be removed. If you remove it, I can assure you can strengthen the currency. But you have today, even if you want to do party primary, people are sharing dollars. If you have this, that is not our currency. And that should be a stiff penalty in dealing with that issue. If people earn it legitimately, let them spend it the way they want. If people are doing business and earn it, let them spend it the way they want. But in a situation where it has become even a means of, call it corruption and criminality in our system, we should be carefully manage it. But if any legitimate, like I said, even if you want to put it in your pillowcase, go and put it there. If you want to do it the way you feel you're safe, that's fine. But illegitimate one, if we remove all that, we can manage the rates. While we work on our export in order to strengthen our currency. Countries have gone through this.
Mr. B, to address the fallouts of the decision to remove fuel subsidy, the Tinubu administration has been taking a number of steps, particularly in terms of palliatives. 5 billion naira to the states to provide palliatives in the states. Teachers and workers in tertiary institutions have been told that their salaries will increase by certain percentages dated back to January 2023. Only yesterday, the president first said 25,000 naira provisional wage increment for 6 months for average low-range workers, but that has been changed, that no worker is low grade. Everybody is important. So that has been increased to 35,000. 15 million.
That's somewhat of an acerbic put down by Ruben Abati there. Remember how we were labeling that term low-grade workers yesterday? I think that was what Ruben Abati was referencing. No worker is low grade. Every worker is important.
Million households are to be given a total of 75,000 naira between October and December. Now, what are your thoughts on some of these steps, palliatives, that government has introduced or has promised to introduce in some instances to ameliorate the hardship occasioned by fuel subsidy removal?
Well, let me not go into. I have not been opportune because I've been traveling to be able to read the details of yesterday's announcement. It was just on yesterday, and like I said, I was traveling all day yesterday, so I've not been able to look at it. The last palliative I know the president did. Issue was the issue. There was the one of when he did 75 billion to 75 million companies, and the one of I think 50,000.
Sorry to interject here, right? Do you know why he said that he could not speak about it? Because he was not prepared for this Abati's question of yesterday's release on the palliative. So he didn't get this question. So he's not referring to the old one. Yes, he didn't get this question.
It's not part of the bullet points they gave him, Abi.
Who tell you that he didn't get? Who tell you that he didn't get the question?
You should prep for. He didn't get
Who tell you that he didn't get the question?
He didn't get
Who
this
tell you that he
particular
didn't?
one, so he has to.
Oh, that's not all. He told you that he never read it.
Please, don't come with the insult today, because if you start with insult today, I will give it to you and your ancestors and your children. Don't start with insult.
When you from here,
all right, gentlemen. Hold on, no Meshono now. You know, we understand a little bit of Igbo. We know what Meshono means. Shut your mouth is what that means.
Anybody who is going to start with insult today, I will insult the person's ancestors and his children. Honestly speaking.
Emeka, akwadolu gị ọfụma ya agbala this night. Akwadolu gị ọfụma ya agbala this night. Akwadolu gị ọfụma ya agbala this night. So ka the interview gacha pụta ya agbala this night. Akwadolu gị ọfụma ya agbala this night.
All right, let's get back to Peter Obi. I don't know what was said, but I know there were no flowery words.
Please, that was the last one that I was involved or I listened to. And for me, the one of yesterday, for me, is the issue of the temporality of it.
To interject, right?
Because
I'm saying this is, I'm not here to insult
if I'm correct, he said this will last for 6 months. Or is it going to be permanent? Are we now saying we've changed or a minimum wage?
Well, it looks like there's a problem with audio connection there. We'll take a short break, and then when we return, the conversation with Mr. Peter Obi.
What's going on? Sorry, let's listen a bit more.
We continue. Stay with us. Welcome back to the morning show here on the RX News Channel. Our guest is still Peter Obi, 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party and former governor of Anambra State. Mr. Peter Obi, thank you very much for staying with us. Well, before we took that break, you were talking about the provisional nature of these 6 months, 35,000 naira for federal workers that the federal government promised yesterday. And you were raising a number of questions. Please go ahead.
What I said before is that if you look at what this government has been doing since inception, you could see announcements with limited thinking, which again produces limited outcomes. The temporality of it is like announcement effect. You're just moving and suddenly, even just yesterday, like you said, 25 naira and 35 naira, that means it wasn't thought through. But let me go back to the one I said I listened to the announcement. A few weeks ago, they announced that they're going to do 75 billion, if I'm right, to 75 companies over the next 1 year. They've done 150,000 naira to what they call supposedly small businesses. I will call it because it was micro businesses and things like that they are going to give 50 million. And then, of course, they've come up with this new one. When I looked at that one, my question is 75 billion to 75 companies. Are these companies in Ikorodu or the ones in just Kaduna or in Inewi? Because for a huge country like Nigeria, you're going to look, if it's looking at manufacturing outfits, you're going to be looking at about 10,000 companies, which for you to make any meaningful impact, you need to take about 1,000 of them and provide them the same 1 billion each, which will be about 1 trillion. If you talk about micro and small businesses, you have about 40 million registered and unregistered in that cluster, and they're your engine of growth. And if you're going to start creating jobs and start turning around things, 50,000 today is approximately $50. So what you need to do is to at least, since there are 40 million, take 10% of them and give them at least 1 million naira each, which is $1,000 as of today, so that you can start meaningfully trying to even create two jobs by making sure that each of them are working. So things have to be done differently, and it must be thought through with proper consultations and economic team that have sat down and analyzed this. It's not just announcing that, oh, we've done this to states, there must be, again, a coordination between the federal, the state, and local governments in trying to pull through this difficult time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Peter Obi. The questions we've asked you with regards to reviewing some of the policies or decisions by this particular administration, you seem to have some very sound responses to these questions. Now, the president in his inaugural speech had said that he was willing to work with opposition party members who didn't win the election to move the country forward. Has an invitation like that been extended to you? And would you be willing, for the collective good of the nation, to offer some of your ideas and options to this particular government to move Nigeria forward? And second of all, very important statement you made during your appearance at Princeton University, that the leaders in Nigeria must have the right qualifications. That can be a bit vague. When you say right qualifications, are you saying that they should upgrade the minimum standard for who would become president or governor from being just having a school leaving certificate, or qualifications in terms of bringing experience, what you bring to that office? So just those two questions. Would you be willing to work with this government for the good of this nation, because people are suffering, with your great ideas to work with this government? And second of all, what do you mean by right qualifications for whoever it is that should lead this nation?
Okay, let me go again and tell you. We are at a point where we're challenging the process. These are part of what makes a nation. The process through which people come into office or assume or achieve anything is far more fundamental than what they do thereafter. It is important that the people come through the right door and not just jump into through the window and start saying, okay, let's move on, let's clean it up, let's do this and everything. No. So we're challenging the process, and that has to come to a logical end before any other thing. And it has to be something that people will seemingly, that's why I said we have to begin by doing the right things. And not doing the right things is having the right process. On issue of qualification, I never said anything with regards to improving the degree or doing this. The issue of qualification is the issue of leaders making statements, doing things that are honest and truthful. This is an issue of honor and integrity. It is the foundation on which you build society. If you look at what is happening in Nigeria today, there's so many issues of certificates, age, all sorts of one falsification or the other, all over, within the leaders. There's no way people can doing this and be able to do the right things, because that means they live in a falsified life. And that is not good morally, and a sign it should be given to the society. There's so many great people in the world who did not go to school. And I can tell you, America today, one of the highest, or I would say the greatest president America I've ever had, is Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln did not go to a formal school. In fact, his entire education is less than 1 year formal education. because he came from a very extremely poor family. His education was by borrowing books and everything, which he did later. But he was able to show, if you read his history, show that he came from a very poor home and did not have formal education. He didn't have to say he read the PhD here or he did this one here, and then there's an argument like what we're having in all over Nigeria today, which is bringing the credibility of our nation into question. If you come to the UK, one of the greatest prime ministers, Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill is known to have had a poor academic record. In fact, his academic record was very bad that his father had to enlist him in the army. Even when he went to take an exam to be able to be enlisted into the British Military Academy, he sat it 3 times before he could pass. Eventually, he became a prime minister, became a great prime minister. You go to the corporate world, the biggest company we have today in terms of market value is Apple. The founder is a dropout, a school dropout. His history shows that. The second biggest company is Microsoft. At least Apple today is about 2.9, if I'm right, about 2.9 trillion company, when African GDP is about 2.9. So it's about the same as African GDP.
Somebody should really warn this guy about quoting figures. He should just stop quoting figures now. He does, anytime he does, he puts me in mind of what Isaac Fayoche said about him, that he's so desperate to appear brilliant when nobody thinks of Peter Obi as brilliant now. So his selling point, Peter Obi's selling point, the only thing that commends and recommends him is that everyday man. So that is his stick, that is his USP, that everyday man texture that he presents. So it's not Wale Soyinka now, it's not Yemi Cardoso. So stop trying to either speak big words or use numbers you're not familiar with.
GDP is about 2.9. So it's about the same thing as African GDP. The second biggest company is Microsoft, founded by Bill Gates. Bill Gates is a university dropout. It's written there. It's not, there's no question. The 4th richest person in the world, Larry Ellison, is a poor person. The mother had to give up for adoption when he was 9 months.
All right. So that's
so you don't really have to have all the degrees in the world to be great. But you need to be honorable about your past, so we can know who exactly you are and everything. The world are bound by great people who have poor past and no education, and that forms part of their greatness.
All right. We'll take a quick break, just so we can get back that connection. And when we come back, we'll continue to speak to Mr. Peter Obi, 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party and former governor of Anambra State.
Okay, great. So we have Mr. Peter Obi back. I just want to ask you 2 questions. Number 1 will be concerning what happened in Niger. What should we have done differently? Step-by-step approach, how we should have settled the matter of Niger out. And secondly, I want to also ask you, what would you have been doing to stimulate the Nigerian economy as we speak today? Because it's at an all-time low. And thirdly, I want to take you back to the last question I asked you, because I want more clarity on that question. You said we should have devalued the Naira to over 600 and look for money to defend the Naira. How long could we have done that for?
This should be interesting.
Defending that currency when we know that the factors, the market forces are really hard on the Naira and it's just a matter of time. So those 3 questions, as we start to wrap up.
If I forget any of them, Rufai, I will call you. On issue of Niger, Rufai, I will not go. First, let me say, I am completely against military intervention as a process of leaders emerging. Totally. I'm a believer in a democratic process and through an elected, genuinely elected process. I know in Africa, at times you can actually question whether there's a difference between military coups and elections, what we call elections, the way we do it with the rascality. However, I'm a Democrat and I believe in democracy, and that should be the process. Will I go to war? Again, capital no. Reason being, I'll go, reason being that we have war at home. You cannot go to war externally when you have war at home. If you look at our budget this year, because I want to link it to what you said about the economy, our budget this year is 21.5 trillion. About that. Our revenue, expected revenue, is about 10 trillion, which means we have a deficit of 53.5%, which is about 11.5 trillion. That's what you're lacking. That is all. Rufai, I read from the President's National Security Advisor that we are losing 400 barrels, 400,000 barrels of crude oil every day. If that is true, if you multiply by our benchmark, which is below the pricing today, that's about $30 million a day. And you put $30 million in 1 year, it will be about 10.
What happened?
Apologies, it dropped. Let me bring it back up. It dropped. Let me. That's Peter B talking gobbledygook.
Benchmark, which is below the pricing today, that's about $30 million a day. And you put $30 million in 1 year, it will be about $10.9 or $11 billion. $11 billion. About that, about $11 billion. If you say you use, we just said it's $1,000, but let's use 900. If you use 1,000, you have 11 trillion naira, which I know is not all your money, but what does it show? So you have a deficit of 11.5. You're losing about 11 trillion somewhere. And then what it then shows, Rufai, is that
I'm not sure who is more confused, myself or Peter B, but if anybody understands what he's saying, well, after the clip, tell us. It's unbelievable.
If you put this, consider illegal mining of our minerals all over the country by foreigners and locals alike, consider other revenue leakages that is coming. What it then shows is that if you fight this war internally and be able to deal with this, you can be able to generate a revenue of between 20 and 25 trillion. By the time you now decide to even borrow additional 10 to make it 35 trillion, which is where our budget should have been today, I can tell you, not only that have you reduced your borrowing to 30%, but all those things that are achievable. So for me, the only war Nigeria needs now is war on insecurity and war in economy. And I'm going to deploy everything that is available to ensure that we win it, because that is the core of our problem. You mentioned
there was a Freudian slip there. He said, "I'm going to deploy everything available." I'll scroll it back just a tad, just so you hear him. People are saying that he's still campaigning. Of course, I'm not sure they told him that the elections are over. No.
This is an hypothetical. It was just given an hypothetical situation that it were to be
No,
him.
no, I am going to is different from I would have. So I would have would suggest that if I were, but I am going to suggest that I will. You know.
Do you remember the question that was posed to him?
Do
you remember the question that was posed to him? What would you have done differently? That was what the question they were asking.
Yes, then I would have, not I am going to. I would have, not I am going to.
Well,
if it's not, is it?
Oh God! Why would we have to nitpick?
You don't you understand the question again?
No, it's a Freudian slip now. In his head, he's still campaigning. He's still telling us that he will be president any minute now. In his head.
We just like to nitpick on everything. If you ask a question,
it's unbelievable, actually.
I am, I will, or whatever. So, but then you understand it. He's answering based on the question he was asked. So, I mean, one man, let's not do this.
All right.
On insecurity and war in economy, and I'm going to deploy everything that is available to ensure that we win it, because that is the core of our problem. You mentioned how we're going to defend the Naira. Rufai, if you today secure Nigeria, deal with issue of all revenue leakages, brought a bit of stability in it, I can tell you, you stabilize your currency. One is that you'll be able to export more and more revenue that will be able to increase your reserve and have available. You'll be able to have Nigerians all over the world bringing in their own investment, and you'll be able to attract foreign investors. You're going around trying to bring in foreign investors in an insecure war-torn area. Does not work. If you do the proper things, tackle the supposed problems, you'll be able to have additional funding, not just to be able to manage. It's done everywhere, Rufai. And you say step by step, and give you how will you turn around the economy. That's just I tell you. If you look at what I've been saying from beginning, moving it from production, from consumption to production. This is the way you start it.
Mr. B.
You first have to, government will tell you today, we are short of revenue, our revenues are not this. Rufai, if you do the right things, you will generate additional revenue. And the way to do it is step by step, what I'm telling you today. People will say to me, you said you are going to put 1 trillion to 1,000 companies, 1 million to 4 million SMEs. It will be 4 trillion. How are you going to do it? I've just shown you that if you're able to manage the leakages within your own system, you'll be able to generate more income, and your borrowing will help to ensure that you allocate up to 50-60% of your annual budget to area of production. And if you do that for a period of 1 to 3 years, you will see that you generate more revenue. The budgeting today, both for federal...
Even Ruben Abete has built out of the conversation. He doesn't understand the word that Peter B is saying.
And state of Nigeria should be a combined budgeting of not less than 50 trillion, which is just about $50 billion annually. If you compare the size of the country, and if you get it right, I can tell you,
Mr. B,
it is not as, it
Mr.
is difficult.
B, if you can hear me.
But you have to do it.
Mr. B, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we're already overrunning.
I can hear
I wanted
you.
to ask you a personal question. the Princeton event was in honor of Chinua Achebe.
Yes.
And you quoted him, you know, playing on his
Yes.
statement. You said there will be a country. Again, optimism on your part. But about the same time, the Anambra International Airport, was named after Chinua Achebe. Quickly, if you can do that in 30 seconds.
What did you say? Just 1 minute. That's...
No, your reference to Chinua Achebe
Hello?
in Princeton.
Yeah. Well, if you look at my tweet yesterday, I congratulated Governor Soludo for naming the airport after Chinua Achebe. I said that Chinua in prison, I maintain that what Chinua Achebe lamented for 40 years ago is still there today and is worsening. Like I said, and I quote, he said, the problem of Nigeria is simple and squarely leadership. That there's nothing wrong with the Nigerian character. Nothing wrong with the land, water, air, or anything else, except simply the Nigerian leadership rising up to their responsibility, challenges of personal example, which is a mark of true leadership.
Well, on that
These are
note,
the issues we are suffering today.
On
We
that
have a
note-
situation where things
Now,
are bad
Ruben,
and needs to be dealt with.
Now,
Well,
Ruben,
on that note,
you
Mr.
cannot,
Peter.
Ruben, I bet you cannot bear it anymore.
we would like to thank you very much for joining us on the morning show today.
And it puts him out of his misery. So it puts him out of his misery and puts all of us out of our misery. So,
Look at
look at that. Did you understand the word? What was he even saying? Who understood that?
Every minute, one man, you don't even want to spare this man.
Don't mind one man.
Every second, every opportunity, you just want to bash this guy. Why?
Look at
One
that.
man.
Look, have you ever seen a more sorrowful face? Look at that. It looks so when they steal your lunch money at school. This is the look like somebody that stole. You know, somebody that's been bullied. Oh God. Anyway, Ekene, good to see you.
Yeah, one man. When are you going to bring your candidate interview so that we discuss it also like this? The day you will go to national TV to give his own interview, so that you also bring him like this and we have a long discussion like this. When is that going to happen?
One man
Is it
doesn't
only
have candidate now.
give interview?
One man doesn't have candidate now.
Who told you he doesn't have candidate?
Okay, tell us his candidate.
It's Jagaban now. Jagaban is his candidate now. So who are you telling? Is he deceiving me? I'm not the one he's deceiving. He's deceiving the people he wants to deceive. So I'm looking for a day that Jagaban will go to Arise or channels. Then either Rufai or Shewo Kimbale will interview him like this. Then one man will also bring his own candidate on a one-man platform like this. Then we discuss it. So it's not you're enjoying Obi now, but you don't want to say it. If you don't want to, if you are not enjoying him, you would have left the interview now. If the man is so dumb, you would have left the interview. Then we talk about the other things now. That's what I want to say. We would have left it behind, then talk about other things. If what he's saying is not making any sense to any one of us.
You know, the opposite of not being intelligent is not an idiot. So the fact that Peter Obi is not intelligent does then not make him automatically an idiot. Is an average guy. It's an average Joe. Now, which is fine, fair enough, because people gravitate usually towards average. But he's trying to put forward like it's some intellect, like it's a man of statistics and data, like he can reel figures of his fingers, and he ends up looking like that, some sorrowful, sad Sam.
Well, this is not the day we started seeing him now. Even the time he was a governor in Anambra State, the opposition used to say that he talks like a woman. That's how the opposition used to refer him. He talks like a woman. So it's not somebody that I know today. So right from the day of his governorship, the time he was a governor, many people refer him as that our governor that used to talk like a woman. Even at that, we still give him the name Okute because sometimes you think that he cannot do anything with the way he talks.
Is that to compensate? To flip him to the other side of it to compensate for?
No, we know the reason why we gave him the name Okute. If you came to Anambra State, you know who you ask of who is Okute Ndibo. When you come to Anambra State, ask for Okute Ndibo. They will tell you who the person is.
All right, let's kick off the conversation and let's kick it off with Pansat if he's ready to go. So we're going to start it off with the Peter Obi interaction with the Rice TV. So you heard it, and I'm sure you've heard it previously, but we are now hearing it as one group. Just your assessment, the good, the bad, and the ugly of it. Pansat, good to see you. Pansat, we can't hear you, man. Pansat. You're muted, but we can't hear a word.
Maybe it's not there.
No, he is there. He's unmuted. I had this problem as well when my something just I had to go and do some funky things. I had to go on YouTube to resolve it. Pansat, your sister, yeah. So come back in maybe with your phone or something. So who wants to pick it up? Let's pick it up with you. Let's pick it up with you, Rational Mind. So I'm sure that's not the first time you're saying it. But your reaction to Peter Obi is it just time for him to give it up? I mean, there's nothing left, is there, really?
What man? What are you talking about? Give what up?
Whatever it is that agitates him.
No, but there's nothing agitated him. He was only being interviewed and is speaking because they gave him an hypothetical situation whereby he could create a scenario of him being a president, and so he was speaking to that. So I don't see why until the Supreme Court affirms the Jagaoli of Lagos, the imposter, until we see the Supreme Court affirming him, which I believe they're going to do that.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Pansat, mic check yourself. Say something. Still not working. All right, carry on. Yeah.
I can see it's muted here, but yeah. So anyway, yeah. So
it's not muted here. It's unmuted.
I mean, it's unmuted. I'm sorry.
But Pansat can go out and come back in. Maybe that's
no. He just did.
Oh,
okay. He's been going on and coming back. I mean,
yeah.
So yeah, my point is that he's just speaking to like you, a woman. You know that in any part of the world, even after election, even when they have a prime minister or they have a president, the opposition will still talk about what they would have done. Doesn't mean they are campaigning. Well, if you want to call it the campaign, it's up to you. It's that they are trying to project the image to the public that in the next coming election, or if whoever gets there to become the leading party in this country, that to lead this country, this is what we will do or we would have done in this scenario. So I don't think we need to always nitpick and look for any little flaws we can see in an opposition because we don't see eye on eye with them and just bash them down and all of that. Yeah. I mean, for me, the only reason why I could not stomach Tinubu, like I've always said, is that I just see everything about that guy is just, I've said it right from that. This guy is an imposter. It's not somebody I could.
Well, it's clearly not an imposter, as CSU has just now told us. So it's time to drop the dead donkey.
What has CS told you?
Who is he impersonating now? They've released his documents to tell you that is exactly.
Have you seen what is flying? Have you seen what is flying out there in the internet?
What is?
All right, don't worry, woman. I don't want to speak.
No,
to that.
Tell us now. If it's right, if it's out there, then it's out there.
Because it's not really very
rational mind. Rational mind. Is anything flying on the internet that only you are privy to? Say it here. We are discussing. Don't worry. We'll wait. Wait for who? Observer, or Guardian, or channels.
You see,
we're discussing.
Hold on.
Just talk, and this is the same thing we're saying. Tinubu should just release the results. So let's see. I've not seen anything since. I don't know if you have released the result. But since I'm hearing for the first time, you say, so page I saw this. This is not right. So page I saw this. This is not right. Simple. It's discussion. Nothing there. No hatred. No bitterness. No prehend. Don't consider any. How would I say it? Huh?
Can I take the floor again? Can I take the floor back?
All right, back to you. Yeah.
All right.
Can you just respond to your CSU that you brought up?
hold on.
No, let him carry on. Carry on.
I will speak to that briefly. You see.
Testing 1 2.
Yeah, testing 1 2, right? So you want him to go on, or you want me to go on?
No,
Is it working? But is it working?
Yeah, it's working.
No. Yeah, we can hear you now. So let Ratnaman. Carry on, Ratnaman. Yeah.
All right. So the thing is that you see why I don't want to speak to it right now is that because we, for example, we've had a situation whereby the judges that were doing on this case, they have been harassing them, and they said it is the obedient that were harassing him, or the article people that are harassing the judge. But they came to find out that it was the Agbado people that were pretending to be obedient. Hold on, that were pretending to be the obedient that were harassing these judges. So you can imagine.
You mean the American judge?
The American judges, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So and then I've seen it on many APC platforms, which I'm in some of their platforms, how they just spew out crap, and how they go out and some of the people will come here and they will come and pour out the same rhetorics we've been hearing on this. I've been seeing in that on those platforms on here. So for me, I won't put anything past them. That they are the one who are manufacturing all this whatever evidence they say they are having, or they've had some evidence as to what Atiku has. They give to Atiku. So until when I see it, one of them is that like what we've been saying already, that the owner of that name is not truly Tinubu, the same Tinubu that we know today. It's a different person. So. But I don't know how true those things are. But then until when I see, as they start releasing them.
Sorry, where are you still at?
Where am I still at now?
No, because Atiku has posed a series of questions to CSU. CSU has answered those questions. So where are you still at in this narrative? They told you that it is Tinubu. They told you that he did graduate from their university. They told you that the font on the certificate is consistent with the one they use.
No, it's not.
Sorry, Rashid. One man. Have you seen the release? Have you seen the release document to article? Have you seen it? Do you have?
No,
have you predicted?
It's here. It's on the screen here.
Which screen? Daily Times. Daily Times. Daily Times have come. Hold on. Daily Times have come here on this national platform. I've said this reference to Daily Times, and you beat me down like, what's Daily Times? They have debunked it, but you have no proof of debunking.
No, let's not do that right now. Let's stay with the topic.
Right, So let me go straight to what we're talking about Obi. So I think I won't say Obi is an I can't even speak right now.
Okay, use another word if you can find that one.
Yeah, it's not that person that
eloquent is what you
I just don't know.
We'll get you.
Yeah, sorry, my tongue is just twisted. I don't know where the tongue has been,
Yeah, well, we don't want to know where your tongue has been.
It's been eating too much amala now.
No, well, hopefully
amala not be akpon.
No, I think he wants to take us to an X-rated.
All right, let me just go on there. So anyway, I think he's not that kind of person that is good at speaking like that, public speaking as such. But I will still give it to him because he makes himself available. That's how a leader should be. These are our high horse riding kind of leaders in the person of Tinubu and Atiku, that they just look at how the kind of language is using, low grade. I mean, like, you see, even your wives too, look at how he talks snobbishly, condescendingly on Nigerians, we simply have videos of. So the thing is that we need servant leaders. Let me use the word of late Maudi Yadwa after he won that election. And he said it was flawed. And subsequently was saying, I will be a servant leader. That's one of the things I learned in my communication class years ago. That one of the things, one good quality of a leader is he should see himself as a servant leader, not just want to lord it over there. So, but then, if making himself available to come answer a question, can your Tinubu or your Atiku sit down and like that, come to a studio? That's all about. Leadership should not be like, oh, I'm your lord and whatever. It's like you are given opportunity to serve the people. Make yourself available. Be humble. You get it. So he made himself and he answered question. Maybe he's not giving it in a more eloquent way, the way you would have expected him to do it. But at least he's making sense to some people. So for me,
Kolata, please, do you see this is a big shame for anyone that's supporting this man. This man is reading all the questions. See, let us talk about the interview because I see the way you are trying to avoid that interview. This is a big shame for every obedience. Every obedience is a big shame.
That's what
for
now.
President candidate reading all the
No, you said it. Let it not get land it and then
Even Rufai is almost crying. You can see, go and check. One man, go and see all the interview. See how they are so ashamed. What do we brought to national television? The man is reading everything from his phone. It's a big shame. If Tinubu did this thing,
it was reading it from an. I don't think anybody. I mean, we can play it 1,000 times. If anybody did.
So you mean all those answers? They wrote it down.
Again.
All the questions.
You mean those answers? You mean those answers? It was they were asking me. Do you know that interview was in London? Do you know that he was in? Do you know that he's in London?
It doesn't matter.
That interview is in London.
Yeah. So what? What has that got to do with it?
What happened to
those things you are seeing there is looking.
Hold on. Everybody stop. Let Rashomon carry on. I don't want it to spiral.
I just feel like you just want. Sometimes you just want to interject just for the sake of interjecting. You have nothing to say. I don't even know what you're talking about.
You can see what I'm talking about. The man is reading.
Hold on.
He's reading on the national television.
All right, Kumi. What Kumi is saying is that Obi came scripted, and even he couldn't memorize what they told him to say, and we can visibly see him reading it. And if you dispute it, we'll play it again.
Okay, play it.
Wait, hold on. This is not important. Hold on.
Rational man, no need of playing it. No need of playing it. Let them continue with whatever that's saying.
Sorry, please. Hold on, please. Come here, hold on, please. This is politics. One man, rational man. This is politics. Every national leader reads from paper. Tinubu read for teleprompt. Doesn't matter. Reading from paper. Hold on, please. Hold on. One man, we should not generate this. We should not bring this.
Can you hold on? Every leader reads a teleprompter, of course, but not during an interview. That's the distinction.
One man. People read from paper from interview. Even Joe Biden press secretary, sometimes he reads from paper. They're asking questions. You can watch several, but that is not important right now. But I know you can use that politics to demarcate your opponent as much as you can. But now we are here to talk about more important thing. For me, that interview was 2 over 10. Let's talk about more important about the interview, not reading from paper.
Every Peter Obi interview is 2 over 10. But
let me chime in. Let me also chime in. Why can't I chime in?
No, hold it. Just hold it. Gentlemen, I don't want it to turn into a rowdy session because we're getting that feedback that the sessions get a bit too rowdy. So unless it's a salient interjection, then just let the speaker flow. And then we can get through everybody quicker. Rational mind to you.
But one man, you said you were going to play it. But I didn't. For me, when I watched that thing, I didn't notice him reading from any paper or whatever. Yeah, I didn't say anything. I don't know where you guys are getting that from. Maybe I missed that aspect, that part where he was just reading from whatever. So, you see, I'm not saying that.
All right, let me play it for you now. So, Rufai asks him a question. And then you can see him visibly reading it, reading his script.
How do you know he was reading paper?
Can you play it before he wasting time? Let's see what he's doing. What is he doing now?
Billion in our reserves to be able to.
Could you start it before the question?
So where will the money come to now defend the currency when we have a backlog of close to $6-8 billion in the first place? So are you saying you will have borrowed more to now defend the currency?
Rufai, I'm involved a little bit in finance, and I know that in every country of the world, they're even trying to borrow money, even using a company. It doesn't matter what yes, you can do that. You are not borrowing to defend the currency, but to stabilize it temporarily while you're working aggressively on your exports. It's not everywhere. It's not. We are not the first to do it.
So you can see that it's reading from a script right there. But everybody,
can you play before the question?
guy,
Let's
no,
see
I'm
what
going
he's
to
doing.
remove you if you. No, I cannot
Remove
bear
me.
this. Okay, thank you. Back to you, rational mind.
All right. Sorry, Pansat. Just when he also says this is what he wants, let us please.
I don't know why he does that, man. God
Yeah.
Almighty.
I mean, sometimes, this gets so charged, so we just have to respect the host, please. For me, one man, I can see he's looking at something, but let me see from his glass there. From that glass, I could see something like a device in front of him. It could be his phone, it could be whatever, I don't know. So maybe he's reading, I don't know, but it's an interview. So we've seen many world leaders also they've been prepped for interviews. So I won't put it past him.
Rational man. Let me tell you what happened there. You know, this argument is too much. This interview Obi is in London. That gadget is using there. He's using it to communicate eye contact with those in that studio. So whether you want to call it reading or what.
Let's not talk about
So
gadget. Let's talk
that
about
is
the
the issue.
substance of his speech.
You understand? That is the issue.
What we're doing now.
All what he's saying, the government.
So if you whether you want to say it's reading or not, the guy is in London.
Let's forget
So,
about what he's reading.
Hello, rational man.
Let's forget about what he's reading.
Gentlemen, man. Let's not. Yeah. Let's the one thing that we must do is to have an organized interaction. So let's be organized somewhat. Yeah.
Yeah, woman. You see, the thing is, I was just speaking to what Kumi threw, the spanner he threw into the wheel. You know, saying, "Oh, he was reading from blah, 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 blah," you know, like, goodness. I mean, we don't know for a fact that he was reading from a teleprompter or whatever. But obviously, from what I can see from his glasses here, I can look. If I look into his eyes here from the glasses he's wearing, there is a device in front of him. And if Ekene is right, that it's a screen to be able to maintain contact with the people in the studio back in Lagos.
No, we saw when he was maintaining contact. Do you want me to scroll it to where he's maintaining eye contact?
Let's not like somebody was saying.
It was reading a script.
Let us talk about the
Rational mind. Can I?
No. Let Mastermind. People have started to complain. Look, he says, one mind kindly moderate this platform. So yeah, cool. Carry on, Rational Mind.
So we'll talk about the substance. Let's leave this side thing about it's reading.
Yeah.
Let's leave that. So Emeka, I will take you up on what you just said. The substance of what he said. Yeah, you see, like he said, like you just played, he was talking about how he would have managed this liquidity issue of the foreign forex. And he said it well. I mean, that would be the best thing for any government that is serious about business of governance and to stabilize the economy, especially our dwindling the strength of our naira to against the dollar and other bigger currency like the British pound and the euro. He said he would tackle the issue of this speculation that people do. People who get these dollars without having any business having these dollars, or because they just want to have it, maybe speculate with it later. Because these people, they're not producing anything. So his focus will be to the people who really need that money. And that is what I was expecting Tinubu to do. Well, how do you expect Tinubu to fight that when he himself is surrounded by a bunch of criminals who they wanted to use him, even not even himself, even using them? You know, they are both using each other, a symbiotic kind of a relationship. Use me, I use you. So what do you expect? Because if Tinubu really want to turn around Nigeria, if really is really serious about turning around Nigeria, all this policy that he's doing, I don't think it's serious. Not even the fuel subsidy. You are asking people, you're asking people to you're removing subsidy, which maybe you're not the one who removed it, but then what structure are you putting on ground to make sure that these people that are bringing this fuel, fuel into Nigeria, do you have a tap like it's been suggested by some people like Falana that you should have a kind of like a measuring kind of a device that they measure how much they're bringing in, who is supplying, even the trucks. Put a device on these trucks. There should be a centralized data system whereby people can be monitoring all these different trucks that are taking. What quantity they're taking from what depth or what depot or what tank farm they're getting it from and where they are going. They can monitor them. If they are going outside Nigerian border, they can set them and they can sanction them from there. This is not rocket science. A lot of people have talked about even our our oil, I mean our crude oil, where they are pumping this crude oil into these ships, they could meter them so that way you know how many you're pumping into ships that are being taken out. But this guy is not it's not really tackling the major issue. You just leave it and it's just like you want to solve a problem. You're not going to the very root of it. You just want to just dance around it. So that is what he's talking about. He said he would tackle that very main cause of it, which is people who are mopping up this dollar in the system, who don't really need it, or just because they want to secure their money, or they want to be able to launder money abroad because of the weight of the dollar. They will easily launder it that way. You imagine you having 1 million naira to 1,000 naira. I mean, $1,000 is equal to 1 million naira now. That's an easy way to launder your 1 million naira with just $1,000. So his focus would be those people who really need it, our manufacturers. And they talk about shoring up our export. How can you talk about exporting when those resources that we should be exporting, besides crude oil, our agricultural resources, our farmers cannot even go into farm? He says he's going to make sure that all the service ship or whoever is going to be under him as service ship, they would make sure that every area where there are farms, people's lives are. I don't know if you watch a demonstration in Edo State recently, where some women were demonstrating somewhere in Edo State that they can't go for farm anymore. These Marondin Fulanis from the Sahel, they were just RAP them in their farms, even killing them. They can't even go to farm. Oh, I mean, how are they going to survive if that's the only way they survive? So you see, these are the things. So if you're not tackling the major thing, like he said,
is that a new phenomenon?
One man. What is your Tinubu doing in that regard? Listen to what he said. We have given order.
A problem that's been subsisting for 30 years.
You see, the point is this: when you make yourself higher than the people, all his concern is just seeking validation.
No. Hold on. How long has that situation you described? How long has that been the case?
Woman, we know how long it has been since, especially when Bubu has been there. It escalated during Jonathan. We never had, besides the Boko Haram issue that Jonathan was tackling. I could not remember once that we had the kind of whereby Fulanis will be going in, or so-called Fulanis will be going to our farms, or this banditry we're seeing, like in Southern Kaduna. We've never seen it until Buhari got there. It's escalated. What he was tackling was just the Boko Haram issue. That was what Jonathan was called. People were still able to go to farm. Nigeria was doing well when it comes to agriculture back then, even though maybe are not at the level of what we would expect. So my point is this: Tinubu said we're giving marching order, the same marching order that this idiot was always giving them when he was there, always giving them marching orders, and nothing gets done. Look at what is even the Inspector General of the Police is doing. Look at how messed up Nigerian police is right now. Look at all the crap they were doing. I mean, if you listen to those women in Edo State that were protesting, all the man could say was that that is the head of the police station where they went to, maybe the commissioner of that area or whatever. He said, I will submit your request or your grievance to the higher authority. I was like, how do you run this? My brother, here in my locality here, if there's any problem, you go to the police here, you report. It doesn't need to go and report to one higher house. The head of the police here, the sheriff here, will take it up. How can you run a system whereby you have to wait for an higher house and then the bureaucracy around?
Rational mind. Those women that were protesting, where did they go? Where did they take their protest?
They went to the palace first. They went to the palace to express their grievance, and after that they went to the police station. And the police officer was heard, or maybe the police commissioner or the DP of that police station. He said, I will submit. Oh my goodness. How do you expect them to tackle it? Instantly, you deploy men.
I think the governor, they should have taken it.
You don't need the governor in this instance. Can you hear me, Adelikoko? Can you hear me?
Yes.
What I'm saying is this: you don't even need the governor. Every precinct, every locality, their police should be able to act independently of whatever. That is why we have it. We call them sheriff here, sheriff of my locality here. If there's any issue here, we will deploy his forces there instantly. If it's becoming more than them, they will invite the state troopers or the state police, and maybe the FBI can now come in if they cannot handle it.
Rational mind, you know that local government doesn't function in Nigeria.
That's what I'm saying.
They should have taken it to the governor being the security officer of the state.
Exactly.
I mean, number one, yeah, how did they describe them? Number one security officer. What did they call it? So
go on, Ajahn Coco. Go on, Ajahn Coco.
Yeah, they should have taken it to the governors and others in the state should have trooped out in their thousand to the governor's office so that we can find solution. What the governor
I disagree with you. I disagree with you. But I understand what you're saying. They don't even need a governor. If in a functional system, governors that we have, where you're like you and I would believe that our local government should function, and our each ward of our local government they should function like they should function. They don't even need to go and see the councillor or see the chairman. Just that locality where we have the police, they should be able to act independently of whatever. But you see, Nigeria is just a place where nothing works. Everything is just made for the criminals to continue their reign. Now, let me
sorry. Like from the way you described it, I believe it happened on the outskirts, maybe in the village side, because you said the demonstration to the TPO, because it was inside, like in the city, everything is in one place, where the King Square is, where the governor office is, where the commissioner police office is. So that you'd have seen that if they leave the palace, they'll go to the governor office. From there, they go to the commissioner office. Since it's a DPO, it happens in the village. That's why you saw.
I understand. What piece? I understand all this thing you're talking about. What I'm saying is that that's
all right. Bring it home, rational mind. I'm keen to move on to the article.
That DPO should be able to act independently without having to go to any higher ups. That's what I'm saying. Immediately, those women were protesting. Just go, send your men there. But you actually said, I have to submit your request. So, woman, he said a lot of things. This guy said a lot of things. I don't know how you want to solve a problem when you're not tackling the main problem. Like he said that under him, the state will function just as the federal government will function. He said the local government will function. He was talking about that money that we're talking about. So, woman, I can go again. I can go a lot.
Wait, you just shouldn't run your mouth like that. How will the state function? This is not Kumi. This is not Kumi. Listen to the voice. Oh, Boni.
Okay.
How can you say under him state will function? You have to expatiate. The guy was literally reading a script, and then you want us to take his word as something.
Okay, all right, fine. He's reading a script. All right. So my point is that you don't solve a problem. Look at what Tinubu is doing. You see, one man. You see, I know I can go on and on. I can tackle these people here.
What did Obi propose that Tinubu is not doing?
He's not doing it. He's not doing it.
What? Articulate it. Itemize it. Let's hear.
I'm not for Obi. I mean, I'm not for.
Obi said he was going to float the naira. Tinubu has already floated the naira. He said he was going to borrow to stabilize it.
Exactly. He said all of it. But listen to what he said. He said, you see, one man could go again. I mean, analyzing all of what he said. But let me just say, that floating of naira. He said, you don't just go and announce without putting in place the structures that will make that to really function or to work the way it should work. You just go, oh, subsidy is gone.
Wait, what does that mean?
Let me help you a little bit.
You help me, hold on. You don't just say floating the naira when you've not done the necessary thing. Show up those.
What is tell us that necessary thing. We want to hear you.
Let me help you, rational mind. You know, when all these issues started, I came up with some suggestion. You remove fuel subsidy the same day, you float the naira the same day, and you think you can get it right. It's not done like that.
Exactly.
When you have not constituted your economic team, you have not have your economic team. It took you more than to the last hour to you just appointed the minister of CBN a few days ago. But you have already floated the naira. Who gave you the idea? Where did you sit down to discuss it?
Again, is economic team bringing dollars? Are they bringing dollars to defend the naira?
You should have. You see, when you went to defend something, defend something reasonable. You don't come and float your naira when you don't have your economic team at hand.
So the civil servants. Hold on. The civil servants working in CBN, they don't have jobs, or the people working in Ministry of Finance, the DG.
The man has not.
Wait. The non-political workers there, what's their job for? So
the man have not stepped. The man have not even stepped into the Astor Rock.
Let me land.
Let me finish.
I'm going to land first. So when you say economic team, what is the tangibles that they are bringing that is physical that can defend the naira? Explain that.
Okay, you want me to explain that for him?
Let me say what I want to say. No matter the tangible that I bring or whatever you want to put it, my point is this: you cannot come when you have not even entered Astor Rock. You don't know what is on ground. It is a letter that you are beginning to tell us the situation we met is very bad, this and that and all that. You have not even entered Astor Rock. You have not even know what you are going to do. You just came on the stage, announced the removal of first subsidy, announced the floating of the naira. It means you don't have plans.
Subsidy has been removed by Buhari.
Let me say what I want to say. The one I want to say. So no matter how you want to spin it, no matter how you want to, it's a common knowledge. It's not about speaking English. It's a common knowledge. It's something that you need to do.
You will not use that against anybody. Stop using English against anybody.
I will use it because I will use it because you are using it to deceive Nigerians. You are using it to deceive Nigerians. You are using a lot of English to deceive Nigerians. That is my point. I will use it.
Stop talking.
It's about English. What are you telling me?
You are not a farmer. You're educated. So
I want you to speak the way Nigerians will understand. Don't come and speak long English and deceive Nigerians. I'm saying what is right. Economy is not good English. Economic is not good English. It's all about practicals.
Economic does not mean because you don't speak good English, you have to make people speaking good English look bad every time. You always say this here.
Yes, the people that speak English always make mistakes because you always have explanation to every problem we have.
Those people that
you always use your English. You always use your English to bring negativity to the solving of a problem.
All right.
That's my point.
But you are speaking English too, Kene, but let Rational Mind wrap up that space, and then we'll go on to Prince Daddy.
In conclusion, you see, we can come here every time and spin things the way we feel. The thing is this: you cannot just start building a house without putting all the foundation. So what's the foundation? Are the people that are coming to work with you. These are the people you call here is a strategist. He knows how to work with people. And then you've not constituted your like he rightly said. Some idiots in the platform were referring to me and what's his name, Ekene here, as a vagabond and something. I don't know. Some people are just they are irredeemable. Just irredeemably lost.
No, I'm not reading it, but when you say vagabond, we know whose vocabulary that is. So.
Yeah, I know. You know. Vagabond. You know, my like.
Oh, the power. But that's your back. Why power? Clearly, that you play vagabond. Eh? I want power in power. Those in power that were referring to as vagabond in power. You are not in power. Why are they calling you vagabond? What have you done wrong?
So that's to tell you how messed up these people are. They just come here and spew their stupid English and think it's all about English here. I mean, like my friend here will say, but anyway, let's just go. I just don't need to dignify him with anything. So my point is this: you see, you don't just do things without putting in place the very foundation. You can say you can work with the CBN. If he knows he was going to work with the CBN governor that was there, the tentative one, what was there, the temporary one that he removed recently. But I mean, why you must well just not even put what is his name, Cardoso there, and let the other guy, the Follow Show, whatever his name was, to continue as the CBN. You see, we come here, we argue some things that we don't even. Sometimes we just want to argue for the sake of arguing.
Rational mind, when you talk, make it make sense. What does that even mean? Quantify it in dollars.
What does that even mean, like now? You mean bringing
you should have brought one person. What are they bringing that will change the situation? Yeah. Apart from reforms that will take time.
If you're not changing the situation, why don't you just go on and just as he just came in, just work with whatever you have on ground? Why don't you just do that? Why is he bringing in the economic team and bringing all of this?
Work with the Mefele.
Hello, woman.
That's what I'm saying. Why can't he just
Hello,
go?
woman.
So yeah, come in the prime. Want to argue for
Sorry, I want you to address this this gross displeasure for those that have sought knowledge all through their life because of those that chose money as their standard of achievement.
Hold on, rational mind.
You will need to really stop Ekene from using that word on this platform, because many times I've tried in many ways to tell him people chose different paths. Some chose the path of knowledge. Some chose the path of materialistic fulfillment. So trying to always say, those that speak English, I don't understand what that really means. This displeasure for knowledge and disdain for knowledge is annoying. You need to really address Ekene.
If you want to, can you hold on? Yeah. Can you hold on? Yeah, hold on. I'm not sure that you understood what or let me not say you didn't understand, but I understand what Ekene is saying differently.
Ekene has always said that many times at different points. We choose different paths in life. Some people chose.
No, that's not what
knowledge. This condescending behavior.
It's not
condescending. Those that have chosen knowledge is really annoying.
No. I think I understand what he's saying differently, and I don't see that is it. Ekene is an educated man. He's speaking to you in the English language, so that shows you that.
Why is he always having always having this?
Woman, can you allow me to explain to you?
Can you hold on? I don't want this to stretch further than it should. Like I said, I understand what Ekene is saying differently. What I understand that Ekene is saying is that the reality on the ground has to be addressed in practical ways. And sometimes people are lost in their own, they're hoisted by their own petard. They're lost in the narrative of everything and not really looking at the reality of how it is impacting on people. So what he's saying is that rather than the fanciful words, do practical things to address real problems. So that's what he's saying. So it's not riding against an education. He's an educated man, but he's saying don't confuse the space with highfalutin words when people are hemorrhaging in real time. So that's what he's saying. But back to rational mind.
Yeah. So one man. Yeah. So I'm trying to conclude. So to Kulata, quantifiably, if you want to quantify it, yes, there is a lot to be gained. I can't give you quantifiably of course you know what it takes.
So you're saying empty words. You're just acting like Peter Obi, empty words.
No, yeah, but that's what you people do a lot. You just come here and you just, even with all your degrees and everything, all the crap, all the see, let me say something.
With all their big grammar.
Hold on. Like I'm educated. I have degrees, not just degree. I have degrees. I'm not averse to people sounding high, like they are more intellectual, but I chose a part of making it simple, so I won't confuse my people. Don't get me, I'm not averse to it, but when people come here, they want to like browbeat people with
you can choose the part of a Buddhist monk. Just explain in clear terms what you're saying. Nobody cares about the part you chose.
Hold on, you're trying to stifle me. I'm trying to, when I talk, I try to like think very well. I just want to say anything out. So my point is this. Talking about quantifiably, I cannot quantify, but you and I will know that people bring in economic team. Economic team here does not refer to just the kitchen cabinet or people within the Aso Rock, but also the ministers and the directors of different agencies that will work with Tinubu. You've not fleshed this out. Already you are making policies that will impact on your economy. So why don't you do that? That's what this guy was talking about.
All right.
Obi was talking about. So,
all right.
In conclusion, one man, I can go on and just dissect what this guy said in his speech.
No, you get to do that later, but I want to.
So let me just hang it here so other people can talk. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Let me bring up Prince Daddy, who hopefully is there. Prince, are you there? Prince Daddy.
Hello, one man. How you doing?
I'm good.
Yes, I'm driving.
Yes, Bulata is
not
driving
there.
me.
I thought you were going to Pansat earlier.
No, I had to tell him to settle down, and then he left in a huff. So the Pansat, if he's not allowed to disrupt the session, then he doesn't.
Yeah. Well, Mike, can I say a few things?
Okay.
Let me go to Prince Daddy, Ekene. So Prince Daddy, the article request for Tinubu'S CSU, so that request now acceded to, and not at all in the direction that article was hoping. Prince Daddy.
Yeah, woman, if you guys hear me, yeah. So they officially released the results, right? The report, it's academic records. Okay, so what was the smoking gun? I didn't really follow in details, but what was the smoking gun?
Let me bring it to you again, because article put forward 5 requests, and this is the request. So it says respondent Chicago State University by its undersigned counsel for its response to applicants' revised subpoena to produce documents dated 13th September 2023 states as follows. So the first request from article, request number 1, a true and correct copy of any diploma for a Bachelor of Science degree issued by CSU in 1979. And this is the response to that request. The document responsive to this request, which CSU, after diligent search, has been able to locate, are produced herewith and Bates label CSU 0001 through to CSU 0007. The student's name on this diploma have been redacted for privacy reasons. So that first request was to give them a copy of diplomas issued at that time in order for them to be able to match it against what Tinubu has put forward. So they've given them that. So this is the second request that article made. Request number 2, a true and correct copy of any diploma issued by CSU in 1979 to Mr. Tinubu. And here is the response from Chicago State University. Response to request number 2. CSU does not, in the ordinary course, keep copies of students' diplomas, and after diligent search cannot locate a copy of the original diploma it prepared for Mr. Tinubu in 1979. Hence, no document response for this request. So that was request number 2. Request number 3, true and correct copies of any diplomas issued by CSU other than to Mr. Tinubu that contains the same font, seals, signatures, and wordings other than the name of the recipient and the specific degree awarded as contained in Exhibit C to the first Liu Declaration, which purports to be a CSU diploma issued to Mr. Tinubu on or about June the 22nd, 1979. So you know that font that they've been querying, that the font and the etc. on the diploma that Tinubu presented, it doesn't mirror the type that CSU used. So here is CSU's response. Response to request number 3. The document responsive to this request, which CSU, after diligent search, has been able to locate, are produced herewith and Bates labeled CSU 0008 through CSU 0010. The students' name on these diplomas have been redacted for privacy reasons. So they've produced copies of similar diplomas issued at that time that Tinubu's diploma was issued, redacting the name and the subject that the person studied, so that they can use that to mirror against Tinubu's diploma. But it doesn't end there. It says Bates labeled CSU 0011 and CSU 0012 diplomas prepared for other CSU students with their names redacted for privacy, which matches the format of the Tinubu replacement diploma dated the 27th of June 1997. So the font and the format and all of that they were querying, it mirrors that CSU uses. So that nails that on the head. Request number 4: true and correct copies of any CSU documents relating to Mr. Tinubu that were certified by Jamal C. Orr, Esquire, including without limitations the document in Exhibit D to the UYR's declaration and all communications to and from CSU concerning the certification of any such document by Jamal C. or Esquire during the period of August the 1st, 2022 to August the 1st, 2023. And the response to that: response to request number 4. The responsive documents certified by Mr. are produced herewith and base label CSU 0013 through to CSU 0032. CSU's prior objection to the communication aspect of this request was sustained by the court. So a partial revealing there. So that's the response there. So for all that they were searching for, none they could find. So yes, the fonts mirror the fonts that are on Tinubu's certificate that he presented, and everything just matches as Tinubu said. So Atiku crying in his conflicts as we speak.
Yeah, well, man. I heard a lot of 007s like James Bond. So whatever that is. So are we all settled now, or are they still pursuing it? Is Atiku going to go further to inquire more, or what does he have to do next? I don't even know.
It's game, set, and match, isn't it? Really, it's game over.
You know, sometimes I mean, I guess the issue regarding Tinubu putting down the wrong day and month when he graduated, I think he used June or July, whatever that was. You know, it does happen sometimes. I mean, I've completed application for different and date of graduation. I tend to guess really. So I mean, you know, sometimes there's official graduation month and day, and some people graduate later officially because they have to complete certain courses or projects needs to be turned in, so they can just guess. So these things we don't. I mean, in the West, I don't think we spend a lot of time worrying about, you know, when I graduated. All I have to say is I graduated and school. So it's incumbent upon the employer or the institution to go do their own work. It's not my job really to try to give the exact date when I graduated. It's not a big deal. But somehow, of course, it's a big deal when it came to this election. So they're trying to nail Tinubu. Can we say along the line? In the past, Tinubu has been kind of a sloppy in trying to complete his application. Yeah, I guess we can say that. You know, I mean, sometimes when I travel, you know, I don't really tend to complete all the detail they want on the application on the forms. So you know, I hope we've come to the end of it. Quite frankly, I didn't think much was going to come out of it. Although you know they had a lawyer, an attorney on Arise Television, right, today, I believe, and the guy was very confident. I don't know if you saw that's episode or the section, that it was quite confident that they've got the smoking gun, and Tinubu should be thrown out, and Atiku should be installed as a president. He gave his justification based on what came out from the report from Chicago State. So some people, they've not settled. I mean, I know you've always believed that you know, when this comes out, when it's official, or I guess when the Supreme Court, you know, decides that, hey, it's over, Tinubu's the president for at least 4 years, then the obedience of the rest of the people against him will go to rest. I strongly doubt it, actually. You got to keep one thing in mind. The reason why these people are agitated or they're so strong in their position is not because they get their news from Arise News or these other traditional platforms. is because there's a new industry out there, just like the online social media industry, and they will keep the fire burning as long as they can. The only reason why they will stop would be if something else comes about that replaces their drive to want to nail Tinubu, then they'll move on. Other than that, I don't see them moving on. I see this steady dose of opposition, fake opposition, I might say, like Rational Mind, to continue for the next 4 years to the next election. That's what it's going to be. So,
all right. And the Peter Obi interview.
I'm fake. Is that what you're saying, Baba?
No, you're not fake. I said fake opposition. You're a fake opposition.
Opposition. That's what I meant. I mean.
Yeah.
So I'm a fake opposition. Is that what you're saying? Is that your conclusion?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, let me say this. Baba, thank you. I like your submission. See, when you're giving submission, nobody interject you so that we can understand and know where you're going to. Like
That's
I said
the point.
before,
they will never let you. They will never allow obedience.
Yeah.
So they will just interject you, make you look stupid. I mean,
yeah, yeah, one man. Sorry, Rational Mind. Sorry. For one have to do that for you doesn't make the person a lesser person, or for you to shout or you to interject the next person to doesn't make you give you a better argument. But at least we're just here to have a conversation and let everybody have a good conversation. In how much I've said that, let me say this about this result of a thing. Like I said, I've not seen anything. It's not like I must see everything. I've not seen anything about the result on news media or anywhere. I don't think there's any big deal of that result, because if there was a big deal about that result, I think the obedience would not let us sleep. In the internet, social media space would be on fire. Now, if there's still no big deal, I think the party fire would not let us rest. Everywhere will be on fire. But from the last thing I read, I think they're going to give them that result this evening. And America is to Nigeria time, to Japanese time. America is going to evening. So I'm wondering how people are getting the result. The document that the school have not even released yet to Atiku's lawyer.
If the school have not released it, then it won't be out there. But I'm not quite sure what are you saying?
Let me tell you one man. What I'm saying is this: I don't know where Daily Times is getting what they are giving.
What Daily Times?
No, too. The thing is just surprising to me. When it's just
so, but we should wait. What I'm saying, let's wait. There's tomorrow. We'll wait. The better information will come out. But that does not mean we discredit what you are reading right now. But for me, I'm not taking it both sides.
What time are you on? What time are you on? Your time
I can't hear you. Sorry.
What's your time zone? Time zone.
What's my what?
Time zone.
I'm in Japan. I'm one day ahead of you, Nigeria and America.
Don't worry.
So,
now, it's coming to the place.
Don't worry. I'm saying wait, hold on. Sorry. Hold on. I can't hear you well because I'm driving. But what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, we can argue as we like, but we cannot just put it as a fact. It's still allegedly, it's still a rumor.
No, it's not allegedly now. All the platforms are reporting it. Here it is on another platform.
Which one?
This is on legit. It's everywhere. So what? Sorry.
Can you please check channels?
I'm not checking channels or anything. Let's just carry on with the conversation.
The time in Central Zone, America, where Texas is 8:31 p.m.
Okay, yeah. So I think from now we'll be getting snippet of the information. But
the order
what happened to the morning
by midday? He said release it by mid. She said release it by midday.
Okay, hold on one man, please. This make my point. What I'm saying is that from tonight, I don't think anybody will have a.
Cargo operates on Eastern Standard Time, right? I don't know if you are aware. So midday
Central Time.
What are we?
Okay.
What conversation are we even having here?
I don't understand. So what I'm trying to say, because everybody's interjected, don't know what I'm trying to say. If this information coming from Article team, because the Article team they release it to, not Daily Times or whatever. Is this information coming from Article's team? Or is it coming from PDP?
It's not telling you that Article team or whichever. It's in all of the news platforms.
What please just leave the matter. Let us just let the matter.
Where are we going? I'm not
find out later. I understand what Piece is saying. But
they've not released it in Japan. Is what Piece is saying.
No, sorry, I don't like to make fun. I'm not here to hold on, please. Sorry, hold on. I'm not here to make fun.
No,
I'm just speaking.
somebody is saying it on the right. Mike, can you send the link of it on the right? I'm not quite sure where we're in this loop.
Where I am going to for us to have a better conversation. Since Atiku the one going to call shouting every day that he wants to net Tinubu, by now you're supposed to be coming out. The information we're getting from supposed to be the most authentic. That okay, I have the result that will release to me.
They copied all parties involved. They copied all parties involved.
I've not seen an APC. I've not seen it from the Tinubu team release their own.
You are not the standard of what is news. If you've not seen
it, YouTube does not have that of Tinubu too now from the Tinubu's team. Nobody has it.
Right. No, let Prince Daddy carry on. I'm not sure where you are. Prince Daddy, take us to
Me too, Sha.
I'll come to you shortly, War Peace. But Prince Daddy, take us to the Peter Obi interview.
Yeah, Mr. Peter Obi's interview. Yes. For the sake of our lovely obedience on the platform, I wouldn't want to ruffle any feathers. For people like Ken, my friend, and the so-called obedient leaning people like Rational Mind. So I like to take a pass on that, really. But in lieu of that, I'd like to talk about
It's also been anyway. I'm not going to give him a shout out, but it's also been reported on several other platforms. So I'm not sure. Apologies. I carry on War Peace.
Yeah.
Sorry. Please, Daddy. Sorry. Carry on.
Yeah, I was going to say, in lieu of what Peter B was reading on the Rise television, last time we were talking was last week about how much Emefiele must have stolen that is settling for the 50 billion naira settlement. So I try to do like a rough estimate somewhere. I said, they should be going after him for about 1 to 2 billion. 1 to 2 trillion naira. That's what I said, and that number seems to be kind of astronomical, but not really, quite frankly, because it wasn't working for himself. It may help a lot of people siphon the money and steal a lot of money from the country through various what they call special vehicle purposes, or however they call it. So a lot of money was stolen. Again, it's painful that they settled for 50 million naira because. For that amount of money, I don't even. I think they should just let him go and let him be. It's not worth anything. It's not even worth putting him in jail and trying to threaten his health. So that's what I think. But anyways, and I was checking out. I think according to what I saw online, anybody can correct me if I'm wrong. That the 2022 budget that Buhari did was about 23.86 trillion.
So as to extract massive loans.
Sorry. I was just showing that this is from Arise TV. Chicago State University releases Tinubu'S academic record. So that nails that. Sorry, carry on, Prince.
Is asking for.
Yeah. So Nigeria's 2022 budget is around 22.86 trillion naira. So if you say over the past 8 years that Emefiele was in charge, I think even longer than that. But let's say the 8 years that Buhari was in power, Emefiele must have handled about what? If we say average about 20 trillion naira annual budgets, right? So about 150, 140 trillion naira in over the 8 years. And to want to settle for such a small amount is mind-boggling. I mean, just like I said before, really, if you look at the total amount over these years, it's about even less than 5%. About $2 trillion is like less than 5%, and I think that's a money that can be easily stolen by Emefiele, the man being in charge. So I wish I wish more stories or information can come out about this settlement. Why they settled for something low? Why they're not even eager to want to keep him in jail? Because at the end of the day, if they kept this man in jail, he would speak. He's going to speak up because it doesn't want to die in jail. I don't think he would want that, of course, and his family. But this quick settlement thing, to me again sounds kind of fishy. I don't know. Yeah, I just thought I'd make my point on that.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. Let me look around, hear from Ekene, who's first losing patience. So Ekene, come in. Ekene?
Yeah, one man. Thank you very much. And for me, I don't know where to start, but let me start with this certificate issue, because I've already made my position known, because all this certificate of stuff is one of the reasons why this country is not moving forward. And people bashing me because they think I hate education. I don't know how they think that I hate education. I'm paying heavily for my children to be educated. So, but at the same time, there is more important thing than education. If you know what life is all about, education is not the most principal thing. You must have, first of all, have your core personal value, develop your personal self before even your education can work on you. So, and that's my point. So, and that is what I mean when I don't value this certificate saga of a team. But the problem I have with the sitting president is that I'm not seeing him giving clear terms or his position or granting interview to put clear all these things that is going on. Because for me, being a great leader doesn't require the certificate you acquire in Chicago State University or wherever you want to go. I don't know who you want to impress to tell us that you go to Chicago University to acquire a degree. It doesn't impress people like me. People that think certificate don't impress me at all. Before you come to me, I look at you, I know what you can offer, not even your certificate. So certificate don't impress people like me. And that's my point. So going to Chicago, going to anywhere to impress Nigerians that you have certificate, I don't know why. When we know that the only thing that you need to be a president in Nigeria is just ordinary WAEC, being able to present yourself. Then share your ideas. Let's know how you have been able to develop yourself, your personal ideas and all that. So that's the only thing that you require. So why that Chicago when you know that what you need is WAEC? Give us the WAEC or NECO or GCE, any one of them. Even if you're not educated, boy, there is a way that people will look at you. This man he has something to offer. People can still like you because the people that I know that do great things, both in my state, outside my state, or even since the world began, are not the most educated men. Christ is not educated. So all these things, I consider it, and I know that people that glorify certificate are just glorifying nothing. You just a paper to me, because there are things more important to life than those things you glorify. If you're not being able to show your principles, accommodate yourself, build up yourself, there is nothing to education. Education without woman feeling. Education without conscience. Education without the feeling of what people are going through in the country. But you educated just to use it to cover the sins that are going on in the society. For me, that's not education. And that is why I'm against the president. That you would have come out. If you have a WAEC, people will support you. We know that what we require is WAEC. That Chicago stuff, all that and all that. Why should you go that much to impress us? It doesn't mean anything to me. So whatever they want to find, let them find. Whatever they want to do, let them do. But the only thing I know is that I thank God that it's not Obi that is going for that certificate of stuff, because I know if it was Obi, I know what this platform would have done to today. Or maybe some people, what they would have done this platform to.
We've not seen Obi's certificate as well, though. Have we seen Obi's certificate?
He told you can go and look for it. People were bashing him that he submitted only GCE or WAEC. But that's the only thing you require. So hence he's able to submit it. What else do you want to see?
But if how come Tinubu is then required to submit his nursery school letter, his primary school certificate, his secondary school certificate, and his university degree? How come people are demanding that from him? If all you require,
nobody's demanding that from him. He made that available. He brought out those things maybe to impress INEC or to show that he's a well-organized economist and he has the degree and all that. So nobody compelled him to do that.
It's just a bachelor's degree submitted, not like PhD or anything. So it's not showing it to impress. That's just what he did, his education. I think the question should be on
In
Peter Obi.
1999, he did.
The question should be on Peter Obi that claims to have a university degree, but did not even submit it. So as far as we know, he only has FAEC.
Oh, the only thing I know is that Obi never submitted anything called a university degree. What he submitted is either WAEC or GCE. But
Obi is a minimum requirement guy. Is a minimum guy.
Whatever you want to say, the only thing that is qualified by law. So whatever you want to put it. So what else you want to put?
Maybe it is self-evident because based on that
you want him to tell you that he went to Chicago so that
he's supposed to say that he went to UNN.
He put it in a simple terms that if you want to go and look for my WAEC, go to Christ the King College in Onitsha. You get it there. You don't need to buy a flight ticket to go to Chicago State University. All you need to do, just enter a bus, go to Onitsha, ask them Christ the King College, ask the year that he graduated, they'll give you his WAEC.
It
doesn't require much.
Don't be flippant. Did he go to UNN or not? Did he graduate from UNN?
He went to UNN, but he gave you the simple thing that the law required.
I said, did he graduate from UNN?
He graduated.
Where's the proof?
Go and look.
Where is the proof?
Go and
look for it. Go to UNN and look for it.
Huh? Go and look for it.
Is the one that alleged that he graduated? Is the one that either alleges?
No. People is looking for. I think he's looking for. I think he's looking for Tinubu's own.
But
if you want to look for the
own, Kulata, did he claim on his ANF fund that?
I don't even know what this is. What that.
No, Ayale Koko. In fairness to him, he did not claim that he graduated. But in interviews, he says he went to Harvard, he studied market to market, and he also. So I'm just asking for proof.
Sorry. See, this is why I get tired. If we want to crack joke, we crack joke. Me, I'm a neutral person. I'm listening. See what both of them are arguing. This ratified and obedient. I'm listening. I don't digest on my business. But when it now gets out of the context of beyond two of them, the Nigerian thing, now we cannot speak. Like a simple question you ask: did Obi submit his university degree to INEC? The simple answer is no. So why Glota is now stressing it like I just want to ask? Glota, you just want to ask. It's not important right now in this discussion. We're talking about. Hold on, please. Hold on.
But his university degree is part of his campaign narrative. That's part of his campaign narrative.
Okay, Mama, thank you.
He campaigned on it.
But did you submit it, one man?
He campaigned on
it. Wait now. You both of you wait, please. I'm begging you people, please. Is what on the ANEC record we are talking about here, not campaign. Campaign is over. What's on the ANEC record? What did he submit? It's questions to challenge or challengeable. How you put it in English?
So Tinubu and Obi are opposite people. We can call them. This one, what they call Tinubu. Tinubu submitted his college degree, which he claimed that the school he attended, where he graduated, rather, he submitted this. While Obi, who as well graduated in UNN, did not submit, he did not claim it on his form, and he did not submit it, but rather submitted the high school. Why are these politicians behaving like this? Why are they behaving like this? That is the question you ask.
That's why we should be challenging. Not he went to UNN, he went to Chicago. It does not make sense.
Why must somebody hold on? Why must somebody finish graduated from University of Nigeria, and you didn't claim it on your form, but rather you are claiming secondary school as the highest education that you had. That one is a fraud too.
It's offense. That's a fraud. That's offense. It's
That
right
is
time.
wrong. Why are they playing us? Why are they playing us?
Okay, let me support it. It's high time. So, one answer my plea. It's high time our National Assembly, our Senate should pass a law. If you attend school to university level, you present everything from your primary school to that university level. If you attend school in, they should pass a law that you cannot bring a full result to Nigeria to stand for your office in Nigeria because a lawyer. Hold on. A lawyer in America cannot practice in Nigeria with your certificate. A doctor in Japan cannot go to America and practice. You have to go back to the school.
No, you're making it sound.
No, it cannot be favoring only you and disfavor other people. You have to be balanced. You cannot be bringing results. This is a problem. Someone come from America and said that school in America, then you use to run for office in Nigeria. You cannot bring the result.
Can I continue? Can I continue? What, please? Can I continue?
Please continue. Yeah.
So for me, whatever you want to say, the only thing I know is that the required this thing is just WAEC. So and the OB don't want to stress us too much. He just submitted WAEC. So if you want to, and he told you the school. So if you need it, go to Christ the King College on it. Then you can get it there. So that is the only point. So there is no buying tickets going to Chicago State University. So he made it simple for you that even if DSS want to look for him that he submitted this forgery, let them go to Christ the King College and they check what is submitted is a forged certificate, and that's my point. So that I don't know who want to impress by going to Chicago State University. And that is what I want to say on that.
That's the certificate you have.
Can I ask something?
He never impressed anybody. He present all the certificates he have, and he present it to us. And you guys are doing trying to see maybe the certificate, and the school respond to everybody that this man graduated from the university. You guys still don't believe.
Why would the law require WAEC? You jump your WAEC.
Hold on. The law does not require WAEC. The law requires a minimum of WAEC. So a minimum of not. That
is the thing now. A minimum. That means if you have WAEC, you can contest.
But let us break it down very well. The law did not even say WAEC. It said school certificate. What is certificate? A primary school certificate is a school certificate too. So I think what the law requires, if we really want to really look at it very well, is primary school certificate, because it did not specifically mention secondary school leaving certificate. It said school leaving certificate, and the minimum in Nigeria is elementary school leaving certificate.
Baba, it did not even stop at that though. The law said as INEC evaluates you, it gives another provision again. You might not even go to primary school. If INEC feels you are qualified, you are good to go. Ekene, let's put this, I want to say something to Ekene. You are a businessman, you are doing well. Your business expands so much. You need an accountant. Will you prefer someone that have studied accounting or probably primary 6 person that can speak English? Who will you prefer to put in that role?
Are we back to the English speaking?
Yeah, I don't even understand. Yeah, it's just let him just continue. Yeah.
No,
I didn't get it because you just got
let's abandon that English speaking. Let's just abandon it.
I want to answer him. I just want to answer him. I'll be fast. Just let him ask this question. I didn't get it very well.
Okay, I mean, you're having a good business, doing well. You now need an accountant to help you out. Mm-hmm. Will you just pick someone that speaks English but is a primary school level, or someone that went to study that because there are requirements?
Take him all the way. take him all the way to where that question is, because we're only pausing for a moment for it. Take him all the way to where you want him to be.
The question is straight, like, which will you prefer for that post?
For that post?
Yes.
I will not prefer English. I will prefer practical, understandable and honest somebody. Because I wouldn't want somebody that will use English to come and they confuse me and cover some things up. So maybe so that's my. So I will only prefer practical and honest somebody.
Okay,
that's
can I give you a follow-up question? Do we agree that for every level of education, there is a knowledge that you get?
Is there? I know there is knowledge that you get, but you know why education. You know why education we have general knowledge and the personal knowledge. So in terms of general knowledge, I don't fancy it so much, but I prefer more personal knowledge. You understand? So, and that personal knowledge, if you have general knowledge and you are lacking in that personal knowledge, I don't think you'll be doing fine in your own personal life. It's a fact. So general knowledge is what you go to school and every day 1 + 1 is equals to 2. A is for apple, B is for ball. All those things are general knowledge. Anybody can pay to get it, but personal knowledge you cannot pay to get it. So you learn from experience. You learn from other people's maybe from other people's experience. You learn from what happened to other people. All these things you use it to develop your own personal life. That's personal knowledge. So if you don't have it, it's very far. So that is why I said
I'm more confused by her explanation.
That's the end goal. That's what you want to do. You want to confuse. Can I please?
No, you don't want to. Don't be confused. I'm not trying to do that.
Yeah, the round of that space, and then we move on. Yeah.
So for me, forget about that education stuff. I know what I mean. In that is, I'm paying for people to be educated.
We all understand what you mean. I
love practical. I love practical things. I love it because I can tell you that the people that succeeded in this world are the people that are bold and practical. The bold always succeed. So in terms of the OB interview and all that, I've made a critical point even before this interview that we have a lot of things to sort out within our space before even going outside. I've made that argument here over and over, even before this interview. You see, he laid down the oil, the quantity of oil we are losing daily, and what it would have added to our budget, but we neglect that. And he's not even the one that made the statement. It's the current the chief security advisor, what are they calling him? He made that he was the one that pronounced the amount of oil we are losing daily, and that is what we should be fighting. You see, one thing about this economics, that's why when people come out, I used to make this argument that I don't like it when people put it too much grammar, because it's the simple terms that you know that even you as a family man, in a year you have a house rent to pay, you have a shop rent to pay, you have children's school fees to pay, and you have your family to feed. And you know if you don't know your yearly expenses as a family man, then how can you hustle? Let me bring it that low. Maybe your yearly expenses is maybe 500,000 naira, and you're able to meet up with 200,000 naira. How are you going to survive? And that's the situation the country is. In a simple terms, if your yearly expenses is 500,000 naira, you're supposed to be meeting up at least 700,000, 800,000. At least at the end of the year, you have some savings. Solve your family problem, pay your house rent, pay your children's school fees, all that and all that. It's not a simple time. It's not something you come to begin to put up a lot of decoration to narrate it. So you have to buy more goods. You have to supply more goods in order to meet up. You have to sort for customers. You have to do for more marketing in order to do more supply. At least cover that your expenses for a year.
Can I ask you one question? Do you consider Obi a better critic than a solution solver or a problem solver or solution provider? Because why do I ask this question? That his interview, all what he was doing was critiquing. And most of the things he said or the solutions he was trying to offer, the government is already doing that. Now, for instance, this security you're talking about, what was the solution that Obi provided? Alternative solution. I say this because Obi is technically like a shadow president. He's a leader of an opposition party. He shouldn't be talking like a roadside politician. He shouldn't be speaking like someone who is just out in the open. He's someone who ran for office and he would have been president. He would have been president if he had scored more votes. Let me repeat again. He would have been president if he had scored more votes. So for him to come out to be sounding like
a parrot, like a parrot.
No, let me not say a parrot, right? To be sounding like a modern politician or a roadside politician is sort of like an insult to him. Look at the UK Parliament. You see the opposition, the Labour Party. They will tell you what they will do, that what you are doing is wrong, and they will tell you what you should do. We need a strong opposition to offer better solution. They will say, okay, this thing you have done, this your policy on security is wrong. If I am the president, this is what I would do. I didn't hear it from the 38 minutes Obi was speaking. I didn't hear anything like that. What I heard was
because you were listening with a bias.
You couldn't hear him because you have some hatred. I had everything that you said. I had everything that you said.
Ekene, I am asking you now. You say I didn't hear it, but I watched that interview 6 times, 5 times on my own. The 6th time, one man played it. So now you tell me.
You watched it 6 times.
6 times, and I will give you what.
Okay, Emeka is very thorough.
Ekene, you tell me now. Because not only when did I watch it, when he was quoting his manifesto, I went to his manifesto immediately to go and look at the first subsidy he was saying. Nothing was there. Ekene, you tell me now that you say I'm biased. I am not biased. You tell me what solution he said about security. I'm waiting for you.
Which solution? Did he talk anything about security? Yeah, did I ask him anything about security?
I think
it did. But what solution?
They didn't ask him. He was the one that brought in security. That if you solve the issue, if you solve the issue of security,
no. Listen, that's why Emeka is simply telling you, cut out the platitudes and start giving specifics. What exactly are you going to do for security? Everybody knows it's Captain Obvious.
Let me finish now. Wait, I watched the interview. Did they ask him? Did they ask him what he's going to do?
You said I watched with a biased mind, right? Now you that
but you said what he's going to. Did they ask him anything about security? That's my point.
Listen to the question. You that is not biased, what solution on security did he offer to Nigeria?
Yeah, I've said it many times. So hold on,
Well, he said many things about security.
No. Listen, guys, we are intelligent people. Rational mind, you are intelligent man. Ekene, you are intelligent man. Let's cut the bullshit now.
I'm not intelligent, Joe. Stop using that word. Okay. I'm not intelligent. Yeah.
Okay, you are a sound Nigerian, but what is the solution did he provide for security that you listen to on that 38 minutes interview with Arise News? What solution? Tell me. I'm waiting for you. Now,
what solution did
apart from that? Now, what solution on exchange rates, right? Did he provide that the government is not currently doing?
Did you listen to this?
The only thing is this. The only thing in terms of exchange rate. The only thing in terms of exchange rate.
6 times.
What is there?
My follow-up question. Can I drop the question? I'm asking rational mind. You can also help him out. But I'm asking Ekene, you can help him out, feel free. What solution on exchange rates did he offer that the government is not currently doing? Tell me. He was reading from a prepared script. But what
let me finish. You said he's reading. You said he's reading. Let me finish now. You have asked. Now, if you ask something, you calm down now. Don't be too.
What exchange rate solution did he offer that the government is not currently doing?
Let me finish. He think he can do. He had put it out there that he would evaluate. At least when this government came in, I think the value of the dollar then was about 4 something. So he was putting the exchange rate at
you have used the word that he said. He said he's going to devalue the naira.
yeah, he said he's going to devalue at least at the range of 600. But not just the value. Let me finish now. Let me finish now.
No, you have used the key word that I want
okay, let me finish now. Let me finish now. You cannot override my talk. You cannot override my talk. Let me talk. Let me say what I want to say.
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, finish. Sorry, I'm sorry.
You cannot override my talk. So you cannot just say you when you want to devalue something, or when you want
don't pivot. Come back to the topic. I'm sorry.
When you want to unify the exchange rate, I mean, you don't have a backup. You have not looked into your reserve. You don't know what you have. You just come on board and you just unify. You say you unify the thing, and you just make an announcement. You have just opened the window for criminalities, and that is what he said there.
Wait, so what if he looks at the reserves and he sees what he sees? Then what is he going to do?
Thank you, Kolata. Can I listen to? Let me clarify something.
Let me finish now.
Let me clarify so that you can give a better answer. Let me clarify something to you so you can give a better answer. Right? OB had 6.1 million votes. If OB had gotten
Go on, enigmatic. Go on, please.
I don't even. This guy just. I don't know.
Rational mind. Are you muting people like that?
No, I'm not.
That's
muting
kind
him.
of like draconian now.
Kulata, you know I don't do this. But when somebody is trying to explain, don't just let him land. Let him land, please, Emeka.
I am clarifying something
no, you don't
so
need
that
to
he
clarify.
can give a
Let
good answer. No, you are abusing your power. I'm clarifying something. Obi would have been president.
Okay, hold on. Rational mind is one of the moderators, so be guided by him. But land that point. But then after you land that point, you must allow Kenneth to address it however he
That's why I say let me clarify the point. So what Obi was saying, he was sounding like he was giving a campaign speech. You should not be coming to say campaign speech in an interview after an election. He is a shadow president, which means now if anything goes wrong in the Supreme Court, there may be a rerun, or they may say, Obi, you are the winner of this election. It has happened in the past. Obi can be president tomorrow if the case is still in the Supreme Court. Obi cannot be giving campaign speech. Now, let's rational mind or what is his name? Can I tell me what he said? He said he will devalue the naira. Now, I would once you learn that, I will give you what Obi, the stupidity of what Obi has said. Obi is talking campaign speech, not what he would do.
You saw it as a campaign speech because maybe
now,
his word
answer the question.
His word maybe has hurt you so much, so you are seeing it as a campaign speech. But for what he said is very clear to me. It's very clear to me. So our reserve has to do a lot of export. But first thing you have to do is just to defend the naira. If you don't have any defense for the naira, the only issue I have, which he narrated there, is that you have not constituted your economic team. You have not had your finance minister. You have not had who you are going to work as a CBN governor. You just came on board and announced the unification of the naira. It means there is no plan for it. Fuel subsidy maybe aside. Maybe you would have done that one that they bought. That issue of unification of the exchange rate is not what you just come and they announce when you have not have your economic team. It's what you will sit down, lay down your plan on how you are going to defend it so that it will not affect your policy. And which they later went along to borrow from maybe they use some certain company to borrow, like I don't know whether $3 billion or not, whether, and I don't know if they have succeeded or they have not succeeded because we are not seeing anything in that aspect. But they would have sat down and say, we need this money first. Let's know if we can get it. Then if we get it first, then we can now unify this exchange rate. Then we use this to defend this currency.
Sorry to interject. I'm really sorry. You are answering the question for yourself. You are not.
I'm not answering it for myself.
You are not the Labour presidential candidate. I asked you a question. I said, what did Obi say? What solution did he provide for security? One. And what is he doing? What solution did he provide for the exchange rate that the government is not currently doing?
I've told you the solution and what he said. Because when Rufai asked him there, he said yes. That other country has done it. If it is possible to borrow just to defend it for the main time, then when as you are doing it, we are working extensively to increase your production. Which I didn't see this government going that direction.
Can I come in now? Can I not come in? Right?
Let me finish. You cannot come in. This is my space. When I finish, you can come in and say what you want to say.
Let him land. Emeka. So land, Ekene, and then after you land, Emeka, you take the floor and then talk us through what happened today. So Ekene, bring it home in a few more seconds.
So my point is that he has already pointed out how he would have done it, which this government also wanted to follow, but they never sat down to thought it through, and that is why it's failing them. The last time I spoke here, I told you that there are a lot of confusion, a lot of frictions. They couldn't join things together because they made a lot of pronunciation at the same time. So it's becoming too hard for them to align with their policies. But managing economy is not just what you come. You bring out this policy tomorrow, you bring out this one tomorrow. It is step by step. Step by step. You grow your economy by step. There are times you decide to borrow, there are times you decide not to borrow. You might look at the market and you say, things are going well. I need to support it with some dollars or this and all that. Let me go and borrow. It's not every time you borrow. But when the need arises, you have to borrow maybe to defend some things. And that is what they would have done. Now, when they now want to go and borrow $3 billion and all that, I don't know whether they have borrowed or they have not borrowed. But because they are not proper planning. They are not proper planning. That is why you are seeing all this back and forth. It's not that the policies they made are very bad. It's not a bad policy. But proper planning is the problem we are having with the system.
All right, brilliant. Well put.
So for me, there is nothing too much there to explain. Unless if you want to go further to bring out more details, then I can interject you. One more, thank you.
Sorry, give me just these 2 seconds. Are you familiar with this Mike Tyson quote that everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face? Have you heard that before?
Yes, so.
Okay, they have punched your president. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, can I just let it be?
They have punched your president. Is that what you mean?
That was a good comeback by Kenne, by the way. He got you there, Kulata.
Emefiele did now.
They have punched your president on the face.
Yes, it's true. Emefiele did, but continue. I'm enjoying you guys.
One man, are you aware that they sacked National State Governor?
No, yeah, it was part of the stories that we were covering. Maybe you came in later, but yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm just right. I thought maybe you are now aware. So
okay, woman, right? I just want to make this statement, please. I'm not here to insult anybody. I'm not insulting anybody. But what I'm going to say may be a bit sensitive to some people. Please hold your emotion. If you can't control your emotion,
you have the floor now. By the way,
no, yeah. I'm giving a disclaimer now. Giving a disclaimer. Please, guys, hold your emotion. If you can't control your emotion, just log out. Okay? If you insult me, I will go after you.
Well, you can be interjected. Do we agree that?
No problem. Of course. But
not
too much. Not too much. Let him talk.
If you come with insults, not only I will go after your children, I'll go after your parents.
Dude, calm down. Don't do
that. Because initially when I spoke, somebody tried to. So what I'm saying, I just gave a disclaimer, and what I'm going to say is very sensitive. If you're obedient, what I'm going to say is very sensitive. So close your ears.
It's fine, my friend.
All right,
hold on. Let me say something.
All right. Now let me
hold on before you move.
Let him carry on, Rational Mind.
Don't insult people. Don't insult people. That your threat is not a threat.
I will not insult anybody.
So be civil. If you want other people to be civil, you also be civil.
I'm not going to insult anybody. But nobody, because my comment will not even reference anyone on the platform. Now,
one man.
Obi decided.
Hold on 1 second, Emeka. Yes, Rational Mind.
We agree on something that he can be interjected. We will not allow insults.
It can be interjected, but let the interjection not be as heavy as it was previously. The interjection often disrupts the flow. And then it takes the speaker to a different mindset, and then they might lose the rhythm of what they're saying. So only if it's a salient point, then interject, not something frivolous or nitpicking. Yeah, Emeka, carry on.
All right, thank you very much, Roman. Good evening, everyone on the platform. Good evening to the guys on the comment section. Like and subscribe on this channel where intelligent minds discuss about things related to politics and the social trends in our country, Nigeria. Now, today was a very lovely day. I woke up to Obi's 38 minutes interview with Arise TV, and I wanted to listen to what the presidential candidate of the Labour Party would want to speak about. Now, the first question was, are you happy, with the way things are going from Ruben Abate? And he said, oh, are you hopeful? And he said, yes, he's hopeful, which is very good. Very good starting remark. The second question was, what do you think about the fuel subsidy and what the fuel subsidy is all about? And then here Obi came up with his subliminal messages that he used to emotionally capture his supporters. Once he says that, it's like when you are hypnotized. Once they say that the catchphrase, you are stuck in that moment. But for us who are more sound and logical enough and know how this man operates, he cannot deceive us. Obi said, go to my tweet on the 19th of September 2022, just to let you know I watched that interview 6 times. And go to my manifesto. You will see how I said I was going to handle fuel subsidy. Fuel subsidy is a criminal organization. Is a criminalized organization. The moment you begin to use those catchphrases, I know that this man has started the game. That is not what we're saying. We already know that. We know fuel subsidy is organized by a cabal and it is not helping the economy. We know that already. Now, why are you referencing us to 1 year tweet, September 19, 2022? And then your manifesto. What I did, I quickly went to his manifesto to go and see what he was saying. Now, one man, if you think I am lying and I'm here to bullshit people, you can go to his, let me share the link of his manifesto. You can go and open it, or you can just put Peter Obi manifesto. You will see the PDF. Now, search fuel subsidy. You will get 4 counts of fuel subsidy. Just to let you guys know that I did my homework. Go and read what he said. Go and read his manifesto. But don't forget, this is a man who claimed that he does not believe in manifesto. 4 counts on manifesto. Go and check if there was any logical or practical step on how he will remove fuel subsidy. There was none. I'll be very honest with you guys. I didn't go to his 19th September 2022 tweet because I was very busy. I didn't want to go back to 1 year of what he has said previously. It would have been better for him to say what he would have done, right? Then he went on with steps. Oh, I will remove the criminal cabal. I will do this. That has already been done by the Tinubu administration. Someone can correct me here. That has been done already. They've removed the cabal, but because the exchange rate is going up, they said, okay, let's subsidize this so that the fuel price would not go up anymore and people won't cry. That has been done. So I expect more because a more robust opposition party would help the country. They would challenge the government. I expected more from Peter Obi. Let me not go towards, like he was handed the question. Let me not, but he gave the answer. He gave it. He said, "Oh, Rufai, my friend, if I forget the question, I will call you." Which means they've already prepped him up. It's fine. You can do that. It's allowed. It's allowed. People get that privilege, and I think Obi has earned the right to get the privilege to be provided with the kind of question he needs to be asked before he goes to an interview or a media interview. He has earned that right. Let's give it to him. Number 2, what will you do? What are the palliatives? That was the follow-up question that Rufai gave to him. What are the palliatives that you will introduce? He refused to answer that question. Now, I've noticed something with Peter Obi. Initially, I used to think it was a deflationary tactics that he uses so that nobody will hold him for certain questions that he didn't answer. But I noticed that Peter Obi has a comprehension issue. He doesn't understand certain questions. It's not deflationary. Some politicians or some leaders would
you are right, Emeka. We noticed that maybe Kulata or Adaneko will remember. We noticed that severally whenever they ask him a question, they'll just go on a tangent because it's
we
often
complained about it severally before the elections, and then they thought we were picking on him.
Yeah, initially I thought it was a deflationary measure. Don't worry, okay, I will bring you in. Deflationary measure, or tactics, some politicians do it. They will pretend as if they don't want to answer your question, and they will pick something else, or they will pick a different topic to speak on it. And then if you bring them back, they will still try to dodge that question. Then this person is using deflationary tactics not to answer the question because he doesn't want to be heard on specific terms. But I have noticed consistently on every time he makes comment, interview, press release, statement, Obi has a comprehension issue, and that is a weakness. I'm not saying this that I hate him. No, I don't hate Obi. I dislike his methods, and this is a weakness with him. Then again, that's why I keep emphasizing Obi is not campaigning anymore. If he thinks he's campaigning, he's losing it. The Supreme Court could decide on his favor, which means he could be president at any point in time. He stands a one-third chance, that is 33.33% chance of winning that Supreme Court case, and he will become the president of Nigeria. So if he is still talking rhetorics, campaign topics, then he's not fit to run this country. Number three, the lady jumped in and asked him, "Oh, Obi, it seems you had sound solution on what the problem of this country is."
But I needed to give you the answer that he gave on the palliative. He said on.
He didn't say anything. He didn't say anything.
He said something.
He didn't
I need to say it now.
Let him flow.
Let me say it so that you will not deceive the audience.
He didn't say it. I'm giving you a blow-by-blow minute of what that interview is. And if you think,
let me say it because
you can't say you are not Obi.
Just let him flow.
Ekene, you are not Obi. You are not in Obi's mind.
I listened to the interview also now, so I want to tell you that he said something.
He didn't say it. I will tell you what he said. Obi, you are not Peter Obi. You are not even a Labour Party candidate. I mean,
this one.
Have you registered for Labour Party?
I'm a registered member of Labour Party. Okay, if you don't know, you think I'm here talking obedient of a stuff.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you are not good.
My word is what K in Ojo. So I'm not here talking. I'm a practical.
You're a Labour Party member. Yeah, that's good. Awesome. Sorry. I thought you were not. I thought you were just an obedient. Okay, you're a Labour Party member. Now, good. Now, then I asked him, what is the economy is bad? What is the exchange? What the exchange?
Ekene is not like Pansat, who is not a registered Labour Party, but are chanting from abroad that, we do not wear Obi, but they are not registered, they can vote for you. But Ekene is a practical man. He's registered.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah. I like that. So that we can go one-on-one on this matter. Now, what he said, what are we doing? Exchange rate is criminalized. He's using those catchphrases: cabal, criminalized, corruption, thieves. Those catchphrases, so that he can put his people on an emotional high point, and then they will say, "Oh, Nigeria is dead. Nigeria is finished." Now, what he now said with his solution was he's going to devalue the naira. Ekene, this is where I will jump in. Because what he's saying, he was just talking rhetoric. This is practical solution that he should be giving. He said he was going to devalue the naira. Ekene, if Obi had won the election and he implemented what he just said today in his 38 minutes on the economy, Nigeria will be worse off. What you said, no planning. I didn't want to interject. Tinubu already knew who his finance minister would be. He already knew who his CBN governor would be. And because maybe you didn't have the time to go and read his manifesto, he had said it in his manifesto. One man can pull it up. He said, unify the exchange rate in the country, uniform exchange rate. It is there. It is there in his manifesto. So they already had a plan. What he will do, what he just said, which Obi is saying, it is what did he say? Which effect is announcement effect? That's the new term, the new catchphrase again. Announcement effect.
Emeka, let me make this point. Sorry for the interjection. You see, Obi is wrong in saying that he has not constituted a team. Remember that the first thing that Tinubu did was to constitute shadow cabinet.
Exactly. He did that.
So
When was that? When did you do that? When did you do that?
Rational man.
When
He
did you do that
considered
now? The question.
advisors. Hold on. He considered advisors like reading
after he won the election.
Remember, sorry, Adani Koko, let me just start. When he won that election, he constituted a shadow cabinet to synergize with the sitting government in order that they have an understanding of what is
when they were doing the handover. They were doing the handover.
I don't know what you
One man, you are right.
When did he do that? I mean,
when he won the election.
Maybe you didn't follow it, right?
You didn't follow the news.
It was in open glare now.
We treated it here now. We treated it here. We covered it here, rational mind.
It's okay, just
go.
God,
you know what rational mind.
If
you are close to your system, your computer or your phone, you can Google it. So it's not up for debate. Just Google it, you will see it.
I don't know what you people are talking about.
Emeka, I need a little interjection in what you just said. Just a little interjection.
Okay, let me explain why our economy will be worse off. Now, when Tinubu floated, he said when Tinubu said, "I am removing restriction." Floating means you are removing any interference. You are not being involved in controlling the foreign exchange rate in your country. Before Tinubu, we had the CBN official rate. We had the I&E window rate. We had the parallel market rate, which is also the black market rate. True. We had 3 rates running in that country. What Tinubu now did with his speech was there is no more CBN rate. Everybody go to the market and source what you are sourcing. So that was the plan, and it was in his manifesto. Because he had the plan, he went immediately to announce that on his inauguration, as part of his inauguration speech. So when this you yourself and your principal is saying that there was no plan, that's rubbish. Then again, he is saying he will devalue the naira to $600. Okay. Now, currently, when you do that, the I&E market rates already, which means what Obi is saying is that I will still keep the CBN official rates. That's what Obi is currently saying. That the market will not determine the official rates for the country. He will devalue it to 600. Then the I&E market will now pick it from there, which means the I&E will look at it and say, okay, they devalue the naira at a certain percentage from 400 to 600. That should be like 25% or 30%, no, 25%. The I&E would pick it up on 25% and they will be trading at 800. Now, what will now happen in the parallel market rate? I wanted to do the math, but I didn't have the time. The parallel market rate will now also pick that percentage and we'll be having like 1,003, 1,004, 1,005 at today. If you are done.
Let me
finish. Which means Obi did not know what he was coming to do. With that statement alone to devalue our naira, yes, you could say our naira is a bit overvalued. To devalue it again means you are sending a signal to the market. What Tinubu has done, it's okay. Let the market determine the value of the naira, and not the government. Not the government, but let the market determine the value of naira. Now, okay, coming.
Azụsịa n'ọma afịa abịa ebe anyị nọ na azụsịa anyị eburu nata n'ụlọ.
Are you bullying Lagosian Igbo?
Amalịzie ebe anyị nọkwu dị okwu ọkwa ọtego so mana o nwere ka anyị kwuo ife anyị na-ekwu. So on the issue of what you just said, that Obi is still in the mood of campaign and all that. I remember the last time I saw Tinubu on which event is that he went to ring the bell. He was trying to woo some investors. Yeah. He also told them that the fuel subsidy is criminality. That he also use such words to describe which we also know. So why would he also go there and be using such statement that we already know that it's a criminalities now that is surrounding that space, but they also use it in the international space. So why are we being so this thing when we want to defend our principles? So it's just that.
See,
So
what I expected from Obi, right? I expected, maybe I have huge expectation for him because let's be very honest, let's be practical here. Obi is well loved. Obi is well loved. You cannot ignore or discount that influence. You can't do that. What I'm expecting from him from that interview, that was why I tuned in. It's not every interview I want to be listening to, or then watch it 6 times. That's 38 minutes times 6 of my time. That's probably how many hours did I wasted to go and be watching Obi. I wanted to hear alternative sound solutions. Then I'll look at him and say, Obi, well done. Put the president on his toes. Tell him you are better off. Because that's what he's selling to the Nigerian public. I am better off. Vote for me. I am better than this man that you guys voted for. Vote for me. I am better than this man. I want to be president. But what he has said, with that, even with the exchange rate, it would have been worse off. And then the other solution he now provided is what the government is already doing. Rufai called him twice again and said, Rufai called him to his attention. I said, did you say you would borrow? He said, yes, he will borrow. And that's what the government is doing. They are going to borrow to cover the short. We covered it on this space. They will borrow.
But he didn't hide it now. He's being sincere on what he's going to do. So what is there now? Nobody, even when this government went to borrow let me say this.
Okay.
When the government went to borrow the 3 billion and all that, nobody bashed them. They knew it was just to save the naira because the naira is just going down anyhow. So, but you know, my point is this: when you say you have removed this fuel subsidy and there are savings from it, and that is the point that Obi made when you said that he never said anything about the palliative or how he is going to cushion the Fed and all that. But he told you that he's going to invest in some critical sectors, which is education and the health.
He said,
which I've not had this. Yeah, which I've not had this government make any pronunciation on that part. I always say it here. You never talked about fighting insecurity and bringing down insecurity in the north to make sure that you have enough food to feed the nation.
That's not true. You are not listening to the chief of defense staff.
So, and he made that point. But you pointed out here. You pointed out here that you watched him. You pointed out here that you watched the interview, but you didn't hear it. He said he will invest in the.
He said the fuel subsidy. They said what palliative. He didn't say. But he said the savings from the fuel subsidy, he will take that. If he removes the criminal cabal, that will clear off 50%. Then the remaining 50%, the government should invest in critical areas, which is health and education. Okay, fine. Now, the savings from the fuel subsidy, the government decided to share it. Kolata can jump in on this. The government decided to share it between the federal government, the state, and the local government. There was enough, even to the point the government saved some. Go and Google it. That is true. To the point that, we have so much money, we have to keep some of them and share the remaining to the federal government, the state, and the local government. Then it is now up for us to pursue our governors to do the right thing, as well as our local government chairman. Now, that is what the government did. So the service, now with the exchange rate, you cannot criticize what the government is doing and at the same time say you will do the same thing what the government is doing. That is you are blindsided. You don't know what you're doing.
Emeka, allow 2 seconds just for me to tell you, say God bless you for the clarity you are bringing to this topic. Everything I wanted to say, you are saying it. Go on, so continue.
Thank you. Yeah, so like if you are going to criticize the government, it means you have an alternative solution than what the government is doing, and you consider your solution to be much better. But the government is doing what you say you are going to do. Then where is the critique in this? So you are not coming in with some solution. You're only repeating. You are echoing what the government is doing, and at the same time, which means you are confusing your supporters. Because I saw on the social media space, they are all clapping for him. If you are clapping for what Obi said, then you should be clapping for what
is the government doing that he said in his
Now, apart from the devaluation that he said on the economy, which I consider to be very wrong.
There's so many things he said.
I'm going to display. There were 4 things he said, right? I just talked about the fuel subsidy, and in the economic side. Then I will go to the other two sectors that he said, and those things the government are already doing it. So he said he was going to devalue the naira, which I say it is wrong because if he had done it, the current market, the black market rate would be $1,500 now. So we will still be operating that three exchange rate, which is not good for the economy at this point in time. Now, with that, I cancel that out. I say Obi does not know what he's saying, even though he told Rufai that, oh, I have a little bit of finance. Your finance is wrong, sir. Then he now said, oh, I will borrow, because Rufai said, oh, is that what he said? I will borrow to cover that shortfall and then look for ways to expand trade or expand the export, work on the export. That's a long-term plan. I think that's what the government is already doing currently. That's long term. We discussed it. I think myself and Kolata, we dissected this. I even asked Kolata questions on it. We dissected this long term, medium term, and short term plan. The government is already on it. Now, let's leave that. Then he went over to, I think the other one was on one man, please bring up the topic. I think I'm losing my job based on this intersection.
Are you still on the Peter Obi interview or the article?
No article. We've dissected this more than a million times. They are chasing shadows, and the shadows.
Yes,
the shadow is running away from them. So the shadow has come home to roost, and the shadow is laughing at them.
He spoke on the palliatives as well.
He didn't answer questions on the palliative. They asked him twice. So what he said was on the savings from the fuel subsidy. He said the government palliatives had no thought out plan. Right? Now they now asked him, okay, Abatina asked him, okay, the government said they are going to give 25,000 naira to low grade workers. Now they've increased it to 35,000 naira, but no one is a low grade worker. What he now said was that, oh, I'm flying around the country. I've been on the air, suspending myself. I've not landed like Pansat. I'm still flying around. Allow me to land, right? Let me talk about the one that the government announced. What government previously announced and cancelled. That's what Obi still want to go and talk about. That was when I knew that they gave.
Did they really cancel it?
They canceled
it. Let him flow. Let him flow.
Yeah. They cancelled it because there was a lot.
Then you said the government is serious.
The government wanted to do something, and the state governors were saying, "How will you share this money? Can you share it based on the states?" Lagos and
But they didn't come out to tell us they cancelled it now. But it came out on the national television.
If I know they cancelled it, it's in the news.
I didn't see it. How can you make such a humongous promise to Nigeria? You went back and cancelled it, and you said the government is serious. Okay, continue.
Can I Google it? What I can say is that
they didn't cancel. They review it upward from 25 to 35. That is what.
I'm talking about the first announcement that you made is talk about 75 billion to 75 million 75,000
the first case
investors.
5,000. The first
then 50,000 to small scale businesses and all that.
Exactly.
Which we have been expecting since, and the day he announced that, I said implementation is the issue. So and that's why I continue to say that. I continue to say you see.
All right, I can be making the interjection short so that the guy can have his flow.
So Emeka, you see when I said they are not well thought out their policies before they come to announce it. You think I'm abusing the government? I'm not abusing them. I want them to do well. I want them before they come out to announce anything, they should sit down, calculate themselves very well. Are they able to carry out this plan? Because this is more than a few months now. We have not been seeing anything. And that everybody, we came here, we clap for them, all this and all that, the policies we are good, and we have even forgotten it. Only for you to come out and tell me that they have cancelled it. And you will tell me that the government is serious. Continue.
You are fair. It's a fair criticism. What you don't like, but I like it. You know why I like it? You can fly the plane and still learning how to fly that plane. So that's what the government is doing. We shoot and start correcting it, right? Rather than forming committees. One of the disadvantages of forming committee is that it prolongs time and is a clear waste of time and also a clear waste of money. That is what Obi keeps saying, thought out plan. We would engage with stakeholders. What you keep hearing, engage with stakeholders. That is a 1-year engagement. It's a waste of time. We are talking about problem. If we let's say you are trying to build something and it's not working. Oh, this is not working. You look for alternative solution to build it, and that's what the government is doing. It's a massive problem. People are crying. People are almost dying. Let's do something. Oh, then the outcry is this is not what the people want. Okay, let's tweak it. Let's review it. Let's review it. I think this is not the solution that we you know, you're like you have a broken or you're trying to fix something. You come up with a size 5 spanner. It's not working. You build up a bigger spanner to see how to fix it. That's what the government is doing. I think I like that approach. The approach is we need to solve this problem. Okay, this is not something that is feasible at this point. Let's review and let's come back with a much better solution. Not let's go and form a committee. That's a bloody waste of time. Now, so when they asked him, there was a cutoff. They came back. Maybe they wanted to use time to correct him and say, "Oh, Obi, no, that's not what we are talking about." Then Obi now came back and said, "Oh, they should review it. That 50,000 is now $50 in dollars. That is not enough. How many?" Then he started with his funny statistics. How many businesses do they want to capture? This, and that. But he didn't say what he would do. He only criticized what the government is doing. If you cannot bring up better solution, it is wrong for you to criticize it. So I would have been expecting an OB to come to say the government failed in this palliative plan. If I was president, this is the plan I will give, not I will be engaging with stakeholder and then 50,000 and 10,000 SMEs. This is what we give. It return to 11 trillion and the rest and his Bangladesh statistics. No, in that area, Obi failed. Obi seems like he was still in campaign mode. He should leave that campaign mode and begin to provide alternative solutions so that we ourselves will look at him and say, I think Obi has a much better plan than our president too. Tinubu, I think you need to be listening to Obi and copy his plans so that we can get a much better result than what you are doing at this moment. Because we're all Nigerians. If you think you have a better solution,
do you think Obi needs better handlers? Do you think he needs better handlers?
He's not surrounded by well-thinking Nigerians. I'll be very honest with you. Because why I say so is that
do you think he needs Donyo Okukwe back? Because I think it's Akin or Shito Kun that is managing him at the moment, and it's
one
not
man.
doing
Can I
a
come
good job.
in at this point? I think I've taken.
Okay, let me just.
Hold on, my friend.
Can I hold on? Let somebody else interject a little.
I've taken my time to listen to him. I just refrain from interjecting him. You said so many things. As you are talking now, I'm still. I had to go back to that. I can even play it here so that you understand that I'm listening. So I'm listening to it.
No, you play it. No worry, play it.
Hold on. I'm replaying it just to know. So, but then I don't know how you people come about this whole the way you guys are painting this guy. I mean, the first few. I'm yet to finish the whole thing again. He gave a more like a concise explanation as to what he's going to do. How he's going to handle this issue that we're facing in Nigeria economically.
No, go straight to what he said he's going to do. You can play it. If you can't remember, just play it.
Hold on, my friend. You see, you cannot be bamboozling me on what to say. I will say what I want to say.
Just say what. You don't have to say it's bamboozling.
God, dude, would you guys stop this? This your.
It's not you guys. That's character assassination. Just go straight to the point.
You don't do that here. You don't do that here. You don't say you guys. Come on, I mean, don't tell me what to say, please, Calculator, please, I beg you.
No, you know why if you say something else, you are explaining for him.
All right, put the position to Emeka, then Emeka bring it home, and then Calculator then gives us its assessment.
There are so many things
I
want to poke hole into what Emeka said, but one of them is that when he was asked about how he's going to handle this. The Naira issue and all of that. He explained what he's going to do. And for your information, he was looking at his manifesto. From what I see here, I've been looking at it again. Because when he was talking, he wants to make sure that anything he's saying.
He was looking at, how did they ascertain that?
He said at one point, hold on, at one point, he says, in line with my manifesto, and he did his hand, he was pointing to the device in front of him. So apparently it's like it was talking about as he was talking, he was looking at what he has said in his manifesto, whatever he has written down. Yes, I agree that he was looking at something. I'm admitting to that. So my point is this: when he was talking about the dwindling Naira, he talked about the reserve, the Nigerian reserve.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
So at that point, what can you make of that? Should we not shop our reserve and talk about exports? You see, when you talk about, when we come here, we just want to like paint somebody because we don't see eye to eye with him. He gave, at least.
And so, what did he say about export? What's so specific about export? Not you say export, then you now start sermonizing about people.
You see,
It's a technique of you, and I'm calling you out on the fakery.
Rational man.
He even talk about criminalizing people using dollar.
Obi cannot be talking about surface discussion.
Emeka, I'm not even done.
Let me give you an example of what he said with export.
Emeka, would you allow me to finish my question? This is the same you when you interrogate somebody, you said they allowed you to finish.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, he was talking about shoring up our reserve and also our exports.
How?
Sure that
it's not. He didn't say how. That's what a shadow president leader of an opposition will say. It's not like I will show up our reserve.
He said he's going to borrow money now. He said he will borrow money.
That one is short term. I will show up our reserve. But we already know the reserve had $3 billion. It's out in the open.
Depleting. The reserve is depleting. Because
3 billion, we currently is 3 billion. No, but even the chicken in Nigeria know it's 3 billion. So Obi cannot say he doesn't know. How will you increase the reserve?
I talking about exports. I mean, did you hear what dude? I mean,
export what?
Export. Export. He said he mentioned export.
Then what is your current government doing on export? What is your current government doing on?
No, guy, don't do that now. Can I please now?
I think he's trying to help me out, one man, because sometimes I cannot remember.
Yeah, can I settle down? Yeah.
Rational man, need help.
You can't yourself, now. You just need support.
I'm a man of many things. I do many things. I'm even talking to you. I have so many things I'm asking doing.
Oh, God, they look for support.
All right. If you're not clear on your thoughts, then let Emeka just land.
No, I am. It's only helping me out with some of the things I cannot remember. So I'm just saying that, when you're asking for substance, you're asking for, because even that was what Rufai was asking him. Can you give us let me borrow his word, empirically, how are you going to solve this matter? And he went about talking about how he's going to show up the reserve and how it's going to prevent people who are speculators. Imagine talking to people going to parties. They don't even need naira. I mean, they don't use our naira in parties. They spread dollars. Why do they have to spread dollars when we need dollars? So my point is this: he told you how he's going to solve this problem. Maybe because he's not saying the way you want him to say it. I mean, that's why you are interjecting. I mean, you are just about this whole thing that you're talking about. But it's up to you, whatever you want to say. But I for one, I understood what he said. And it makes sense to me. And is that what Tinubu is doing? No, he's not doing that.
Yes.
He's not doing that.
Yes.
It's not showing up. Because you are floating, you've unified the naira, you're floating it, which means that our CBN will be pumping out dollars into outside. And you're not doing anything about our export.
No. Let's right now. Can I correct you on that?
Okay, go on. All right, let me listen to you.
The floating is, you are not interfering. You are not coming to say, oh, this is our rate. You are not involved in determining the market value of the naira against the dollar. Let people go and determine that. And we have the guys who are doing that, who come with high.
He's doing that tentatively. Mind you, it's in the immediate. You need to do that.
Rational man, can I ask you a quick question? Do you know the meaning of empirical? Sorry for asking you this kind of question, but do you know the meaning? You know why I'm asking you? Rufai asked him severally. Give me, he asked for empirical steps. And if you can't be answering empirical with theoretical, saying I'm going to boost export. That's bullshit. What specifics are you going to do?
Yes, that's surface level.
It's just lovely language. It's beautiful nonsense.
That's what you ask someone in. That's what you ask someone who is doing economics 201. How do you improve? How do you improve the foreign reserve in Nigeria in the long term? One of the questions is to.
They said empirical several times. Empirical. Except you tell me Obi doesn't mean of empirical.
You understand? So now,
but it doesn't. Now, why are you saying no? God, it doesn't. It doesn't.
I do not expect. Even when I don't know, rational man, if you were in the space then, We spoke about this. We did not even then. We were not even in our discussion. We were not saying, we will expand our exports. We will expand our exports. We expand our trade. We went down to the nitty gritty. We talked about gold. We talked about cassava. We talked about minerals. We talked about copper. We talked about the things that we could do to sell. We talked about products that we can sell to the outside world that can give us more foreign reserve. Those are the things I was expecting Obi to talk about. And even at then, now what
when
we
he
do,
said
we have
export, what do you
hold on,
understand by
sir,
that?
hold on, sir,
When
hold
he
on,
said
sir.
export, what do you
No,
understand?
that's
You want me
surface
to be
level.
telling you everything one by
That's
one, one by
surface
one?
level.
Come on,
That's
dude. You guys are
that's
just
what an economic student would be
Hey,
saying.
you guys
Colata,
are
when is Colata coming on?
Are you asking him to tell you
After Emeka.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what an economic student will be saying.
No. You
That's
don't
not what
expect him to be
that's not
giving
what a
everything in detail.
presidential candidate. That's not what a presidential candidate.
Emeka, let me say this before you go. Let me say this before you go. Ịma na onye bụ nwanne ya bụrụ odogwu ọkwa ịma. So,
Stop this code. Stop this coded language.
onye bịa afta na iwu ọgbuo nwanne ọkwa ịma na ịnabara ụtọ na ịbụrụ odogwu.
You don't Do you want me to interpret what he just said? He said, Emeka, remember you are still coming back home. Oh. That's what he said to you.
It's not what I told you. It's not what I told you. I think na onye bụ nwanne ya ka ịpụta na ọma ahịa gbuo nwanne gị ọkwa mana ịbụrụ odogwu ị nakwa ọkwa mana ịbụrụ odogwu ka ịbụ so ka ị mara ka esi egbu nwanne ya so ị nata n'ụlọ ka ị mana ịbụrụ odogwu so ọ ga-uche ọ dị ya so ka ngwa gba ị nọ ebe a nụwa jọs nnọọ ibe ihe na nwanne gị nwoke kọwalụ gị ka onye esi wee mee ịwụọ ya
Just to manage the time, let me go on to Kulata. So Kulata, you're up next. So it's just an open-ended question. How have you seen the day that just now went? The interview and the article damn squib.
You know, when you were in primary school, there's also song called "The Day is Bright, it's bright and fair." You know that jingle. Oh, yeah. Happy day! Yeah, it's a happy day because look, this obedience, they know the hear word. I mean, honestly speaking, I don't mean to insult people, but I've not seen collective stupidity like this in my life. Like, you know, you are going nowhere. You get emotional and riled up over nonsense, and you want them, and they continue going. You know, next thing is going to be this. Okay, what is going to be the next distraction? Because this one is gone now. What is going to be their next hobby? And the likes on what you go and go will be shouting all over the place. It is this guy, pick up some sense. Go and focus on 2027. This one is gone. You lost. Maybe next time you and Atiku can combine ticket again, then you will win. But stop all this. Now, even the Peter Obigon, you can see the man is done. He's just making the rounds now, reading. I mean, barely, is that reading? Barely reading whatever is put in his front. It's gone. So the Tinubu thing is, it was expected. Like, they've told them, like, they said the man is female. They wrote in his admission letter given to Mr. And then the likes of obedient, aligned, or what do they call themselves? People will be saying, no, he said this. David Uday. Now that David Uday ain't going to destroy all these people, all your, I mean, wasting all your years away following David Uday. Like, come on, guys. Like, at some point in time, reality needs to mean something. I mean, it's life we're living. Don't waste it away.
Do you think Tinubu was playing them all the way through? Because look at this thing now. It gave nothing. They told even the font and the font that they were after. They told you it's the right font. They told you it was there. They told you this, that, and everything you wanted. They gave you nothing. And so, if Tinubu knew there was nothing there, why didn't you just let them have it earlier?
Hey, sorry, Colata. Quickly,
why will you let them have it? Because look, if they don't do this, everybody will be focused on bad economy, won't they? But you have to give them something to distract them, and all of them look like chickens. Like, you know, when you throw corn for chicken, the way they'll just go one way. So Tinubu used it to distract them. Prince Daddy coming, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, thanks. I was gonna say the way Bajabiamila came out and said, they increased the money that they want to pay the low grade workers according to Tinubu. That's the same way Atiku's lawyers, go after their case. This thing about this Tinubu's fonts or the logo on this certificate, all these things, trust me, they came from the internet. It came from people like David Udain. I think that's that's what made them want to pursue it to the end.
Yeah.
You see,
David
the
Udain
angle you guys are
is
arguing on.
David Udain is the Mugu pimp.
Hold on.
He pimps out Mugus, and then you see all of them. You see all of them just like flies to shit. That's exactly how they do with David Udain.
Can I
Go ahead, rational mind, because I interjected you and I enjoyed it.
The people who signed that apart from the funds, the people who signed that certificate that he bought from Pinterest or wherever he got it from. Yeah, so the people are not
they started working in 1990. I mean, is that what you're going to say?
So
So did you read? Hold on. This is one of you guys' fault. You are too antsy. Did you read what was written about reprints that happened around that same time period? It's the same set of signatories that were on those reprinted certificates. So you have no case.
Okay, we shall find out. You see, you guys.
No, rational mind. I thought you said
we've already found out. Is the thing we've already found out.
Rational mind. You have a degree. I'm sure you have a degree in North America. Rational mind. I'm sure you have a degree in North America, right?
No.
You know our certificates. Nobody cares about our certificates. It's just celebratory stuff. I can go print my own now. Whatever prints out of it, who cares? Nobody sees it.
You cannot do that.
It's from our pocket. You can do it.
No, you cannot do that. Hold on.
You can.
Hold on. I have misplaced. Okay, I don't know wherever you are.
It's not like Nigeria that they'll go and print what you got in 1979. Though.
One thing
it's not like that.
One thing you're right about is that when you make applications, just say what school you went. If they ask you that, the year and all of that, and you just submit it. They won't ask you on the day of interview.
Yeah, but you ask yourself.
Bring it. We want to see it. But in
did the university wait? You ask yourself this: did the university collaborate that certificate? No, just answer that question while you're landing.
That's what.
Did the university collaborate the certificate, the fonts, the typeset, the signatories, everything? That they even had to. That they even gave examples that the what's it called? That the when you TPEX out, what's that thing called again? What's the technical term? Redact. They redacted. They even redacted other people just to show that this is what we were printing in this time period. If you rational mind come to print that degree you got in 1962, that this is what it will look like, and these are examples of people that came to print around that same period. So what's your point?
Okay, so now you asked a good question, because if I graduated, say like in the 80s, and I've lost the original one that they gave me when I graduated. Now, if I have to ask the school to print me another one, it is the current rector or the current
exactly.
Hold on. I will get you. But the point we're trying to say is that one that is submitted, they say they could not validate it to be from them.
Is someone drowning?
They did not say that, though.
They said it. Hold on. When the attorney was asked on tape, I heard it. When he was saying that they can't vouch for it, that is from them.
No. They don't say they can't vouch for it now.
Okay, so what did they say?
They said they don't keep copies of it.
Well,
because it's a ceremonial document for that graduation day, just so that you can wave that. What's that tube thing that so you can wave it and say a certificate. It's not. They don't keep it on file, so they are not able to neither nor. It's neither nor, not no. That's what they said. Neither nor.
No, they don't keep copies. I agree with you on that. But the attorney was asked during the proceeding and he said he cannot speak to that certificate as being coming from them. So why can't you speak to that when you've been given a copy and the judge was asking you questioning you about if that certificate was from you people, and he said you cannot do that. Now we're seeing a different thing in the news. So you see, I know what the Tinubu.
What are you seeing differently in the news?
Now, what you are bringing here now, that this is what CSU said, and we shall see. I'm like,
okay, national mind. Let me ask you a sincere question. Let me ask this from e-friend to YouTube friend. A sincere question. This question is this rational mind. Just listen to the question. It's going to be short. It's going to be short. And the question is rational mind.
Take the question, so you're not
rational mind. The question is, what is your next distraction?
Dude, come on. Don't do this with me.
They're
still not established if it's male or female. Maybe they have to send in.
So that's the next fool's. That's the next fool's gold, right?
Yeah, that's the next.
No, but the additional letter says,
Can
Mr.
I answer your
Tinubu.
question? Or somebody else wants to go on? I mean, so.
Go ahead.
You said sometimes you just use certain things because we do not see eye on matters. Then you have to paint me or just trying to label.
I'm not painting you. I'm asking you a genuine question.
Now,
because if it's not this, it's going to be something else.
I'm a person. I'm a law and order kind of person. If something is not right, I will probe it. This issue of Tinubu's matter, it's not just today. It doesn't start with Atiku. It started in 1998 when he became governor. In the INEC form he submitted, he listed 2 universities that he attended. What kind of a blunder is that? And you append your signature to it. That you went to Chicago State University and you went to the University of Chicago. And University of Chicago and Chicago State University. And that he finished, up to very deep, I'm still even wondering how
is that an incomprehensible error?
No. One man, don't give me that BS. I mean, it's a BS. I can't believe that. How can you as a candidate? So if they're taking you to a slaughterhouse to sign your death warrant, you will do that. That's to tell you how.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on, because we already know where you're going. Because
why are you going? Why do you know I'm going?
We know. Is this insidious? This is why this and then there's just something about it. So it's all that. Hold on. Let me ask a question. When that form was being filled, did you think Tinubu did you think he sat at his oak paneled desk and took out his Mont Blanc pen to start filling out a form? How do you think that form was filled?
Woman. You see, you people come here, you want to rationalize
illegality. That wasn't the. Why don't you just
answer the question? Now you're deflecting.
Let me answer my question.
That's why I said this is what you do. You go.
So let me go on it. Let me take it however I want to take it. Just hear me out.
Okay.
I want to hear me out. We come here, we just want to rationalize things and about this and that. No. If I is to apply for any electoral office, I will sit my legal team with me. I will sit in front of them. I will fill it out. That's how it's done in any sensible society.
Have you seen Tinubu's schedule before?
No. Dude, let me land. Don't target me. Let me land this. I know it's your space, but let me land.
No, I let people talk. Continue.
Let me lose my thoughts. Let me just land. Now, if I have to sit whoever is going to fill it out for me, they will let me see it. I'll read through it. Okay, this and that. Check everything. Is it okay? All right. Appended your signature, but you appended your signature to something that is false. Either it is true or not. The point, either it was an error or whatever. The point is that you've done that, and you should be removed from office for that. Whoever you are,
it should be removed from office.
It should be removed from rational mind. You want a world where people are removed for clerical errors.
No. It's only.
No, is that kind of world you're promoting?
His own is too. Hold on, his own is too much because this is
list it too much.
Like WAEC and GC.
That's what. What
like WAEC and GC, those kind of similar exams around those things.
He mentioned primary schools and secondary schools that he never attended, and it was.
But that was a clerical error. No, he said it was a clerical error.
You see the kind of. How can you make that kind of error?
But he's not the one that filled it. Now that's why I'm asking you. Have you seen his schedule before? Do you know people that are very busy? You know, all these people, they don't have time.
You see,
What is Emma now? Have you been in that kind of position before? Have you been in a position of leadership
and he wants
before?
to lead a country. He wants to lead the country. And he cannot.
Yeah, you have to delegate. You know what the meaning of delegation is?
Listen, you don't delegate that kind of thing to anybody.
Why won't you delegate? You have secretaries for a reason.
No, you cannot.
Do you think Joe Biden wrote his whatever it is that the right to?
I'm done talking to you guys. I'm done because these people are just going. You're just going.
We're trying to have a reasonable conversation.
What you're saying is tenuous and feeble. It's tenuous and feeble. You are saying because he wrote Chicago State University of Chicago instead of Chicago State University, they should remove him from office. That's what you just said.
You and I live here in a country where things works. You cannot do that kind of error. You'll be penalized for that.
Why would you be penalized?
You will be penalized for that.
Why will you be penalized? Or based on what law?
Okay, you go here, do whatever, fill up.
No, just answer the question. I ask you a question. You said someone will be penalized, and I'm asking you.
Polata, do you know I run a company? I wasn't the one that filled the information.
He did this mistake twice. Now another one is
rational mind. Someone else is giving us relevant examples. Sorry.
I said I run a company here. I wasn't the one that filled the whole thing. A friend of mine was even the one filling it while I was driving. And the company is still running till date.
So did you do any clerical error on your something?
Okay, probably we might not know until probably maybe in the future something comes up.
Dude. You see, you people bring some parallel things that does not even parallel to whatever you're trying to bring.
Rational mind.
Rational mind.
You know what to say? Line on the
rational mind. Stop being emotional. We ask you what law.
I'm not blackmailing you.
Me blackmail. I'm asking you what law. You can't even mention the law.
If I'm
rational mind, you know the beauty of education. Obviously, you're a very educated person.
But don't come with that education thing again. I don't want to.
No. I'm saying something. I want to say something.
Okay, come on, please.
The beauty of it is that when we are having a conversation, we bow to superior argument. It doesn't make us probably less intelligent at that point. And we also follow logic. We look at situation, even if we don't have total view of what happened, we can reasonably put some logic and it should be like this. That is the whole essence of this education and technology and history, the whole thing. So sometimes it doesn't follow logic that the admission letter given to a man was addressed as Mr. Tinubu. Then someone said she's a female on a document, probably which is a typographical error. The admission letter states Mr. Tinubu. So that clarifies a lot.
I explained it that day that back in the day they were using punch card. Is it manual typewriter or punch card computer? And you know those punch cards, those are just cardboards with perforated holes. All sorts of typos happen.
45 years ago.
That's like in the 70s.
What does that have to do with the female that was on his record? What are you talking about?
Yeah, but look at his admission letter.
The admission letter
says Mr.
The admission letter says Mr. And it says that his document has been evaluated before giving him admission.
What are you saying? They clean the S now. They clean the S.
Mudaro, man. Shit.
Oh my goodness! You are just you guys.
That's why you see, rational mind. I was being sincere in my question that what is your next distraction? Because you guys always want to be distracted.
No, don't tell me. If we are distracted, listen, just hear yourself. Hold on.
You know that Chicago State University narrative, that journey has come to its destination. So that journey has come. You have to look for something else.
We're not going to look for anything else. Listen, one man.
All right.
Real quick.
Hey, one man, sorry. They've not proven that Tinubu'S not transgender. They haven't proven that yet.
That is true. Who will have to carry out that observation? Do they have to send Bob Brisky to us?
I never said it's a trans. Don't get me right. I'm not a tranny or trans.
Can I come in?
We're in comedy hour now.
I know we're beginning to come.
Parallel universe. Parallel universe.
Let me land my point so you can comment. So my point is this: that
good luck.
Can I say something?
Which one is collective stupidity?
So my point is this, in conclusion, I'm not distracted, because if I'm distracted, I won't come here one man and argue Tinubu's policy and the crap and the failing economy that we're having in Nigeria. That is one of the things we're looking at, is records, is real origin. I mean, as is real person. Is it the same Tinubu that they said went to CSU, or is it some kind of a made up name, or Oloria, as we say, Oluwole back then? Is that what it is? Because we've seen so many errors with this guy right from 1998. So, and this trend continues to do.
Can you give us 3 of those errors? Just
No, I'm not going to go
into
that. Woman, I'm not going to that anymore.
No, you said so many now.
Yeah, so many errors. Yeah,
such as.
Wait, if there was not, why would the likes of Keyamo that is now is
no, I'm asking you. So you said you've seen so many. Give us 3. Give us 3.
I'm not going to mention any more again. I've said it. I don't want to sound like a broken record there. I've said it. I was talking about the issue about his 1998 form that he filled with INEC. There's so many errors, and the so-called people that filled it for him, it wasn't him that filled it out. Woman, let's just see that. So my point is this: I'm not distracted. That is why we're talking about the shenanigans going on in this government. We're still talking about that. At the same time, we'll be talking about the CSU issue. So that is just that. I'm not distracted. I'm kind of person. I'm not distracted.
Can I change the word? What's your next obsession?
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. One man, over to you. Go on.
Kulata has the floor, but I think Zita wanted to come in.
Let Zita continue. I'm landing home now, and I can't talk too loud. My kids are sleeping.
All right, brilliant. So,
Kulata, are you leaving?
No, I'm not leaving. But I need to be quiet for a little bit.
I wanted to interject you now. I wanted to interject you now. Why do you want to rock?
Yeah, let Zita come in. It's still there. Opportunity to speak. Yeah, Zita, let's hear from you.
I just want to interject Kulata. Kulata, this case is not ending, no. Whether it's collective mumu or collective stupidity, whatever you call it, Tinubu has not proven that he's not an hermaphrodite. He has to prove that.
We have to see John Thomas.
Yes.
Who do we send in for that one? Who are we going to send in for that one?
It's only one person now, David Udehi. He's going to go to photocopy.
Oh my God! Hey.
He will come back with the JT of a white person, and he say, "You see." Oh God, it's comedy hour.
But you know something. Sorry to interject. Right? Some of these hardcore, or what I say, social media influencers on this space, they're embarrassed with the release of the certificate, and many of them are still holding to that gender error that was made on just one of that certificate. They are still elaborating on and discussing and trying to create some brouhaha on the social media because they are embarrassed, especially from David himself to a few of them who have been championing this gross stupidity.
Let me even go and check his Twitter handle.
One man. Is it you that I had a phone conversation outside of this platform that I told you about the man's certificate?
Yes, that was a while ago, though, wasn't it?
That was before the election.
Yeah.
Before the vote. Before the election date proper, right?
Yes.
That was a long time ago now. Hello?
Yeah, no, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. So all these certificate stuff and certificate not, I don't even know where that one. The man just is hemorrhaging these guys without them knowing. Why would you? He knows it's nothing, but why is he trying to make them spend money? You know what it means to pay a lawyer in the US when you are not a US citizen? You come in and start hiring lawyers here and there. I don't understand this madness, but woman, all you people are what you guys are discussing on this platform. I just wanted to clear something with Ogbeni, but Ogbeni is not here today. There is something he said the other day about one of the benefits of Nigeria, the electoral process signed. It's a plus and it's a minus. I think Nigerian government, as we grow in developing ourselves, there should be some kind of sensitization. Otherwise, the development we seek will destroy us. Honestly, sincerely speaking, just few paragraphs added to our electoral law. Look at what is going on. The whole country has gone agog. What if everything is put in place? What will be happening? People did not bother to read what the electoral law is talking. All they had was that there was a change in the electoral.
Zita, the problem with all of these laws in Nigeria is that it's too ambiguous. Ajale Cook was just saying earlier that the requirement of the Nigerian president, the baseline educational requirement, is a school leaving certificate. So it doesn't specify the level of the school, and you start to get certified as soon as you leave primary school. So if you wanted to be strict to it, you can say a primary school certificate is sufficient enough. And it's the same thing with the Abuja thing. Rather than to be clear on that, they said and Abuja. And then it leaves that ambiguity. So there's too much ambiguity in that.
One man. That's how most constitutions of countries are written, and that's how laws are written. It gives room for argument on the fact, not on the law. I think they do that intentionally, because when the law is very specific, there won't be need for lawyers. So when I go through countries, their constitution, their laws, I just concluded that they are doing it intentionally to have room for people to argue on the facts, because you cannot argue on the law if the law is very specific. So it's all over the world. It's not only in Nigeria. They put all those clauses and all those lines and all those phrases to give room for you to come and make a case out of it. So that's why somebody who came third in an election can become a governor, because of those clauses. Because if the law was very specific, that person will not. That's why somebody, after several years of an election, can still be declared winner. Why? Because of all those clauses and phrases in the law. If it is specific, it will not happen. So it's all over the place. But what I'm saying, that's not even the area I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that there should be a kind of reorientation in Nigeria. Let me give you an example of what I'm saying. I don't know if you have had a story of a village where an express road was constructed across a remote village. Do you know how many of the indigenes of that village that will die? They'll be knocked down. Why? Because there was no sensitization to let them know that in this road now is a different ball game. You don't just walk past, or you don't just wake up and want to cross. So whenever such a development comes in, it comes with its pros and cons. Just like the man who saw tomorrow said. He said, if humans do not take their time, they will destroy themselves, even when before the main, in quote, destruction will come. So when you have a lot of development and things like that, you can destroy yourself. Development comes with crumbs too. So just because some few paragraphs was added in our electoral process in 2022, and the election was held in 2023, this year, all hell was let loose. There became, even the lawyers, there became a lot of misinterpretation, misrepresentation, misunderstanding, and emotion. Man, the collective stupidity is unimaginable. So before we destroy ourselves, I think there should be reorientation. Even if they want to do it in form of jingle, they should do it. Because so many people are bleeding. People are shouting that Nigeria has gone so bad. The way they project it, I begin to ask questions. And when I ask questions, they say, what am I trying to say? Am I trying to defend what is happening in Nigeria? I said, if we started feeling this way from day one, when it started happening, I think by now it would have been sorted out. So the question I'm asking, which one is your problem? Is it that you don't like the face of the person in Aso Rock, or actually that you want the problem to be solved? Because the problems has always been there. I asked some questions some days ago. Since I was born, I have never seen constant electricity in Nigeria. If you have seen, raise your hand. Nobody did. But that day, electricity was running in some people's veins. I think there should be kind of sensitization. I believe they should. Because before people will start committing suicide. Because when I see some argument, it's just upside down, left, right, center. It's not going anywhere. That's why I keep saying there are some discussions I don't want even to go into any longer, because I'm not heading anywhere with it. So why discuss it? You are discussing with somebody who is speaking through his instinct instead of common reasoning, his reasoning. It's not right now. So I came to interject Kulata to explain to me which one is collective mumu. Hey, Kulata, you get bad mark. Ciao.
I think it's coming off what's his name? Who's that Edo guy? What's his name again? The one that is always on every platform. He's always going around saying collective intelligence. So I think it's coming off that. Thank you, Zita. Zita, stay steady. Let's go to Ajanle Koko, who has been with us all the way through, and get his take on the day. So Ajanle Koko, so that's been the day we've had, but what are you making of it? Tinubu'S Chicago results out, nothing to offer Atiku and Peter Obi. And Peter Obi's interview on Arise TV, nothing to offer anybody. So, Ajanle Koko, let's hear from you.
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see Atiku effort to get Tinubu'S transcript and everything. I think he finally got it now. And according to what you read for us, there's nothing. There's nothing different from what already been submitted before, isn't it? Is that not what you got for us, one man?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think what Atiku is trying to, you see, his defeat seriously pained him, seriously, that Tinubu can defeat him easily like that. He thought he would win the election. He was banking on the tribal vote, that he was taking that tribal vote from the north will give him sufficient vote to defeat Tinubu, because of his political popularity in the north. He's been in contest since 1992, and he thought that due to the what do you call it, tribal politics that is so strong now in Nigeria. He thought that will help him, but unfortunately, he failed to manage his party well. He failed to manage his party well. The affair of his party, his failure to allow Wike to leave the party, Kwankwaso to leave the party, Obi to leave the party, and as a result of that, Tinubu managed to, defeat him in the north. So Tinubu defeated him in the north. The totality of the northern vote, north central, northeast, and northwest, Tinubu still came on top. So that was where Atiku fell. So, and we may wish to know that both of them started their politics with PDM, People's Democratic Movement. That was Yaradua political group. And he was the boss to Tinubu in that group. So somebody who was a boss to Tinubu and who was former vice president, the second most powerful position in political position in the country, when Tinubu was just a governor. Now, in the same contest with Tinubu, him having built a political structure for so long, and for Tinubu to just come like that and defeat him, he couldn't believe what happened. It was like atomic bomb drop on him. So all this effort to get this result is just a way to, it's like a person that is drowning and is just struggling to hold on something so that they can stay afloat. So he's just trying to see, he knew there's nothing will come out from the Supreme Court for him, but he is trying everything to see how he can embarrass and he can tarnish Tinubu's image and, rubbish his image and, but I don't know why Atiku is embarking on this effort. But on the other side, it is good for us to know what is hidden on this man called Tinubu. It is good for our democracy. It is good for us to know. And now that, the court has assisted him and they have announced the release, I think this will bring this matter to a permanent and conclusive end, and nobody will come up in the future to challenge his educational certificate. So, people have been asking for this educational certificate for so long. People have been asking for so many things about this. There are a lot of things that people doesn't know about Tinubu. A lot of things that are not clear to us. So Atiku has been able to help us to get the fact out, which is in favor of Tinubu anyway. So it's good. It's good for our democracy. is not totally bad. Though to people that are Tinubu supporter might feel, why is he trying to embarrass the president? Why is he trying to embarrass the image of the president? But, I think it's good for our democracy. And people that have been rubbishing the name of Tinubu here and there on the internet too, everybody will keep quiet, from today. Nobody will say anything bad on Tinubu concerning his certificate. So since nothing how do I describe it? Nothing incriminating or nothing fraudulent came out of what the count, release. So it's good for our democracy. It's win-win for everybody. Win-win is a win for Tinubu. It's a win for us that be asking questions as well that really want to know the truth. So it's a win-win situation as far as I'm concerned. So that's by the side for Atiku. Then for
Ojanikoku, can I ask you a quick question?
yeah.
Tinubu and Atiku, they are close business friends. They are business friends and political friends. They are close associates, right? Now, with what Atiku just did, it's a bit personal. Do you see the president going after him after the Supreme Court verdict?
That's I like that question you just asked. I like that question. You see, politicians in Nigeria, they don't forgive each other, and that is what do you call it, Atiku? That is what he did. He did look at the friendship between two of them to say, look, it's my friend. He has won. Let us go and talk behind the closed door and, see how we can, settle each other. He has won. So they are always desperate. They are desperate people, and they can go any length to destroy each other, all for the sake of, getting political power. So what Atiku did is just the general characteristic of a typical Nigerian politician. They don't know friendship. Friendship doesn't matter to them when they are in contest with their friend for the same position. They will do everything to destroy each other. So it is. I won't be surprised tomorrow when everything's settled down, and then Tinubu want to use his governmental power to go after him, go after his business, and he can do it because nobody is powerful than the government, particularly federal government. No single individual is powerful. Government can go after you. Government can destroy you. Government have that capacity to get anything whatsoever on you. If they really want to pin you down, they can do it. So I won't be surprised if Tinubu tomorrow, if Tinubu come out with something against Atiku tomorrow, I will not be surprised, because that is their way of treating each other when they are in contest for political position in Nigeria. So it is. We just have to. That is why people should not stick their head or their neck in their fight. When they are fighting, when these people are doing their political shenanigans, stay out of it. They know each other. Atiku and Tinubu have been coming a long way I have known them together since 90s. Since 90s, they've been coming together. They sit together. When Yaradua, who was their leader then, in the front, I mean, when he's sitting down, you will see Atiku by his right side. In Lagos State, the leader of Tinubu back then was Chief Dako Salome. You will see him by the left side, and you will see Tinubu on the other side of Salome, or with some other leaders. He will be in the front row with them, because back then he was a senator. So they've been coming a long way. And you should remember that Tinubu gave him a platform to contest for Atiku contest on the platform of ACM.
That's true.
So it's surprising that Atiku can go this far, because he really wants to destroy the image of Tinubu. He did it. Don't let us. He destroyed his image completely. Let us not.
He went personal. This one was very personal.
It went too personal.
What is personal about this? Somebody's trying to find the truth about somebody.
Look, Atiku, rational mind. Look, sometimes when you are friends with somebody, you have to look.
And so you cover up, right?
No, not cover up.
Look, rational mind.
You know what? Anyway, you know something that we Yoruba will call Omoluabi. Sometimes you will have to use your Omoluabi.
How is he helping us? How is he helping us in that Yoruba land? The Omoluabi.
Yeah, don't open up that one. No,
Rational mind. What I'm saying is
the most developed society, right?
No. Hold on, rational mind. Look, I have said it earlier that it's a win-win situation. But sometimes a friend that you have been coming a long way with, that have even helped you when you are in a problem. When Atiku was in a serious political problem in that country, when what do you call it? Obasanjo was trying to destroy him. All these Tinubu stood by him, and they offered him a platform that, look, we will not let this man destroy your political career. Take this platform, get on the field. We are behind you. Look, sometimes you have to think of.
Let me pause you here at this point. You said destroy him. Obasanjo did not try to destroy him. Obasanjo denied him.
You said Obasanjo was not trying to destroy Atiku.
He did not destroy. No, he did not try destroying him.
What are you talking about, rational mind?
I do not have amnesia. Some of us have amnesia.
The only thing Obasanjo did not do to Atiku was killing him. If
not for Nigerian court, Obasanjo would have sent him to. If not for that, we are in democracy. Obasanjo would have killed him.
Let's say
it's Nigerian court that saved Atiku.
No.
Yes. No. Wait, rational mind. Go back to history.
Can I just land, please? Please, you will talk. You interject me later. My point is this: that he did not destroy him in the sense.
Obasanjo really want to. He even wrote book against him. He said, "Look,
he did not write book. No. It was after. We're talking about back then.
And then we are talking. Okay. Say your own. Say.
Let us put things in perspective. It's late here. I just don't want to beat my people. I don't want them to. So let's put something in perspective here. So my point is that Obasanjo tried to deny him to use that platform of the PDP to run, because he feels, and he was corrupt, because we saw papers of the indicted senator here in America and all of that. So he denied, and then Tinubu took him to himself and said, okay, we're going to give you a platform to run. So I don't think there's anything there so big, somebody giving you a platform to run. I mean, it's a big thing, don't get me wrong, but I'm saying, not the way you are painting it like, oh,
you missed out something.
Destroy him, and then it denied him a platform to run.
You missed out something.
So what is it?
Obasanjo wanted to send him to jail.
How so? Mind you, he has immunity. How can they send him to jail?
As a result of the BPP
here we go again with another narrative. What to send him to jail?
It's not a narrative. Google it. It was
I got a quick question. Rational mind is. I know it's rational mind show, but let me ask a quick question, please. Angelica, are you there?
I think he's there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I don't think maybe Tinubu in his younger days would maybe go after Atiku with some salacious story or whatever it may be. But I don't think Tinubu is going to do that right now. I think it's past that stage to want to go after his opponents. It is one, and it's one, and that's just the bottom line. It's moving on. I don't think he has that time. Atiku is a way you say like an animal that's caged or is back is on the wall, and he had to react because the chance of him running next election is pretty slim. I know he has a lot of money, but that's gotten to a point that I don't think people will fall for it anymore, and he knows that, and that's why he couldn't believe that he lost. Really, he couldn't believe that he lost because everything was like laid down for him before the election. Even people, even that a lot of APC people work against Tinubu, and they work for Atiku, and that's why someone like Daniel Buhala goes around talking as if the election is already won. It's in their back pocket, and so yeah. But Tinubu knows that I believe there's always an opportunity cost. He's not going to spend a lot of his time going after maybe Atiku or Obi. He's going to spend his time to do the work. He knows the country is in dire strait. We need a lot of help. We need a lot of help. We don't need a petty leader going after people like Obasanjo going after people for no reason. And also, I was going to say that. Do you think now I think we've concluded on the issue of the certificate with Chicago State. Now, do you think that this is like a smooth sailing for Tinubu in the next election cycle?
Yeah, sorry, let me come in on
I think this
before
guarantees
Adani
Tinubu. I think this guarantees Tinubu a second term. But yeah.
Yeah, let me just come in. Okay, before the election, when Emefiele was busy changing currency and doing all those things, Tinubu didn't say a word. It was the governors that were just talking. Nobody heard any statement from him. Immediately he won the election, he still didn't say anything. And once he was inaugurated,
dude, he said something.
What did he say?
One of his rostrum, one of his campaign, he said something. Yeah, he said, don't come here and say it. Don't say anything. He said,
well, he didn't. What I mean, he didn't say a word. He didn't indicate his actions. No, I don't hear Yoruba. Sorry.
I'm telling you, I'm trying to quote him. That's why I don't say that.
But he did indicate what he would do, right? But when immediately he was sworn in,
you people will always like.
Emeka, are you looking at your screen?
Yeah.
All of what was released. I'm probably going to do a session on this on tomorrow. All of what was released at Chicago State. This is that font or no font space. So these are samples of the fonts that is in question.
And the logo is the same thing.
Hold on now.
Look at the logo. Is the logo the same thing?
Can you hold on? You see, they said it. Even you said it that if you don't listen fully to what's being said, and then you won't know where it's going. Okay, so it gives you the description. So this is a sample of the font. Okay. It says a sample. Just hold steady. It's a sample of diploma issued in 1979 by the University of Chicago, which is slightly different from the replacement. It says it issued to Tinubu in 2018, 18 years later, not in 2018. And then this is another sample of diploma issued by Chicago, released in 1999. And then this is the Tinubu sample. So you can see a progression in, these are different samples of different types. This is Tinubu's sample, which is what Tinubu submitted to INEC in 2023, and this it mirrors one of them. And then to the question of is it female or is it not female? So you can see like Kulaka was saying earlier, they were using typewriters at that time. Tinubu is addressed as Mr. in the admission letter. So I'm not quite sure how deeper we're going into that. And then this one now, it ticked male as gender in the box as well. So you can see it. It's all highlighted in yellow. So when do we get to that point where we just have to drop the dead donkey?
One man, if you don't mind. I mean,
No, we're
all the
not
things.
dropping. Got to drag the dead donkey, Baba.
You know, when do we get to the point when you don't have to drop the dead donkey?
I'm sorry, one mind. Don't think you've convinced
Please, let me say
rational
something.
mind by any means with all those
Rational mind, very big
with that
dead donkey.
presentation.
Hello? Prince, can I come in? A little, one man, there will never be a time you will get to the end if that's what you are looking for. This yo brew must continue. It's not stopping. So if you are looking forward to a time it will stop, I don't know. You will miss that dream because it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I agree with Madam Zita, and I said that earlier too. There's no ending to
So
this.
you can see Mr. Tinubu in his admission letter. Mr.
Where
Tinubu.
did sorry, one minute. Where did rational mind get that opinion, or where did they find that information that it was a female that was admitted at Chicago State with a Tinubu name, last name?
Tinubu ticked male as gender only because it's a male, though, so that's probably why it ticked male. I don't know. It's like
Let
a parallel.
rational mind answer, please.
Is that what it is, one man?
Huh?
Are you answering the question he's posing that he asked me?
Oh, so what's
No,
the
you should.
question?
Rational mind, please answer that question, please.
Well, on one of the forms that the transcript that he got from, I think Richard Daley's college or one of the college that was sent to the Chicago State school, it was female that was on it. So if that was what was used, yeah, that's where the confusion comes in with the gender. So is it that the Tinubu that we know today that went to Chicago State, which of course, obviously, if he had appeared at the college submitting an application, they would have seen him. But what I'm trying to say is this: like, if you want to get an admission into one Nigerian university, and then your transcript, like your WAEC result, I still have mine. It has male sex. My male is there. So if that's what
Are you saying he did not attend Richard Daley College? Is that where we are going to? So we can go there as well and investigate that too.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the article is doing because I've thought about that too. They should have also probed that, but they said the Richard Daley College. They said maybe it doesn't exist anymore, or I don't know what it is. So anyway, for me, I don't. I'm just going by the
they just drop the dead donkey.
No, you can say that one man. You use that
dead
phrase, yeah. But we shall see how this all plays out because article has not really released anything yet. I'm still yet to see. It's only just all these papers that have been bought by.
Yeah, so we'll be waiting. But see, this is how I look at it from the onset.
That's what I say. All these people have been bought by Tinubu.
I mean, yeah, some of these people, like, I've seen the Nation too. The Nation is reporting almost similar thing as this. I just checked into the Nation a while ago. The same.
He owned the Nation now.
Huh?
Tinubu owned the Nation.
That's what I'm saying now. That's what I'm saying. That's the same thing they are reporting. So am I surprised? So yeah. So we shall see how
From the onset, rational mind, I've always thought, what is the Chicago State interest in protecting Tinubu and losing their reputation and being sued and being maimed out there in the public space? I mean, have you ever thought about it? Why would an institution? I mean, I said it before. If Tinubu had given them like billions of dollars in support as an alumni, well, that'd be a different thing. I don't think he ever did that. So what is the interest for going all the way to want to hide information or data for the public in the name of Tinubu? They as an institution, they are simply following the law. If the case were reversed, if it was you, rational mind, or myself, I think the same fair treatment would be administered. Quite frankly, you're not just going to divulge people's information because someone wants it. That's not the way it works. You know that, rational mind. You know that.
Okay, so then can I answer your question real quickly so that well, the thing is this. I know people's information should be protected, but when there's question about it and the legal means is employed, like in the case of this lawyer who subpoenaed the school and they released it to them because they found it subpoenaed. That's a legal document. So I can't just go like everybody other people like Reno Mokri, the idiot that went to there and he was talking crap on the line. They only gave him a letter. Even this other girl, Adiola, that also make an inquiry. A lot of them received a letter that confirmed that, yes, if it's this Tinubu you're asking, we have a Tinubu record. Yeah, we have a certain Tinubu that attended our school. Yes, they confirmed it. So they didn't give them any other thing more than that letter just proving that, yes, we have certain Tinubu that attended our college so year. But the point I'm trying to make is that I don't know how you're spinning it now. Nobody has ever said, go and ask them, release it. I can't just go there and ask them to release and give it to me. I have to go through the legal process. If there's any legal process that I could explore that will make me obtain whatever I need to obtain about him, why not? I'll do that. Like in the case of that Nigerian lawyer that did that through the subpoena. And that is what he's trying to do, to find out who this guy is. So to
that point, what I'm saying is that it's not unique. See, because Tinubu has access or money to hire lawyers to do that. You yourself or myself can do the same thing. We can try to prevent our result from being public.
Because we're not a party in this litigation. I think it's a party in the litigation here in Nigeria. Now that was why. Did you read the judgment?
No.
The argument was based that I need this information because I have a legal case in Nigeria in the Supreme Court and I need it. And they ruled on that, based on that. Another FOI was freedom of, what's it called? Whatever the judge, arrived at, they said they are releasing this for public interest or whatever. So, yeah. So the public good here is that back here in Nigeria, back in Nigeria, it is needed in Nigeria for a legal case, and then they have to release it. So the point is this: let's not go into all this nitty-gritty whatever about this whole thing. But the point is, I'm trying to make is that you and I will not get it if we have to apply for it because we're not a party in the litigation. So, but if Atiku is doing that, well, fine and good. So we just need to know, because he's a public figure, we need to dig into this guy and be sure of who he is. And if he does, why not? We'll rest.
But there you are, Rashomai. You're still not satisfied. Now you want to go to the other school now.
Don't paint me this way. I just said to you, if everything that's satisfactorily, I've seen that this whole thing was just some misunderstanding of some sort, I'll rest the case. Yeah.
No, you won't. You just said it earlier that you just mentioned one of the schools you went to that you were surprised that Tiku has not even gone after that school or tried to retrieve some information from there. You just said it earlier, a few minutes ago.
It's just that there's so many discrepancies around this guy.
Rashomai, you're not satisfied. You'll never be satisfied, which is okay, which is fine. You can still be in opposition.
Will you stop this?
The reason they need this.
I'm simply stating the fact, Rashomai.
The fact, whatever thing you're saying is not. There's no fact in it. There's no basis for that.
Yeah.
I'm an opposition. I have the right as an opposition to.
Well, see, I didn't mean it in a derogatory way when I said fake opposition, because a real opposition goes after real issues in order to serve the common. In order to serve the common interests of the people, not just frivolous things like what you guys are doing right now.
You don't want an impostor occupying Nassau. You want to know who this guy is.
You see, there you go. You still call him an imposter, really?
Sorry, can I chime in? Thank you, guys. According to you guys' argument, based on you guys' previous argument, you don't judge people on court of public opinion. Based on that, I don't think Atiku went to court to collect Tinubu certificate and make it on a court of public opinion. Like I said before, if Atiku collected this document and he's published it on his handle and we are getting this information, fine. All this information we are getting flowing from some newspaper is not on some major newspaper. It's just like speculation.
Well, what you just said, you don't cohere.
Let me land, please. Because what even Atiku is doing, you guys are saying this information we are talking about now, if actually Atiku got it and put it on public opinion, that will end this case in Supreme Court. You don't judge the case before the judge. So I don't get it where we are getting all this information from. From what I'm saying on the headline, the certificate has been released, but nobody are really going to in details of what on the certificate on the what they released to Atiku, because it's personal, it's private. People should understand this. They released to Atiku. They didn't release to the public. They released to Atiku and his team. So Atiku and his team will look through it, pick what they want, put in their case until we get to Supreme Court. Then we'll start hearing or knowing.
Peace. War peace.
Hold on, madam, please.
War
Hold on.
peace.
Madam, please now. Madam, not madam, please now. Madam, please hold on. Let me land. Please, let me land so you can know where I'm going to. I'm not judging both sides, but what I'm saying, there's too many rumors right now. I believe no, the two of the rumor is not true. It's just public opinion. That's what I said before. Some people are flying it. Some people are not saying it. Atiku have not said anything. That's his opinion. Yes, I know some opinion is on. I said it before. If it's really true, our social media will be on fire from obedience. And if it's really lie, our social media will be on fire from the Batify. So let's just wait and wait for. It's just 2 days, 3 days time. You will file it in the Supreme Court. Or is that just speculation of not true or true? That's what I've been saying. That's what I'm still saying. And for a common sense, we'll know that these things is not really true. Because public opinion does not count. It will work against Atiku.
What are you expecting to hear from Atiku? What are you expecting to hear?
That's what I'm saying. Atiku will not say, Baba Jericho, Atiku will not say anything until he gets to court. He cannot take all these things out.
Information is leaked all the time. Information is leaked all the time. So
No. It's not about information leak all the time. Atiku cannot say this on air right now. Yes, madam.
Hold on. Just wait 1 second. Wait, sit as well.
What piece? He's not filing anything
hold
in
on.
Supreme Court.
You know, the information that was released to Atiku will be released to Tinubu's lawyers as well.
Yes, but Tinubu's lawyers have not released anything yet. I'm not saying anything.
We are seeing everything on the screen now. Are we not? The whole of the media spaces are watched with all of this information now.
Yeah, madam, go come in.
You mean you want them to hold a press conference? What are you saying?
Let me tell you
hold on, please.
Let me tell you something. What Atiku was asking from Chicago State University, that he went to court in the United States to ask for, was in the public domain. You know that? It was not a secret what he was asking for.
No, madam, that is wrong. The one was in public domain was the one that you didn't put there, so nobody even believed it. So
I said,
nobody will.
let me get my question, my submission first.
Okay.
I said Atiku's case in the United States is in public domain for people who wants to see it.
Yeah, true.
That you don't see it doesn't mean it is not public. When I mean public, it's not that it was put on in the internet and say everybody see you. When an information is in the hands of more than 10 people, it's more than a public. That is one. 2, for people who are privy to see what Atiku is asking for, maybe his lawyers did not direct him well. Those things, for those people who are students of CSU, have seen that before. So I don't actually know what he was seeking for, but they said he was seeking for female, or he wanted the certificate so that he will see whether he can find anything in it. That is one. Number 2, let me tell you this. This Tinubu has a rigid, there is something about him that is not known, is rigid here, something is hiding, there is something crooked about him. When you look at that statement that is all over the social media that the headless mobs are carrying, you will find out that that propaganda, how we call it, is based on the altercation he had with, what's that lawyer then that said there is something wrong?
I think it was.
Thank you. And then he pushed it, and Obasanjo, who was never a fan of Tinubu, went further to ask for some information. That being said, from what I know, not what the lawyers are talking about or what people are putting out or whatever they have given to Atiku, from what I know, I can confidently say that Atiku is basing his quest on stories in the social media. That's what he's basing his question. And again, let me say this, just as Obeni said, the judiciary do not go about looking for information to put their case. That's why they say this before us is what you bring into the court. That's what they base their judgment in. And from what we are seeing, I am sure what article brought into the court was not enough. So this question of they have given article something, we should wait. Are you doing what do they call it? Panic control. We will arrive in the next 3 days. I'm coming after you, War Peace. I don't know why you're saying this thing you're saying.
Madam, so now you...
Wait, let me finish. Now I allow you. I'm just trying to do this, please. You know, there are people I pick to talk with on this platform. I have special people I speak to, and you're one of them. There are people that will talk in this platform from morning till night. I will not answer them. So I don't know why you're saying it is in the public domain. Wait, we will hear. Wait, we will hear. Wait, we will not hear. If you notice, I have said it in this platform. Tinubu does not, he has not put in place a chaotic headless mob like the mob I have. If he put out that headless, even already, I don't even know why you're saying Tinubu's people are not celebrating. I don't know if you are in the social media this evening. If you enter social media this evening, you will hear hair wire. Try it. So I don't know where you got that Tinubu's people are not celebrating. But it is what it is. It's one submission. But please stop this panic control. Please, we are heading to Delhi. Tinubu will prove himself in Delhi. Because he has proven himself in CSU. He's going to prove himself in Delhi. So the struggle continues. But don't put this panic control in Delhi on. It's all over. We are heading to in CSU. It's all over. We are heading to Delhi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, madam.
All right, back to you,
Sorry, let me just say this. Praise that is sorry. Madam Zita, if you maybe don't get my stand is neutral. I'm not here to say what Atiku got is right or what Tinubu did not get is not right. What I'm just saying, the way the both sides are pushing it is not connecting. So let everybody relax and stop this propaganda. That's what I'm just saying. Because people.
What propaganda? What propaganda?
Hold on. People, in among people are. Not only one person can get information on the internet. If too many information is in the internet these days, you don't know what is true. But what I'm saying is this: whatever is out there is out there. If it is true, we'll find out in a few days. If it's not true, we find out. That's what I've just said. I'm not supporting anybody. I'm not against anybody. Thank you.
God peace. Now you are saying we should wait and hear from Atiku. When the court ordered that the school should release the result, is it from Atiku we had it? Did you hear that ruling by the court? Is it from
we
Atiku
had it in the news in this?
It's in the news as one man brought it to us.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, same thing. Thank you, Elijah. Good question. When the court said they should release the certificate to Atiku, we heard it from the news.
Yes.
You understand? And what I'm saying that whatever they are released to Atiku right now is from the court proceeding is private, privy for Atiku's lawyer, not for public people to see. So whatever.
What are you even talking about?
What are you saying?
No.
So
Listen.
Lawyer cannot.
Hold on. Listen. Hear what I'm saying. Hold on, please. Let me make the point clear. If I go to court to seek for your to get your driving license, I want to use it because I had an accident with you. I want to file in a court case, my court case, at where court proceeding is going. When I get it, I'll file it to that court, right? It's not for me to take it. It's not for people that is not involved in the case.
to have that
All right.
information. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. One piece. Hold on. Let me ask you one quick question. Give a very brief answer to it, and then we move on because we've been around this space just too long. When they release those documents, do you think they will release it only to Atiku's lawyers, or do you think they will release it to Tinubu's lawyers too?
Both of them will have it.
Right.
And Tinubu is Atiku's claim that he's taking it to court in Nigeria, not because the tribunal.
So then, if they, all right, let's just move on.
Hey, can I speak to that real quick before?
No, I want to move on from there, but
I
make it
just
brief
want
and
to
then we
set
move on.
it.
Yeah.
Let me set the record straight for.
Yeah.
Okay, set it straight. I'm going
You see, what piece?
Baba from Ekiti.
What piece? I understand your point, but the thing is this: there's nothing hidden. As I'm talking to you right now, by the virtue of what I do for a living, I can pull anybody.
FBI.
No, wait a minute. There's some.
Oh God,
FBI.
Wait a minute.
CIA.
Wait a second. When it comes to district court, even the federal court, there are some people that have privileges that have access to any court document. Now, it is possible for those people that also have that privilege to leak those documents. Yes. And I give you an example. Whenever there's a case involved, a domestic violence, and a minor is involved, or a rape cases, the documents, the court documents are considered to be private. Now, for you to have access to those documents that contains the information of the minors involved, you have to have that privilege. Now, for someone who has that privilege can easily log into the district court and pull those documents and leak it out without even the court knowing who leaked or who doesn't leak it. So it is possible for this information that is circulating on the internet to have been leaked in such a way. So, and it is not that it's not something that is shrouded in secrecy. In the moment a document is made available and is available in those platforms, anyone that have those privileges can release it. So to saying that it's not this, is not that. To me, let's just set the record straight. Anyone that has such privilege can leak it, especially when we have obedience unarticulated or ratified in everywhere across the globe or even United States. So it is easy, and I will not be surprised if the school is presenting the same document that has been circulated on the internet.
All right, brilliant.
10 seconds, please.
Yeah,
if Jalico doesn't mind, could you bring a rational mind back into the ring so I can give him the last punch, knock him out, so we can be done with it?
Don't worry, you get the chance to you get the chance to knock him out. In fact, not only knock him out, you give him a good flogging. Because I'm going to hand over to Rational Mind in a moment. But before I hand over to Rational Mind, Ajalekoko round off his space. I want to hear a few words from Enigmatic because I'm only really wanting to hear from Enigmatic because this is really his space. All this narrative because it's been building up to this moment. So, but before all that, let me just say this to what Wolf is saying. You see, as soon as that Chicago State University releases those documents, less than 5 minutes, it will be in the public domain. If the content of the documents favor the article narrative, they will release it, they will leak it to the public space in order to enhance their strength or their narrative. Whether the Supreme Court will get it, of course, but they will release it to continue to pile on the pressure on Tinubu. They will leak it if they find what they were looking for. If they don't find what they are looking for, the Tinubu space will release it within 5 minutes to the public space. They will leak it in order just to land that final punch that So I mean, I thought we all knew all these things, but Adale Koko, back to you.
Yeah. So Atiku has not, like I said, it's a win-win. It's a win-win situation. Tinubu, now the record is straight. Everybody can see it. There's no magomago in the certificate. And Article 1 and all the hidden, all the rumor about his certificate, Article has been able to unravel it. I believe he has spent some thousands of dollars to achieve it, not only for himself, but for Nigerian people. So 2027, Tinubu is cleared. There's not going to be any more of this kind of shenanigan question on his certificate anymore. Is done and dusted. So 50-50 good news for Nigerian people, and we can move on from there. So on the issue of Obi,
yes, the Obi interview.
Yeah, Obi interview. I think I will not describe it as I won't describe it as
Car Crash TV. You won't describe it as Car Crash TV.
No, look. I think it did good.
You think so? Are you
Yeah.
trying to be generous and polite? You think
Look,
it did good?
I think it
It's
did
a Java Java. That's what it is. It's a Java
look,
Java.
look, he did good. He was able to tell us what he would have done different. Some of us, particularly the Batifier, doesn't listen to him with a open mind, and that's why they thought that what he said, or some of what he said, doesn't make sense. Look, he said that on the issue of the economy, or how he would have handled the naira issue, he said he would have borrowed so that we can have enough forex in the reserve, and he would have pegged the exchange rate to like 600 plus, around that 600, 650. He wouldn't let it devalued to what we have today, like $1,000. He said we'll have make it, around 600. He will have pegged it, just as the way we see that the military used to do back in the days. He wouldn't have let it an open market, and because according to him, Naira doesn't have anything to back it up. It doesn't have no productivity to support it that can defend the exchange rate. And the dollar value is so strong now. Other international currency are very, very strong against the dollar, and they can continue to bash our naira down, and he won't let that happen. That is what he said. But if we look at it on the other side, that even if we peg it, if he is the president, if Obi is our president today, and he had pegged it, that will tell the operator of the black market, that will give them the clear picture of what the exchange rate is, because it's going to look fixed, according to him, between 600 650, and they can easily fix their own black market rate against it because the the um, the bank rate is fixed, so they can trade in their own as well against it, as long as you know they they can easily, the black market can easily operate as well. So, but I would have liked to hear from Obi that look, I will fix it and I will declare black market illegal. If he has said so, then I will know that that policy will have been a very good policy for us. You can't allow this economic saboteur, the black market, to continue to operate, and you say you fix the exchange rate. It's good to fix it, to say it's going to borrow money to pay for that, so as to, for a short time, to stabilize it while they concentrate on, you know, um, um, production efforts for our economy, you know, for export. If we use that money that they borrow to put into production effort, and we can export to make more money. That is what he was saying. But when you are doing that and you allow black market to continue to operate, they could destroy your effort. So, but he didn't say that he will declare black market illegal and go after them. So that is the only problem that I see in his the policy he said will have he will have introduced if he is the president today. So that one is said it very clear. I think I don't totally disagree with him, you know. So I don't totally disagree with him. But what I disagree with is what he said when president was doing all these things. He had not set up, he has not constituted his team. I think that is not true. The president already have a shadow cabinet team by then who are working with him, even though he has not nominated his minister. He haven't had his minister in place yet, but the shadow cabinet were already in place. And some of us here were even saying some of these people that he nominated in his shadow cabinet will surely be will be nominated for ministerial appointment. We were saying it back then, Omar, if you remember. So he answered some question well. Some he struggled when he was trying to mention.
When he was trying to read the script, yes.
Yeah, he struggled. I think he had something that he was trying to read, and sometimes you want to equip yourself with some information that you can dish out during interview, because according to him, he said he has been traveling for over 24 hours before coming to the studio. I think even Abati and the rest of them said they have been seeing him in Bangladesh, Pakistani, and all these places
Is
where
it
he
the
has.
most that he must grant interview?
I,
Who sent them?
so I think he came with some information to guide him. So nothing wrong with that, as far as I'm concerned. We know sometimes it is not easy. We can struggle with figure. So he had some figure with him that he can read out, and that was what he was trying to do when he was looking down, not knowing that somebody like one man and Kulata will come and make mockery of him here tonight. So maybe rational mind will go and tell him not to do that next time. Rational man, go and tell your mentor.
I think this is the final chapter of the Peter Obi storyline.
Well, Peter Obi, well, you can see he conducted himself very well. It was not too, it was not anti-Tinubu so much, but he was just saying what he would have done different. He wasn't chanting. He even called him the president.
Yes, I heard that. I heard that. I picked that.
Yeah, the president. So that, I think he did good right there. I thought he would be acting like some people that we said, "Oh, it's not my president," or "Is you see some of his supporters saying, what do they call him? They say president select or something like that." Obi did not say that. He said the president should have done this. The president should have done this. So I think he is acting right, is acting maturely, is handling the situation even better than Atiku, that is going to Chicago, spending thousands of dollars pursuing certificate. I think Obi has handled it better. He concentrated his concentrating his effort on the court matter, and in accordance to the law, what Atiku is doing is just show that Atiku is a very, very dangerous politician. Very, very dangerous. I would not do that to my friend, even though I have information that, oh, he have something. I would not do that to a long-time friend. Sometimes friendship should supersede any other thing. So Atiku didn't do. Is a very desperate and very, very dangerous politician. That is what he did in pursuing that, going after. So he want to get the certificate by all means, because they have been friends. Tinubu have been good to you. Tinubu offer you certificate. I mean, platform for you. They supported you when what do you call this guy? Obasanjo was trying to destroy him politically. It was Tinubu and them from the West that were backing him. Even the Baba Yadebanjo, all of them was standing firm against Atiku, going to court that what do you call it? Obasanjo cannot rubbish him like that. He's a vice president, it's a joint ticket, and all this. But Obasanjo succeeded in even kicking him out of office before the end of their term. So, but here we are today. Dangerous politician will act in a very dangerous way. Atiku is a dangerous politician. Wike and all of them have been saying all this thing about this guy. He's not a good guy. He's dangerous. Is you know, he can do anything to in pursuance of his ambition. So, and that is what he has done this time around. So, but you know, Obi is handling the situation very well. He doesn't talk too much. He's the supporter that were there chanting "Heaven must fall," but Obi is calling my president the president. So the fact that Obi is calling Tinubu the president, it shows.
Sorry, let Ajanle Koko land, please.
It shows that he's matured. We should, you know, see him as a man. I even think I'm seeing one thing that Obi will do when, if the Supreme Court found Tinubu as the president of Nigeria, I believe Obi will go on the air to make some good statement, to talk to his supporter that, look, Nigeria is bigger than us, and we should, you know, work together and forge ahead in the interest of Nigeria. That is what I'm expecting. I'm suspecting that Obi will do. I don't see that with Atiku. Atiku will not do that. But Obi, being a gentleman, and the way he spoke today, calling Tinubu the president, tells me that he will handle the station well after the Supreme Court. So, one man, Obi did good as far as I'm concerned today. Kudos to him. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from. Sorry, Dewale actually have that interjection, and then we hear from Rational Mind. No, not Rational Mind. We hear from our Enigmatic next, and then I'll hand over to Rational Mind. Dewale, you wanted to say? Sorry, Dewale.
Am I just here to make interjections or to make my own submission?
You make your own. You now Kumi has been here for the last
I've been reduced to interjector lately. Every time I come on the it's just I don't know.
Should I move you ahead of everybody else that's been here for hours?
I'd rather you move it to the next person because I'm not here to.
I support your motion. I support your motion. I support your motion.
No, I'm not much anyway. Anytime I go to any panel, I just want to speak immediately and leave.
I support your motion. It's obvious. One man is racist to us. Me, Ademale, World Peace, and few others. One man just not to interjector. We cannot give submission anymore on this platform. But we are okay. We are shareholders.
We're stylishly trying to okay, come in, take your few minutes of your fame and just go and kill down.
Stop this big grammar. Yeah. We don't want big grammar on this platform. I beg, stop it. I don't want
it. Can sit on the show because the one accusing people of speaking too much of grammar. Is it still on the show? Let me yield the floor for somebody else because I'm gonna come back and have my own time as well.
All right, brilliant.
I'm coming back.
All right, let's hear from Enigmatic, who has been unusually quiet. Enigmatic, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, one man.
All right, brilliant. Yes, the article space, of course, you've been building up to this for quite a few months now. There is nowhere else to go, is there? Let me show you something actually, Enigmatic. I'm sure you've seen it already. It was actually Baba that sent this in. Even to the last detail. So now, if you look at this yellow thing here, you can barely make it out, but it says, "Dear Mr. Tinubu, I am pleased to inform you that you have been accepted as something," and then I can't really, as a student at Chicago State University. So it's not a female, it's not whatever. It was a first-class student at that institution, graduated with distinction at the president of the accounting society in that institution, as verified by his classmates and the institution that he went to. So Enigmatic, game over.
Well, first, what I would just say is, come about àwọn olórí burúkú rìn. So for people who
want to gbé dé. Enigmatic today.
Yeah, may we never align with unfortunate individuals, And this is a article. I understand article's pain. Article is hot. For you to see somebody who you consider maybe lower to you or a boy, just what you've wanted all over for the best part of your life, almost 30 years, at least through a lot of people's adult life. Atiku has been running to be president, and this guy just came from nowhere, regardless of the coordinated effort, coordinated obstacles, encumbrances from his own political party, from his own allies. If you know how, what's his name? The previous Senate President, Ahmed Lawal, if you know how close he was to Tinubu, you understand that it was Tinubu's men that they really used for against him at the point. And it was a clear evidence from what we've actually said all over this period. Adamu, the former chairman of APC, came to say something maybe today or yesterday that he had no regret supporting a northern candidate. And whoever believes that it was just a decision of Adamu is stupid and does not know politics. He may said it wouldn't just make any sense for an Adamu to wake up on a day and then declare that Lawan is the president if he had no people behind him. So that says it all. Buhari was never ready to work for. He had an ulterior motive. Tinubu pulled everything. The Southwest never wanted him, but because of Tinubu, a lot of people from the North, IBB, Danjuma, OBJ, the military folks, they don't want Buhari. They called Tinubu. They told him, "We'll support you with any other person from the North, but not Buhari." But he stuck to his gun. But Buhari never wanted him to replace him. He broke their deal. And his cabal was actually, they were so fervent against him. So sometimes, you will see the hand of God in certain things that happens in human life. Tell me what they didn't do to stop him. You want to talk about Atiku's angle, who was actually supported by people from Aso Rock, from the cabal. Aso Rock, they had their two candidates, Lawal and Atiku. Either of them, they know at least one of them should be able to be the president. Not Tinubu was never in the picture. And then Oshibanjo became a willing tool that because of his own infertile understanding of politics, they just use his head, quote unquote, within the Nigeria balance. So being the president today, and then when you talk about the Obi's part to the Christians vehemently and viciously worked tirelessly, even in the Southwest, all over the country, and the tribe and everything. And then when it was clear that every effort to stop this guy proved abortive, they went to their final game plan, the Naira policy and the fuel policy in the thick of the election, the height of the election. It's never happened anywhere in the world where an incumbent government is vehemently fighting against its own candidate down to the last week of an election. So if people are still fighting that kind of a person and they don't see the hand of, let me say, God in his life, people may say they may really hate him for what they don't understand. Because even when you ask people, why do you hate this man? And average people will not, a lot of them wouldn't even know why they hate him. They hate him by association. I hate him because my friend hates him. Or I hate him because somebody told me to hate him. Why do you actually hate him? So has he actually interfered in even your regional politics, your state politics? Does he have a bone in anything you do in your region? But you just hate him. But God works in a mysterious way. The more you show vicious hatred for people sometimes, God bless those people, the more. He had no reason to be president if we were to be his power. But that's just it. So what I would say, my own profound contemplation of what just happened is, I've been thinking about so many things. Atiku Abubakar and Tinubu, they were ex-wife comrades in both the realm of politics and business and even family. They had shared a seemingly unbreakable bond. But beneath that veneer of camaraderie between the two of them lays a nuanced dynamism on the part of Atiku, probably who has harbored this belief that he has had intimate knowledge of Tinubu's innermost lifestyle or secrets. He leveraged that, he readied himself to employ that this presumed advantage as a potent weapon against Tinubu, his ex-wife comrade, who becomes a political ally and then becomes his, of course, political rival. But as fate will have it, unexpectedly, to Tinubu, he was doing his own dealing as a true friend, but with the mindset and the possession of a shrewd acumen. He maybe at a point he had artfully, concealed the most critical facet of his life's stratagems, so which actually gave him an edge now over Atiku's, efforts to maneuver him and thought is calculated withholding of this pivotal information, which actually makes him have this effort in futility eventually. So what am I saying in essence? This lesson is to me, I'm seeing it as the art of self-preservation and strategic astuteness that all of us should look into and look inwards. And it underscores the wisdom of, selectively revealing, just only fragments of one's self, even to the most loyal of your friends, permitting others to navigate the intricate labyrinth of perception while safeguarding the core essence of who you are. So in the intricate, levers of life that we live, especially these days, it becomes so evident that withholding, the entirety of one's narrative can yield strategic advantages in certain, situation, compelling few individuals who you don't even know probably they want good for you, or probably, within the veneer of jealous, grapple with the enigmatic fragments they encounter, thereby preserving the elements of that surprise on unpredictability. That's what actually saved Tinubu in this encounter with Atiku. Atiku went for Tinubu's jugular. Finally, he wanted to kill him politically. His aim was to
probably even physically as well, because if he had succeeded, I cannot see Tinubu living through it.
So it's quite funny how friends turn foes, and then it just like a lesson to everybody to be careful. Politics, we may laugh about it that this is politics between Atiku and Tinubu, but people who really know Tinubu well, they are really disappointed, not because of the politics of it, but because of the manner and the manner and the extent of Atiku's treachery against Tinubu. Atiku has been a serial treacherous human being. He's a serial betrayer. But the extent, they've been friends for over 30 years, almost 40 years, and then they've had a lot of it's just I'm just it's a lesson to everybody. I mean, if people are listening now, they should listen carefully and they should be careful. Atiku, we understand that this is probably the most painful electoral loss of all his presidential attempts. Probably this is probably the most touching electoral misfortune he has suffered so far. He can't take it. He doesn't know how to cope with it. That person that you never believe could even shine your shoe politically now beats you to the game. And was it Azan or Ribadu that came over here who said he was PDP, and how he was so disappointed at the articles, juvenile calculation towards the election. People who are high up there, the political, quote unquote, the political Irokos of the North, they can't believe Atiku will be so juvenile with his calculation this time around. If Atiku had the clearest chance or the clearest chance in his life to be Nigeria's president, it was this last election. So I know within the purviews of Atiku is thinking about it, and he can't shape the idea of his miscalculation. But he made the biggest mistake of his life, that he's actually running he's running with one of the most when we say strategy, when people say Tinubu is a strategist, they want to people are being cavalier to say that, or probably being so let me say superstitious about it. But it's a fact. It was because of that strategy that this guy is still able to be even the cause of conversation as we speak now. It's quite unfortunate that what has become of Atiku. Personally, I love Atiku a lot. Is somebody that I consider to, whatever Obi and Obedience are doing is expected because they are, political Lilliputians, and then they are baby politics. And they are baby politicians, and they are new into this game. But Atiku, a political Iroko, supposedly a political, veteran, he should know better than this kind of game. There are certain games you don't play. He went too far, and this is just a betrayal of an indefinite betrayal of friendship. People who are close to Tinubu, and woman, this is a classified info that they said Tinubu cannot shave off the betrayal. He felt so bad because people from the north even reached out to him. Behind the scene, it's not just about the facade of the Chicago stuff, the identity stuff, or whatever. So it means you can even kill me if you have the opportunity because of politics. That is the interpretation of people behind the scene looking at this, the way they see it. So I wish Atiku well. It's an elder statesman. I pray for him to the rest of his sojourn in life. He lives peacefully. He lives to understand that he has done his best within the political firmament of Nigeria, and he should leave graciously the stage for the younger generation of PDP or in PDP or wherever political party he wants to belong to. And I wish that people will see the hand of God in what we do sometimes. If it weren't for God, if it wasn't for God, Tinubu wouldn't be here. He has been the man that has been maligned, character assassination. He is the most. If Tinubu were probably my dad, I don't know how I would live every day because of the humiliation this man suffers on a daily basis. But he lives through it. He lives through it. He was a governor. He was this. He was that. Now he's a president. If people can still know, I'm talking as a believer and as a Muslim now. If people do not still see the hand of God in his life, then people do not really understand the doctrine of religion. He may not be the best. He may be the person that everybody condemns. He may be the worst in everybody's eyes. But if God says this is the doing of my eyes, nobody can stop it. I've never seen it where the government is working against you. Your party is working against you. The president you worked for worked against you. It's very powerful, most powerful cabal work against you. Even the CBN governor of the cabal, at a point, they threw him into the race. So I just wish people can see this as a big lesson in their lives, right? As for Obi, I appreciate the fact that he I've chosen not to criticize him any longer. Politics is gone. He has done his best. But I can say that to his region, he has not been fair to his political. I'll keep saying it. He has not been fair to his political brothers from that region. He's been selfish with his politics. He's been selfish with his game. But I wish him the best in his political future, and I wish whatever he feels for himself to be coming back, because I don't see anything going forward for him. He is probably going to replace Atiku.
No, this is the last window for Obi. I think today marks the end of the Obi narrative. I can't see anything else. They'll just are they still going? They'll go back to singing Agbado, isn't it? Is that not where they will have to go?
It's still the people. There's a level that we just have to eschew bitterness, and then sheath our sword, right? And then just leave things for and to God. It's only God who is the most who is all knowing and all understanding. It's been a very tough 2023 already. Nigeria is going through a lot. A lot is happening behind the scene, the CBN, and a lot of stuff. So we can only look up to God to help all these guys. Obi is now a political leader, either he likes it or not, within the political space, and he needs to be guided. He shouldn't encapsulate himself into the cocoons of the obedience. He should expand his views. He should, reach out. He should start reaching out now. He should do that now. The Soludos, the Dave Umai, they are trying to do that. But people from that region, they are not still understanding the world view of politics, the politics of expansionism. They don't understand it. They are still kind of blindfolded by those, pedestrian politics. Obi should tap out of that, cocoon fast, and be very relevant nationally. And I wish him the best, and Atiku too. But once again, this CSU matter, like Baba just said it, at least, is a foreclosure to people who can reasonably appreciate the hand of God. God has used Atiku to actually lay this matter to rest. But people still want to push their narratives. It's still within the purviews of their opinions. I respect that. But they should be careful. Teba bayon jatititi tolong gbeja eniyen. Àfi kí wọ́n fẹ́, àfi tó bá fẹ́ kàn àbùkù, tó bá ṣe ń bá ru ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀ jà. That is Tinubu for you, and I'll leave it at that.
All right, excellently put. So gentlemen and lady, I'm going to bail out now for reasons of sleep. I'm barely able to keep my eyes open. So let me bail out to hand over to Rational Mind. But on the way out, of course, acknowledging. And when I start the acknowledgement, I always mention the name Ayo, only because it's the official sponsor of this platform. I think we are all clear on that. So Ayo does as it always does. Not once, not twice, 3 times a lady, but Ayo being a gentleman is 4 times and 5. So that's Ayo there, rattling it off, making sure the lights are switched on the one-man platform. And then there's Kulata there chiming in. When Kulata is not on the screen, as you know, he conversates via Super Chat, and he does that in this instance as well. Alexander Gomez, CEO. Timajek, he comes in with a commentary via Super Chat. And then, of course, James Bond does a 007 with a hefty one right there. That's Ike Ogeame, the man in the bow tie. So that's Ike Ogeame, who purports to be an Edo Prince. Fort comes in with a Super Chat right there. And, of course, Prince Daddy. He always gets a mention, and he does. So that space still open. Anybody can still chime in on that space. Let me find Rational Mind acknowledge. Rational Mind.
I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So I hand over to you. So this will be your own intro.
Who is your daddy, and what does he do?
What did you just play now? What did you just say?
Who is your daddy, and what does he do?
Wow, I'm still here. I mean, it sounds too low for me. It's okay, one man. Thanks. Anyway, yeah. So I think we have
Right, rational mind in control. Deal with the batifier if they fumble.
No, I wouldn't. I would not. I'm a very fair person. When it comes to when I host, I try to be moderate.
What makes you fair?
Say what?
What makes you fair?
I'm fair. I mean, nobody can ever accuse me of being one sided.
You dominate the discussion yourself. 50% of the discussion you dominate.
Today?
When you are moderating, 50% you dominate.
No, I don't do that. I mean, it's not true. It's not true.
I will be the timekeeper for you today.
You are the field marshal.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, I don't know. What do you want to talk about? Our CIA and
me?
FBI put together intelligence officer.
For anyone listening to Rational Mind calling me FBI, I am not FBI.
No problem. Now that's what I'll be calling you because you are a forensic analyst here.
I'm just ordinary concerned Nigerian trying to rationalize.
We know we word you with profile you. We know who you are. So anyway, go on. So what do you want to talk about?
Agbado ewa lanta o.
No, ni. Adalu ewa abi. Adalu ewa.
Ebe ni o, agbado ewa.
All right, then. What do you want to talk about?
You see, when you see that, the first day I heard that song, I was rolling on the floor. You know, I'm glad that we are at this stage in Nigerian politics that there's a lot of, I know there are a lot of misinformation, but at the same time, there are a lot of awareness. If there's one lesson that I learned during 2015, I believe that's when Trump became president, unfortunately in America. I was heartbroken at first, but I lived through it the following day and I realized, wait a minute, it's not as bad as people painted it that. Even though people are emotionally invested and, wishing that, even people actually, bet, financially on who will win the elections and all that. Well, I haven't gotten to that stage yet. But I realized that no matter who we support or whatever idea we lean towards, politics sometimes depends on those people that are actually the main actor. The spectators are just spectators, and we should not kill ourselves, because of this. Because we don't even live with these people. We don't know what kind of human being they are. It's only the one that they depict in the public that we see and we analyze and we run with it. But let me speak to the issue at hand concerning the CSU certificate issue and all that. At this time, there's no point sitting on the fence. I've listened to the likes of Babajale Kuku and others on the other side. This is Atiku thinking that he can exploit or explore every avenue to take his good political friend down. We knew that what he was going after was a wrong move. As a matter of fact, I'm not a lawyer, but I know for a fact the district court in Illinois should not have allowed Atiku to dig into his record. Why do I say this? The subject matter actually took place in Nigeria, and somebody approached the court in America and said, look, the finding from this will depends on my political victory. Please kindly help me to obtain this document from this institution. And we knew that there's also a law put in place to protect the students and its record called Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act of 1974. And it's been updated and all this while. But the district court in Illinois decided to push that aside and granted the petitioner the request, knowing fully well that this law was actually being put in place. This is not a criminal matter, number one, which would have formed the exception to this law. So they put it aside and granted them that pleading, which is fine. But going by what is now surfaced online, we could see that even the response from the respondent, the institution shows that everything that being said online concerning this man was false. I myself, I did my MBA in this country. I don't remember having a logo on in the front of my diploma. And I bet you today, if I approach that same school, which I've done like almost 10 years ago now, and I said, look, I need a copy of my diploma, I will pay and probably will give me something different. If we can all see the logo on the diploma itself and the document emanating from that institution, they've changed their logo several times. It's not the same logo that was being used in that same year. Now the school now responded by saying,
Dewale, let me quickly add something before you are still talking. You know, one thing I discovered about diploma in the US is this: once you graduate, you get a copy. You can still go online to the company that printed that diploma on behalf of the school. You can order that diploma in different form, framed, glazed,
absolutely,
or canvas.
Even enlarged, because if you go to
Enlarged,
the doctor's
exactly.
office, you will see those enlarged copy of the diploma.
Where in North America did you have to go and ask a company that printed it? Is the company that printed it, are they the issuing authority?
It depends on the schools, because some schools sign agreement with some of these
I don't know. I'm not privy to that because
even
my records,
up to the
all my
gown,
records here,
the
all my
graduation
records,
gown. Yeah,
all my records here. Listen, if you want to get, if you've lost anything on your institution where you college or university you attend,
So
you can request for it. So you pay the fee. It could be like $10, $25 or whatever dollar they're asking you. So why would you want to go to a Pinterest or whatever to get obtain it?
yeah,
So
but
site
see,
I know.
Rational Mind.
Sorry, Diwali. If Rational Mind is addressing me, you said, why do I want to go to the print press?
Yeah, why would you want to do that if you can go to the school and get it?
Because it's allowed.
How is it allowed? Where?
It depends on the school that you go
through
to.
my school.
If your
Through my
school
school
has an
portal.
agreement with those printing, yes, you can do that. When I was graduation, my graduation gown was through
A third party.
a third party
You can
company.
even show your graduation
I
gown on your own.
I paid through the school, and eventually some people have to contact that vendor themselves to order those. The transcript is actually what authenticates your presence in that school.
Yeah, I will get that one
Nothing
through a
more, nothing less.
clearing.
And
You
that
get
is
it
why
through a
when they give you your transcript, they will tell you, they give you two copies. One you will not open, the other one you will open. The one you will not open is the one you will submit to any prospective school you want to go or you want to attend. I remember very well they gave me two copies. One, if I want to pursue academic. I already have everything even been put in place to pursue doctorate, but I decided to put it aside. And the one that I'm using to look for a job or whatever, it is as easy as that in America. But you see, when you have somebody who
Anyway, just for $8, so that's a transcript to $8. Very easy.
when you
And
have
under 3 minutes.
if you
done.
look at the response from the institution, they said even though they could not find the one that was issued to Tinubu in that same year, they found one that are similar to the one that they presented. That means they've authenticated that the one that they submitted at the foreign land, which is the one that they gave to INEC. All this thing will be released to Atiku. It's already unfortunate that we have to go through all this level. You see, Atiku went by the noise in the market, trying to conduct expedition where nothing was lost. When you listen to the voice of the market, you get lost. It's unfortunate that somebody in the caliber of Atiku is the one doing this. If you go on X, yes.
I was gonna say, of course. I mean, they were trying to mock Bajabi Amila today, right? Which rightfully so, that you guys get your information on
Oh,
how
they
to go
did.
about.
They did on Sleep TV. They did.
Yeah, so which is fine, justifiable. So, but what does that tell on Atiku's lawyer? And given that Atiku, just like you say, is an experienced politician, this is the unifier, get all the experience. Isn't it up to the lawyers to know what to pursue? I mean, isn't that why I mean, they getting paid for?
You'll be surprised. More lawyers. I'm not a lawyer, but lawyers are not. I don't think they're obligated to hold you to a moral standard. Their own job is to defend you and get their own money paid into their account and walk away. That is it. Except even if a lawyer has an interest, I don't think it will be reasonable for that lawyer to represent you. If a lawyer has an interest in your case or is a defending or whatever it is. So a lawyer is to see, okay, we can explore this,
Sorry,
pay
Oga
me.
Adewale.
Yes, sir.
What did you guys say that happened to Gbajamiela?
The Sleep TV was mocking him based on his response to the correction on the federal government salary increment and all that. He uses a phrase that's something similar
Oh, okay.
to going by
Oh, okay.
something on the social media or whatever, that the government reversed itself and they're going to be paying this amount and stuff. They were mocking him, but that's okay.
Okay, okay.
Sometimes
All right.
public policies, public opinion shape public policies. Sometimes there's no clear cut policy. You make amend and you adjust and you move on. Uh, well, he uses that phrase and the mocked him, which, to me, it's not big deal. Anybody can correct itself. But what this administration has not done is to say we are going to put our foot down and shove every policies down the throat of every Nigerian. There's no clear cut. They are trying to see if there's a way uh, they can eliminate or cushion the effect of the hardship that is on ground. But in the long run, there will be a clear-cut directive way forward on how things will be done so that we won't be going back to this uh, uh, shock absorber method that they apply. And to me, I won't blame them because people expect them to have a magic one, bring one policy out that will take care of everything. Sometimes you have people that have interest, and you have to take care of all of those sectors. So I digress a little bit. So going back to the CSU, the court shouldn't have compelled the institution to release because what they are doing now is to set a precedent. Anyone, whether locally or from foreign entity, could decide that tomorrow to continue or embark on this kind of expedition. And the school itself has a reputation to protect, and they don't want to be open to liability like this because every single person that have interest will start exploiting this same avenue by making sure that they subject an institution. And we all know once something like this, or like an institution like this, is being exposed, it becomes a big deal, and they will try as much as possible to limit what for that not to happen in the future. But that aside, I also believe, going by the little idea of criminal justice that I know and the judiciary system that I know in America, look, there's no way you won't find corruption. We've seen judges that, after the case had been adjudicated and the defendant felt that he has not been duly his right has not been duly observed, decided to take the case to the court, and then it unraveled that the presiding judge was actually has interest, and the case was now declared mistrial and it start all over again. So why do I say this? We are human beings. The district court decided to put it upon herself to uphold the decision of the lower court, which the lower court shouldn't have even, go into in the first place. But that has been done, it has been done. Now, like Yoruba would say, who is been put to shame? Somebody, the Bangladesh people said Atiku win, Tinubu win. No, Atiku did not win because his motive was to establish and to authenticate that certificate that he presented to INEC to show that Never a time that institution issues such certificate to any student of that school.
Adewale,
That was
as
the motive.
Adewale, sorry to, you see, when you people speak the way you people speak, I doubt what is happening to
No,
us.
debunk what I just said now. Isn't that what he went for?
Okay, good. Okay, I will let you. Let me just make this.
That was what he went for. He
No,
wanted
you
to.
can say it's a fishing
No, no, no,
expedition.
no, 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 no. If
Well,
you
let
look
let
at
me let me
how
speak
he
now.
affected, how it affected his case.
I want
You
to interject you first.
okay? Go ahead. Let
Wrap
me
it up
give you
together.
this one.
So,
Go ahead.
yeah. So, if you as working in law enforcement or me, and I figured out that a friend of mine is has broken the law, or there's just a suspicion of that, would I say because as a police officer, if I well maybe I won't take over I won't take that case off because that'll be a conflict of interest. It's my own family member or friend. Possibly I would just abdicate myself from that, recuse myself from that case. But I'm just saying that. But if you, in the event that you have to take up that case, let's say you're allowed to do that, would you say you overlook it because your friend, you seem to have suspected that he was involved in drug trafficking or whatever, or some kind of forgery or fraud? Would you say because of that you just let it go like that?
You know, there's one thing to be a sore loser and not a good sportsmanship. If you're a good sport person, you will understand that after years you've spent and you put it into this, you realize there are some areas that even you yourself, after being with somebody for years, you go outside of the scope of what you are actually pursuing, which is your electoral uh, victory, and decided to dig in and uh, to a personal issue just for you to have a score or to win a point. Now, it could go both ways. It could end up in victory. It could also end up in disgrace, which is what I see as a disgrace to Atiku. If that is the case, you've chosen. You've decided that okay, you decided not to toe the path of honor. Babatale Koko said something about Obi not even pursuing that because he knew morally that is not the right way. Those things could also be obtainable in America. That okay, Trump
What
was
is morally
being
wrong with that?
okay,
What is
okay.
morally wrong? That I want to find out the
In
truth about
electoral
someone.
process, all of them went to the poll, all right, and the person that has the highest number won the election. But because you could not win at the poll, you want to find another. If you look at what Obi did not go outside the scope of election. I give him that credit and speak to what Babajide Koko said earlier. He didn't. He could as well pursue.
Not true. I'm not true.
Oh
Not
well,
true.
he could as well pursue the passport issue, the passport saga, and all that. But Atiku decided all bets are off. Everything now fair game. So I will do whatever it is. I will explore every avenue to make sure
But
that this guy.
because they were not working in cahoots doesn't mean that. See what
No, no, no.
hurts or damage or what hurts or damages to Tinubu benefits Obi. So
Of course, but he didn't initiate it. He did not. His lawyer could have advised, okay, let's do this, and he said, okay, maybe we shouldn't. He did not initiate it. Of course, he would stand to benefit.
sorry to interject. If you based on the outcome of the judiciary in this past proclamation by the judiciary, right? It is don't tell me Obi's lawyers were really there for the interest of Peter Obi based on their presentation and what they presented to the courts. I don't think so.
No, you see, let's just take it on the face value that they didn't go that way. If they had maybe if they had wanted to, or maybe that idea was brought up and they decided not to pursue it. Let's just take it on like that. Okay. But Atiku was the one that raised that and decided to pursue it. Of course, Obi stand to gain if the court decided to nullify Tinubu's winning uh, uh, election, right? But at least he did not start that. But Atiku decided to pursue that. But At the end of it all, at the end of the day, this is something outside the jurisdiction of where you are even pursuing your case. You now went abroad because what he has done by this single act, we may say it as insignificant, is also demarketing the value of Nigeria by putting into the entire world that the person being elected as the president of the country is not a trustworthy person. That's why I'm doing this expedition. You see how the domino effect, comes to play. So for him to have even done that shows that he doesn't have the interest of the country. See, in America, there's one thing I know for a fact. When the election happens between George Bush Jr. and what is this guy's name? Clinton's vice president, Al
I'll
Gore.
go.
And there was a lot of political entanglement. Then the Supreme Court waited in, just separated by just few numbers. The interest of the country comes to bear. Al Gore came on the national television and spoke to the issue and acknowledged George Bush as his president. The same thing with John Kerry.
What choice did they have, actually? I mean, the Supreme Court ruled. What choice did they have?
It's about the love of the country. It's about
No, no. You're trying to paint America in a good light. They were brutal and ruthless themselves. Al Gore and Bush were.
Yeah, but when it comes to, that's why the issue of Trump was so disheartening. That despite, see, not that they couldn't explore those avenues as well, to see if they stand any chance. But sometimes they felt, okay, what is the point? This is the only thing, the biggest thing we export to the rest of the world. And we must be seen in a unison that no matter how different, no matter how we differ in terms of political ideology and all that, it's still about America. And they will stand forces. Look at this man, the senator from Arizona that died.
What narrative are you painting here?
You may have issues with my narrative, but I will come to the conclusion for you to understand where I'm coming from. If these folks actually, I'm talking about Atiku now, truly have the interests of Nigeria at heart, you should have known by now that it's not a do or die affair. I bet you, if the CSU submission at give Atiku any halter of victory for this expedition, he would have been all over the news everywhere by now. But that aside, to me, it just speaks to his character, his personality. That sometimes, and not every time you win. And
let me ask a question, Adewale. Yeah. So, why does this Tinubu's plea before they got called that? Oh, if you do this, my life and whatever is at stake. What does that? Wait.
Look,
why would they say that?
If I'm approaching court, if I'm approaching the court for to have for a cause, for whatever reason I'm approaching the court for, it is Tinubu's right to state anything, even before now. Hold on. Before now, Hold on. You are the moderator. Don't insert yourself. You are the moderator.
I am, but I'm pushing back on what you're saying.
Okay. You see, even before now, his reputation has been in tatter. So he has to salvage whatever is remaining. Now having personal documentation coming out from his alma mater, then put in a domain, something that he has been, fighting for years not to get into the public, because public has no reason to have those information at their disposal. It decided because what is the law mandated, he has provided, and it's limited to that. But now you are now trying to dig in so that you can expose them to more how is and all that. Don't everybody wants people to know? As it is right now, you don't know where I work, right?
But sorry, Adewale, but
the right to claim that his reputation will be damaged if all these informations are being put in the open.
No, Adewale. Atiku went by this process legally, so I commend.
I'm not disputing that.
Okay, and guess what? If he knew for certain that this information was going to damage Tinubu, he would probably If he knew, right? You know, my point here is that he didn't know. He didn't know. He thought he had something. He had something that was damaging to Tinubu, and that's why he went all the way. If he knew there was nothing, he probably would not spend his time and money to do that. And I'm glad he did actually, because it did help Rational Mind answer the question about the 1999 is it getting firemen that tried to paint Tinubu in the same light also as been having fake certificate. Now it's now in the open. It's undisputable right now. It's incontrovertible. So what do we do right now, Rational Mind?
I'm not the one having the floor now. Why are you throwing this question at me?
No, no. At least the panelist is asking you for a question. There's a difference between you asserting yourself on the panelist, and now the panelist is asking you a question. You have to answer.
I'm not the panelist now. I'm the moderator here.
Go ahead and answer the question, please.
You have to answer with demand.
Okay, all right. So please, can you repeat that question again, please? Because I was just moving. Like
that.
Yeah, I was saying, I'm glad that Atiku went all the way.
Hold on, please. What I feel you go by our last one for our we both is on for so I'm as on before our near. Very soon. Go on, please.
Please send the question to Rational Mind, please.
Yeah, I was asking that. I'm glad that Atiku went all the way. Now it's not undisputable, incontrovertible that it actually went to Chicago State University, and it has an authentic result, its certificate and everything. It's all legit. So I was asking, because you brought it up on this platform quite a number of times, that in 1999, I think getting firing me, an attorney also had painted Tinubu in the same light as having a fake certificate that they could not prove otherwise, and that's been your bane of contention, Rational Mind, over this weeks or months, that there's something fishy about Tinubu that is not legitimate. You don't know where it comes from, and I'm asking you now pointedly that now that we know the answer to the question, does that answer your concern from 1999 up to now?
Well, you see, if I did understand, because your question was so long, I think let me just see if I understand it. So, are you saying that should I rest, having seen what has come up? I mean, whatever.
Let Remy can summarize it for you.
No, Rational Mind, get this right. After getting up, wait, you fabricated so much. Not you anyway, not you directly. Your group. You fabricated against this man so much that now you have fact and figure that is pointing at you that you accuse this man wrongly. Now that the truth has come to you now, what next for you?
There's no.
I know Pastor is saying impeachment.
There's no truth right now. Hold on. It's also all what we're saying in the media, and we're seeing sometimes the media to be wrong and sometimes. So you see, until whatever article has with him, because one man tried to justify, and some people justify it here, like, okay, mind you, it's not only just one man, not only article that has this access to this document that were released. Tinubu's
Rational Man.
That's why no more. I just had to add that to it. I saw that. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is
Rational Mind.
Okay, kò sí problem. Don't worry. Màá kàn sí ẹ wá bá mi wáyàwó. Because ìwọ ló fẹ́ yàwó mi àbí. Anyway, let's just leave that. So my point is this: Sherry, the because I have so many things going on here. So anyway, yeah. You see, the point I'm trying to make here is that what was that question again, please? Just
I beg.
Now that you say the truth.
Okay, now I do only continue. I beg. I do only continue.
No, continue.
No. Let the Rational Mind expose the group. I beg. Just give him 2 minutes.
Okay, now so let me. I think So I think I recollect. I have a recollection of what. So my point is that it's still very early. We only see that what we're seeing in the newspaper. This newspaper, I've seen for the most part, they are APC leaning newspapers that we've seen. I've never seen it reported in other media. So for that reason, I've
seen it reported in the Punch already.
Okay, well, the punch, I don't know. I've not seen. I'm yet to see that punch. That one.
I've told
Again,
you.
yeah,
I've told
yeah.
you,
Like one man
Rational
said, and
Man.
other people agreed here. Yes, we said that. Of course, if they release any paper, any document they release to article.
If you want to have it
Jọ
true,
ọ̀rẹ́ ṣé wàá jẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀ now. Ọ̀rẹ́ jẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀.
2 minutes kọjá lọ now.
Jẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀ now. I mean, gbogbo yín sọ̀rọ̀ mi bá ń ṣe target ara yẹn, but I mean, jẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀. So what I'm trying to say is that that they will release also if Tinubu's attorney also requested that okay, that copy also make the same copy available to us. Of course, I know they will make available to them. That way they can always use that as a backup in the case if they want to go and fabricate, if article and they still want to go and fabricate something else. So yeah, so maybe they are the one that released the one that we are seeing in these different dailies. But hold on. How did they come about it? If not somebody released it to them. So I'm sure article member will not have done that.
Mind.
When is it going to
maybe
please, Joe, and we are begging.
Yeah. So for me, I'm holding on for now until I see what article has, because I don't trust the Tinubu people, because I've seen it with them, the propaganda they've been using to govern that country, the same propaganda they used in 2015, they used in this last election that brought them in. We've seen everything playing out. So I will take anything I see with a pinch of salt. Yeah, with a grain of salt, I will take it, because I will not accept anything I see, especially coming out from media that are more APC leaning kind of media. So, and I know they control the narrative now on most platforms online. Tinubu and his minions and all these Agbado people, they are all trying to spin up some, because I belong to some of their groups. I see some narrative they will discuss there. I mean, they want to throw out there patriotism. You're not patriotic because Tinubu is being attacked, or his origin is being questioned, or his president is being questioned, and equate Tinubu to mean in Nigeria. No, Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. He's different from Nigeria. So if we question him, we try to demarcate him as much as we can. I will not use the word demarcate, but if you people use the word demarcate, that's what they usually use in APC platforms. We are probing who that guy is because of what we've seen out there, the documents we've seen out there, tracing back to 1998.
I think it's high time.
In conclusion, so I'm not going to rest this case for now, accept whatever I've seen that woman has thrown up here, until I see what comes out from the article.
Okay, I do go ahead. I knew you never believed earlier anyway, so I do go ahead, please.
Okay,
just a waste of time, really.
I will.
What is a waste of time there? Waste
of time for your narrative for the last.
It doesn't mean you have to pay.
Rational Mind. I will encourage. See, Rational Mind. I will encourage you this.
No, I'm not. Don't encourage me anything.
No. I want to encourage you.
I'm the kind of person I follow things to the logical conclusion.
See, not everything is going to be done blindly. I want whatever you do. I want you to have open mind or open.
I'm open-minded, though. Don't get me wrong. That's why I go by rational mind.
The reason why I said this is this: everyone on this platform cannot be wrong if we are all pointing to the same direction. The document you're talking about, and I said it earlier, there's no secrecy in this. When the court asked the CSU to provide those privileged, not privileged documentation to the article, they knew what they were asking for. They were talking about the passport is not one of them. It's just strictly academic documentation. And even ordinary lawyer that is practicing in that district in Illinois and every other paralegal, or as long as you are able to grant that access to that court, you can obtain it. Okay? It's not, American government is not in secrecy, though there are some people that would not have that privilege. But you see, and court document is something that is not, it's not tracked. Anybody can print anything from that court and paste it on the wall of Twitter and say, you know what, I found this from my friend. There's nobody, like when you actually work in the government institution, that they can track what you downloaded, and is nobody cares. You can be in your chamber as a lawyer and sign in and print those documents out. It's just confidential. You are not expected to be the one distributing it. You must not be found, distributing it. But at the end of the day, you found it. Yeah, I found it on a social media. Somebody posted it there. So that is the reason why the request, or should I say the judgment by the court, didn't say that it has to be in secrecy. No. Even before then, the school will make it public and give it. The same Tinubu's lawyer will also have access to it. So in as much as this, for every court proceeding, there's, unlike in Nigeria where there's no documentation and it will take forever to even have it, put in a file. No, you will see it there. And if something that you have to pay to obtain, yes, you pay to obtain a copy. So, and we'll be seeing the document circulating already. So, and we'll see their response. Even I've sent
Hold on. You said you said no matter what article has, it's already there in the public domain. So why would article just not go? Well, of course, it might not go because you need certified copy from. But then,
because you have to. No. You can't just get something from the internet and present it to the institution.
Exactly.
You have to have it.
Ask them.
From
so
the
whatever news we are getting in the system, we're getting on different platforms, like especially the newspapers. That must have been released by the Tinubu camp, just to counter whatever must be released later.
It's possible.
In a narrative.
But do you think that the Tinubu camp
mind you, do you read that ruling? Should be released to article, not to the public. So it should be released to article. So it's not left.
Whatever they are releasing to article, the defendant also has the privilege of releasing it to the public.
So what do you think is behind the release?
And no. The Tinubu team can also release it to the public if they choose to. Okay. And I bet you Tinubu's camp will be more than happy to release it to the public because it is in their favor. Okay, to debunk some of the things being said online. All right. So let's put that aside. Don't need to dwell much on it. So unfortunately, the journey Atiku has embarked upon is in his 70s, 76 or something now. So I don't think he's gonna come back after 80 years and say he wants to contest. So that is bad about that. And I don't even think the Supreme Court is going to listen or yes.
I just want to add something to you.
Spin narrative. How do you know?
I wait rational mind now. Let we Agbadorian talk to ourselves.
Okay.
Adewale, you know one thing I find in that Tinubu document. Can you see the correlation between the age and the time the admission was offered and the admission and the application form? Have you noticed? So it simply means that I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, let someone just tell me that. So the age that Tinubu has been declaring since has actually been consistent with his past record.
Yes. And they say it's an 80-something years old man.
No, it's not consistent. It's not consistent. Don't come here and spin another narrative.
Okay, what age did you see in his application letter?
What certification?
You know one thing.
Your application form is online. What he used to apply to CSU.
Rational mind. I know some. Well, don't let me even go further. If we take a poll on this show and ask that, how many of us came from Nigeria with our green card in our right hand as soon as we walk through that port of entry? How many of no? I'm just trying. I'm just saying.
Okay.
How many of us will be so open enough to say, "Oh, yes, I had my green card in my right hand when I walked through that port of entry"? How many? We can point.
I can tell you that many people made even mistake. Those even that are genuine, they even made a lot of mistake in filling the immigration form.
My brother, for more than 3
you've
years.
not seen somewhere where someone writes his mother's maiden name as his father's family's name.
I know a family more than 3 years. It took them up to 3 years to even change the error on the when you're
you people stop all this trying to justify everything with everything.
Ìwọ gan rational mind ó jẹ́wọ́ fún wọn náà ó nínú igbó ló gbàdé lóyìnbó. Ìwọ gan jẹ́wọ́ náà ó nínú igbó inú Libya igbó Libya.
Spousal visa.
Wọ́n wọlé pẹ̀lú IR ní. Wọ́n náà pè ní IR.
Who is going to verify that?
What any green card? In Nigeria,
Anyway,
this place.
Anyway, that being said,
I think we have a new. Oh, I think he dropped. Oh, okay, no, he's still here.
Anybody can.
I beg, sorry. That's because a woman has this tradition. I will come to everybody. When we have a new person, for me, I think it's a new person. I don't know if it's a new person. You guys
let me just speak briefly about Obi. Then you can go to. You're talking about Omoisola. Is that the person?
Anyway,
which was
well, my name is Joeshi Omashola. I just stumbled into your
life. Go on, please.
I'm in the UK.
Okay. It's nice to meet you, Omashola. Is it Omashola or Moshola?
Omashola.
Okay, I know it's some people pronounce it as OMATSO Shola. I mean, like, yeah. So yeah, go on, please.
Mine is different.
Yeah. Are you Shekiri or you are from
I'm Shekiri.
Robo? Okay, go on.
I'm Shekiri.
Go on, please. It's nice to have you.
You guys are talking about Tinubu'S certificate and all that, and that has been on the line.
But please, Omashola, listen, please. Just let me just beg the guy that had the floor just to be patient, because we like to document new voice, like one man has a tradition here. So yeah, Adewale Joe, just few seconds, few minutes, please. Let him just document his voice. Then we'll come back to you, please. And other guys too, please just be patient. Yeah, go on, Omashola.
Okay, so left for me, I don't. If this man were to be my father, I would have disowned him by now because it's a disgrace. I would tell him to resign as the president and just be on his own. There is nothing you're looking for. At that age, you made money, you've made name. At your old age now, you want to just destroy it just because you want to be the president.
Oh, why did you arrive at that? How did you arrive at that? So what has Tinubu done?
To me, when you're forging something, it's like telling me I can forge Naira and spend Naira in Nigeria. It's as good as forging a certificate to contest for a presidency. That's the height.
So despite the release and the confirmation from the school, you still saying he forged the certificate, or are we saying the school also colluded with Tinubu to forge the certificate? Is that what you are alluding to?
What I'm saying now is, wherever he got that certificate, the school has brought us their own original certificate as at that time when he claimed to have collected the certificate, and it's not the same.
Where did you get your information? Adewale, just a minute. Where did you get your information? Now, wait.
That certificate online is everywhere.
The school issued another certificate in the late 90s. Now, there was a mistake. There was an error of date. It was dated wrongly. And the school, under affidavit, now owned up to being the one that made that mistake. Under oath. You understand? The school confirmed that. So, if the school came out to right the wrong, then who is telling lies? The school, Tinubu, or just the public opinion that will not accept the facts? Who exactly is not being truthful?
Left for me, Tinubu is not truthful. Where is his
Tinubu is not true.
Certificate? He went to secondary school.
Forget about the secondary school certificate. Let's focus on what the judiciary.
You cannot jump primary school, secondary school, and enter university. Nobody has ever gone to university like that.
Let's discuss what is in the call. What they requested for. Why should we be going and be shifting the goalpost? Let's pick a focus. Let's pick a benchmark. Then when we tackle that, then we go into another one. So the thing is, someone spent heavily through the United States judicial system to make sure that the fact, even what should not be released into the public. They made sure they released that. And immediately that thing came out now because it's not meeting the agenda set by some people. Suddenly, we should go back to secondary school. When you go back to secondary school, you still go back to its place of birth. When you go back to the place of birth,
I think it's trying to develop his reason for why he took that stand. So let us just let him flesh out.
Of course, rational mind, of course.
Hold on now. I mean, I'm very, very moderate here. I just try to listen to everybody. So let him. He come in. I'm the only person that is maybe obedient leaning here, but Yeah, but let's just listen to him, and then you can counter him. I'm not saying you can counter him, but let him just flesh out his views, and then we can now counter it. Please go on, Omar Shola.
Okay, what I'm saying now is, if you are coming, there's no way he, in his inner mind, knows he's done the wrong thing. Nobody should come and defend him. In his inner mind, I've gone to school all my life.
But you're not in his inner mind now. You're not in his inner mind. How can you just go by inner mind?
I'm putting myself in his shoes now. I'm claiming I went to the university. I don't have a primary school certificate. I don't have classmates to say, okay, yes, we went to school together. Secondary school, I can't present it. And I'm not presenting a university degree to INEC to come and contest for an election. Okay, if assuming you even did that, the election itself was rigged.
Can we ask a question?
We all know this man did not win.
Omashola, can you just because what we do here, like you might have known, we interject a lot. So, but I'll just quickly ask you this question so that everybody we can document that. Are you an articulated person, obedient, or what? I'm not going to say you are batified because from what I'm hearing, you're not a batified person. So, are you articulated or are you obedient?
Now, let me surprise you. I'm a Nigerian that wants a better Nigerian. Okay. So, however you want to put it, either batified, obedient, or articulate.
Okay.
What matters to me is to have a better Nigeria where human beings live.
The political answer.
It's not a political answer. If you look at
he must not have a political lineage to talk about his country now.
Yes.
Most
this is one of the problems we have in Nigeria.
No, it's wrong now. It's wrong for that to say it's a political answer.
This is one of the problems we have in Nigeria. Let us ask me a question whether
you remember the first day I got to this show.
Now, because of my name, he knows I'm a Shekiri man. That is what I'm a Nigerian. If you are in the UK, first thing, or you're abroad, first thing you see a Nigerian man, you see it on his face. You're a Nigerian. He says yes. You did not ask him whether he's from Abeokuta. You said, are you a Nigerian? He said yes. We're from Nigeria. This is the problem we have. If we stop having that issue of where you are from or where you are, what is wrong in me to be a Nigerian and I live in Kano and I decide to contest for election in Kano as a governor? Is it a way crime? That is where we are failing in Nigeria. Wherever you have lived more than 10 years, I should be able to contest. Most of us here are abroad. Tomorrow we want to contest. We can contest, but you're not born there. That is the problem Nigeria is having. That is the main problem Nigeria is having.
But you know that let's be realistic. Let's be realistic. As a realist myself, though I might sometimes be more of realist than both. I might be an idealist too. So, but then the point is that, but the way Nigeria is structured, knowing that we are very tribal people in Nigeria, do you think that is not even now that the division is so wild, the gulf between what really binds us together is now getting more and more wider. So do you think that is even feasible, that we can always have you as an Ishekiri man go to your state or go to somewhere in the north and say you want to become a councillor or even a chairman? Do you think that is even possible? Going by how charged, ethnically, tribally charged Nigeria is. Do you think that is possible?
You see, what this question you have asked me, I've said this to so many people. If only we can be sincere to ourselves and decide to write a better constitution, that means I can contest in anywhere I stay. That's our problem. The day we stop having that issue of whether you are from this point of the country or not, and you can't contest, that is when Nigeria will be better. That's our problem. If you look at the Nigerian army, if you stop a Nigerian army anywhere, you tell you it's a Nigerian. You not tell. It's later you not tell you I'm from so place.
Okay, Pali, do you know one interesting thing and why I'm questioning you very well is that even if I'm not here myself, I will have even said someone is using my voice to speak because your voice is almost similar to my voice online. You see, one thing is this. As human being, we may try to play some kind of diplomatic games and say, oh, we are neutral, we are this. In reality, there's no woman, there's no such woman that's unbiased. nothing like that in this life. Even those of us we call ourselves Christian, if you still go through the Bible, you will see that God still have favorite too. So then who are you as human not to have favorite and not to have some kind of lineage? That's why when I said your response the other time is political, you can call it diplomatic. You don't have to belong to a political party to be political in your approach, but you will still have your bias.
Can rational mind mute himself? Is chopping something and it's making noise. Can he just mute
not rational mind.
No,
Who is that person?
There are many people that are
not me. Shori combines.
So
not me. I'm not doing anything. I'm just.
So let me see who that person is, because I think a lot of people are muted here.
No, it could be Thomas.
So my brother, in this life we have, we use reality, we use facts and figure to live a life. You think that Nigeria is going to be like so homogeneous that you can go to the north, you can go to the west and contest. Well, I don't know, but I don't think it's going to be during our own lifetime. It might come to reality maybe like 1,000 years to this time, maybe 1,000,000 years to this time. We don't know, because in reality we are not the same. We are different. The more we keep telling ourselves our sociological lies, so the more we keep moving away from from developmental realities. That's exactly what is happening in Nigeria.
Please let me talk. Ola, let me interject you guys.
Just give me a minute. Let me quickly wind this so I will.
Now.
I say I'm pleading to her to give me a minute to quickly wind
just
up.
land it, please.
So my brother, the thing is this: as some Christian have agenda against Muslim have agenda against Christian, Yoruba have agenda against Igbo, Igbo have agenda against Yoruba, the same thing Hausa, Fulani and another. So it's telling you that we are so different. We are not Caucasian that we can say you can trace your origin to the same. No, as in our own case, we are not the same. So you just find that way. So that's all I want to tell you. There's nothing like say, I'm unbiased. So I know you are biased. It's my conviction anyway that you are biased. I'm not going to buy the idea that you are.
When you say I'm biased, biased as in what? Yeah, you see the right thing and you say you want the wrong thing.
Ola.
A man has put us to disgrace.
My brother here, Moshola, has stayed longer in abroad.
Don't do that. You see,
no.
You stayed abroad.
If you put that
Excuse
question
me.
to people living
Excuse
in
me.
Nigeria,
Make I talk with him at the year. I don't enter the UK.
Wait, brother, wait. If you put that same question, wait, brother. If you pose that question to the people living in Nigeria, okay, simply because I live in Niger Delta for, let's say, all my life. I've been living in Niger Delta.
Where in Niger Delta?
No, I'm just saying, I'm just in a hypothetical
okay, I'm hearing you.
not real. Let's say I was born and brought up in Niger Delta, but me being a proper Yoruba boy, and all of a sudden I have money, I have connection, I decided, you know what, I should be the governor of this state, and as it is right now in Nigeria, these same people that I live with, that I grew up with, that shows like they're my family, will be the same people that will tell me my history, how my parents were, came to Niger Delta, gave birth to me, and know that I would not taste and I would not step my foot in the government house in Niger Delta. We are not homogeneous. We are just different tribe, different people, trying to find a common ground to accommodate each other's differences. That would not happen. That kind of happens where you live, where I live, but in Nigeria or any other African country, even though the constitution guaranteed that such things should be, the same Nigeria, I bet you these same people that are saying go ahead, keep dancing, we are watching your behind, will be the one to tell you your life story. So what Ola said is the real one. Like I said, you and I will live longer in abroad. We think the same thing will be replicated back home. That's a different ballgame, brother. That's a different ballgame. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Brother.
So, Omar Shola, before you go too far, Dukba wants to say something. Dukba, what do you want to say, please? You have the floor back, Omar Shola, for them.
I want to attack you. I came here to attack you. Rational mind.
I have a topic for you about.
Rational mind. Wait, let me talk. You see, Omar Bolo, you will have wrinkles very soon. I'm so scared of, because you are going to get old. You are hating too much. Take it easy.
How so?
You are hating too much. You are not even listening to what is happening. You are just saying your own about Tinubu because you hate him. Take it easy, rational mind. You are not being rational about what is going on at the moment. You just want something to nail the guy down because of the hatred you have for him. Rational mind. Let us love each other. Love your neighbor. You hate too much because you listen to my Igulata Rodale. Then you are brainwashed you. Take it easy. You are hating too much. You are hating too much. You are not being rational. You are not even looking at at what's on ground to be able to come to a logical conclusion about the case. You just want the guy to be dead. Rational mind. Take it easy now. You are hating too much. Then you have wrinkles very soon.
Already had now.
Take it easy. No, it doesn't have. It's my boyfriend. He looks fresh. You know what I mean? My boo. He's my boyfriend. He looks fresh.
Look, my always a good boyfriend.
You try to take sides. They will put you in the middle. So don't take sides.
My boyfriend, but you should take it easy. I'm always crying when he's talking. He's full of hate.
Well, you married woman now.
When I saw the back point,
let me you see now. You see your life.
Just take it easy.
Don't put more
mind. This thing to come to pass, but it's not coming to pass. This guy can be nailed.
Okay, let me say something.
Let me tell you, Tinubu is a mafia. He's a mafia. The guy doesn't have any skeleton in his cupboard. I'm telling you. Yes, it's the kind of guy that can handle Nigerians.
And they only have by.
That is how cool and calm he behaves. Program every day.
Number one, I listen to Mayegun. Yeah, you're right. I listen. I don't know if you've seen it there.
You listen for 24 hours.
Mayegun is the wrong person to be listening to.
Hold on. If I listen to Mayegun, I'm here for how many hours now?
I listen.
No. In reality, rational mind has come here to present Mayegun ideas.
I'm telling you, that's what he listens to. Even if you go listen to Mayegun, you will know that all the political ideas.
Hold on. You see,
rational mind doesn't have any original idea.
Okay, let me say something to you.
Rational mind.
Yeah.
This sorry to disturb you guys. I think this guy is Jaja Kuruwa. I think he wanted to say something. It's a new voice here. I think something like that.
We'll come to him. I saw him too. Yeah, we'll come to him. Just
I thought it's your tradition. I thought it's a tradition. You're just getting away with Mayegun and Yoruba.
Hold on.
Let the guy speak now.
Hold on.
Okay.
The guy has been here before, please.
Okay, he has been here before. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
It be like saying maybe the moderator that himself.
Oh, okay. All right. So here we go. Here we go. What piece?
It's a rational mind.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing it up. I was looking at him because this is my first time of seeing him. I don't know. Maybe he's a different person I know before. So, but then it's because we're the only female we have among us. We just want to give her that.
It's even thinking you were the moderator that day, but I think maybe me and myself and my rational mind were on, but I believe I have seen you before.
I can't go by
name. Yeah, you're right, Allah. You're right.
So it's only when I hear the voice, because I don't know the voice. I've not heard him, so that's why I don't know if he's a new person or not. So yeah, and the name I can't recollect name. So anyway, Jupe, the thing is this: there are so many views that were exposed here, even before I even knew Mayegun's platform. I don't even know he existed. It's just recently Okay, let me not go into all this detail. I don't want to bore you. That's not why I'm here. We're here to talk about what one man wants us to discuss, the issue. So I give it to you. You're right, but I'm not that kind of a person that is very dogmatic, or should I say, that is so a diehard somebody. I don't go. I'm not a court following person. I pick up ideas from here and there, and I create my own idea.
Never
Predominantly from my
No, not true. Like I said, there's so many. When I started coming on one man's platform, there's so many views I've expressed here, and I'm consistent about them. Even before Tinubu gave me to the picture of when
you know, rational mind. What normally confused me about you is that.
Let's not make a section about me now, guys.
No, I'm not obsession. I just want you to clarify this because you
we go again. Clarify what you get now.
Because you told us in this group, if I want to, for example, you said you've done some courses in management, you have done some courses in psychology.
Yeah, here we go again. Here we go again with this.
So many things. Hold on. So many disciplines.
Okay.
I cannot even figure it out. Are you a psychologist? Are you a medical doctor? Are you a nurse?
Remy is possible. May you not find yourself in our shoes? So
I don't know. And you have worked and there was a time you said you are good on you are
Remy is very possible. I'm so experienced in what you are talking about.
I don't know which discipline. I don't know too. Are you a doctor or are you an engineer? I don't know. It's like
let me just answer your question this way. You got people to say one market no enter road on the call water no differ from.
Tell us what is on the
Taylor don't take call.
Are you a Methuselah? Are you a Methuselah? Methuselah.
I know some people like. Hold on.
Because I found out to be a lot of lies. I'm sorry to say that.
Yeah, you're right.
Remy, I'm an experienced person in that line, so don't even go there. May you not.
Are you a doctor? You got him on
No, Remy Coca. Remy, may you not be in our shoes. See, let me tell you one thing. If you stay in an environment like Canada, especially if you're a contractor, if you work for an organization and you've been involved in so many layoffs, you have to pick up, you have to be. You won't be saying this.
You are a doctor.
See. I said it several weeks ago that many people you see carrying different certificates. It's not because they plan it that way. It's just because the environment is pushing them, so they are responding to the environment. So don't let just go there.
Cover up rational mind.
To cover up. Exactly, that is what it is. Over the years, let me answer your question.
Okay, go ahead.
Because this is not about me. This is about our panelists, you guys, all of you, and the question. And the topics we're discussing. Omar Shola will come back to you, please, real quick, and I want you to conclude. So you see, like I think he put it succinctly. What I'm about here on Okon Waja, like I said, one man road no enter market. Now I make tailor with the sew cloth. They also sell when they call them needle where they use the sew cloths. I said or sell a core which is a camo or whatever. So my point is this: is that I go with whatever I see here that would help me to improve myself. And I'm just kind of person that likes to learn. I learn a lot. I like to improve myself. I have acquired different degrees. Doesn't mean that because I just like all I said, rightly posted. I like to upgrade myself to be in tandem with what in the labor market or in the job market or whatever you want to call it. So that's who I am. But those things you're talking about doesn't mean I am a psychologist, like you said. I'm a doctor. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychologist. But I took courses in. Courses in.
So next time, please. Sorry. Next time when you are making your search, you can say I have a certificate or a diploma or a short.
But I do say that now. I do say that
you do not define it that way. You normally don't define it that way. The way you always define is that 4 years, 5 years degree course on this. Please always define it. Make it more.
It's because you were living with a biased mind.
We can tell. You can also want to become the president of Nigeria one day.
Okay. Let us move on. Let's not make this thing about myself. I think I've explained myself a little bit on that. So, Omar Shola, can you just quickly round up? And Dupa will come to you because I have this story about people collecting money from Agricultural Bank of Nigeria. Is it AF? No, not AFTB. And they were using it to go and marry marry wives. It's a Sahara report that I read that were just laughing.
That one has been in the system for a long time.
Yeah, so we'll come to that because as a woman, we just want to see your view on that. So yeah, Omoshola, can you just quickly just round up? Yeah, over to you.
Yeah, I'll just round up based on the latest information from the Chicago University and the courts. Left for me, if Tinubu were to be upright, there was no need trying to tell them not to release his documents. He should be bold enough to come and explain himself to the Nigerian government. Because it's very embarrassing when you are being told you have a fake certificate and you can't just come in public and just say that's a lie. You are using the courts left and right, moving up and down. You dragged Nigerian out to United States. You are taking Nigeria far. You are dragged the whole Nigerian issue outside.
Mashallah.
What it means right now is Nigerian certificates in Nigerian University very soon will not have any worth. It won't have any value.
Mashallah.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm with you.
Please, how do you confirm? How were you able to ascertain that Tinubu's certificate is a fake certificate?
If it's not fake, why is it finding so difficult to come to public and say this is my certificate, this is where I went to?
Even if it tells you, you will still doubt it.
Oh, I can see that
Atiku went to court. Atiku went to court in the US asking for it. Now they have given it to him. And why do you guys
let me ask
why?
Did you believe that Tinubu go to school?
No,
did you believe that Tinubu go to school?
I cannot go to school, I beg you.
Okay. Let me ask one more question. So, do you believe? No, just a question, please.
You answer the question. Hold on. You answer the question. You're going to take the floor immediately, but I just want to put a question to you, Ola. Now, the question I want to put to you is this: that, for example, he said he did business administration. So how come he became an accountant? Because in business administration, it's all about just how to.
No, Remy Koka is talking to what I can answer. I can respond, and I'm sure Dewale can respond to that too.
Okay, go on.
Please go ahead.
No, I mean, how come somebody who did? I mean,
I will tell you why.
The degree he had from CSU was business administration, and this guy has been touting himself as the most genius accountant who worked for the lots of like Deloitte and Touche. He worked for ExxonMobil. Is that what?
That is a lie, right? From your mind.
Are you saying the normal?
I'm not done
now. I'm not done.
Remy, wait, Remy. Where rational mind want to establish something, and we are going to establish. And where I
want to hear from you, the Agbado people.
Please correct me. Rational mind. Do you know what business administration means? And do you know what master of business administration means?
That's a good question.
You only had a bachelor.
Wait, Remy now. Let's teach rational mind what.
Yeah, you teach me a lesson.
Maybe tomorrow is going to get MBA too. Because some of you will say MBA is pure water, right?
Hold on now. He only had bachelor.
Let him respond because he has a certificate in management.
Rational mind. Look at it this way. Okay. If you've ever heard of what they call jack of all trades, MBA qualifies.
I mean, listen. Don't do this. He had.
I'm coming to that undergraduate you are talking about. I'm coming to that
undergraduate. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So that undergraduate. That undergraduate in business administration, you see, you understand. You have minor, you have major when you are doing things.
Exactly.
Now, in business administration, you are going to do a lot. You are going to do accounting. You are going to do economics. You are going to do process management. You are going to do leadership. You are going to do analytics.
You are going to do financial accounting and cost accounting.
Wait now. In my own school, University of Illinois, you are going to even learn programming in Python. You are going to, or instead of using Excel, you are going to use Python. You write program like someone that is studying computer science. So the thing is this. before you say things like this, the best bet is just you go to those schools and you go and check the curriculum and you see what is there. So that's why that
you understand why Atiku is getting all
wait, rational mind. Wait. That is why you see people finishing from MBA. You may be an engineer before. Immediately you finish MBA, you can go into finance, you can go into accounting, you can go into analytics, you can even go into managing IT services. So because degree like business administration and MBA are seen as jack of all trades.
You can interject here. With an MBA, it only qualifies you for business, like administration for business, right? Isn't it?
No, qualifies you to so many.
You must hold on. If you have, you can't just say you have, say for example, you have. Let me look for one.
Rational mind, you are not listening to.
Hold on.
Look at the curriculum. What is entailed in the court itself?
Did I tell you what my MBA was on?
Okay. Let me let you guys. Okay, I'll flesh out and let us let other people. Yeah, you go on before I.
So my okay. Look at my MBA now. My MBA now, I have 19 courses in total, right? In that 19 courses, you have finance, you have economics, you have process management, you have analytics. That's that will involve every statistic. You have machine learning, right? So a lot involved. So you have accounting, you know.
Well, that does not qualify you to go and do a machinist to be like to be an AI.
Do you know anything about my MBA? You know, we have to send MBA.
That's what I'm saying. MBA only qualifies you to be in the administrative part of that.
Do you have MBA? Do you have MBA?
Wow.
Do you have
I don't have MBA. Yeah.
Respectively. Yeah. So if you don't have it, then don't tell us.
But I do have
Don't tell us what you do with MBA. We can tell you what we do with MBA. You understand? You can finish MBA and you go into consulting. You can finish MBA and you'll be doing accounting job. You can work. You can be doing.
But this guy does not have MBA. Now. What is this argument all about? This guy had only
this guy had only diploma now. What is the MBA? He doesn't have MBA now. This is what they're arguing about. But it's okay. Wait. Rational mind. Hold on. Rational mind.
MBA is just advanced business administration.
I know. Understand. Rational mind. Understand one thing. You cannot choose. Maybe America have a system. Once you are a business study what economics or business administration. What did you study?
It's study business administration. That's what
business administration. Probably business administration in America can work in accounting department. So we won't use that because he studied business.
Hold on. They said he worked for Deloitte and Touche, because for you to work for these big bodies, you must be streamlined into majorly. You have to major in accounting. This guy just had a
Can I interject, please?
Okay, somebody go on. Yeah, go on, please.
Can I interject?
Yeah, go on.
Yes. In some schools, business administration, you can have two options, either business admin and accounting. So they will give you like bachelor of science in business administration. They will not say major in accounting. Like myself now, I did mathematics and computer science, but I majored in industrial mathematics. So that is what happens. So we should stop confusing ourselves.
Now, Kuruwa, let me even ask something to rational mind. If you don't know, I will even under business administration, you can have globalization. You specialize in globalization. You can specialize in analytics. You can specialize in accounting. You can specialize in marketing. You understand? So that is why, like I said the other time, that is why we call business administration jack of all trades. You call MBA to jack of all trades.
Olani, there was a lady when I was doing my MBA.
You might be you might be a certified ICANN before you can even act in
that's another thing you are talking about. No. You've taken it far.
Hold on. Not as if in Nigeria, for you to be an accountant, you must be a certified ICANN. You must have ICANN.
Says who? A
Yeah,
friend
you
of
must.
mine.
It is. You can't work for big corporation like Exxon
wait
Mobil.
now.
And you say you're just having one degree from one school from.
Chartered as accountant is different from an accountant.
There are so many. Hold on, there are so many Nigerians who schooled abroad.
No. Rational man,
Who start to sit for ICANN. They start for ICANN.
See, rational man. Wait, when you get your bachelor degree from engineering, you are an engineer. Now there's a difference between PhD.
No, we have.
I think America use PhD.
Professional exams. Like hold on now. Professional exams. Okay, for example, now you say you work in bank, right? If you don't have the CIBN.
I was not even interested in doing it.
So there's certain levels position you cannot hold in bank. You have to be CIBN certified.
How did you arrive at that?
My former GMD was a HND holder from Yabatek. What are you talking about?
So it doesn't have CIBN.
You don't have it. How did you arrive at that?
You see the problem we have in Nigeria. We lack certificates. We lack certificates. Pass ourselves. You don't know the job. We are talking about.
But
rational mind. You are missing
any level.
I was saying something.
I don't know who's speaking. I don't know who's speaking, but I think we are driving. Is it driving or shifting away from the point? If you study mathematics is working the law, that is not our business. Whoever employed him,
your experience is our business.
Exactly. Whoever employed him, how the reason why they're employing him, that's not our business. But let's talk about what's going on right now. Nothing latest mixing in money. As our security brother was saying, that is his own opinion. He is speaking as a Nigerian, not as a politician or a party member. He has rights to say whatever is in his mind. It's fine. But what I'm still saying, I've still said, all the information that is flying up and down, I feel is just social media information. Because I'll still be checking the news. There's no tangible information there. And like I said, they said release it to Atiku, not to the public. It was not a journalist that was subpoenaing subpoena the CSU to receive the result. It was Atiku saying he needed it to file it in Supreme Court. So let's wait. If what they are saying on social media is true, fine. If it's not, we will hear it on the day article file is either today or tomorrow. We will hear it there that this is what he found. So all this we are saying is just speculation.
Sorry, what please? I want to interject you quickly. I want to clarify
something. Sure.
Saying the same thing. Look, I want you to go to PM News. You will see the breakdown word by word, sentence by sentence, everything the CSU have released to article. And mind you, somebody remind you before, one man told you that it is only not article lawyer that they will release the document to. Tinubu'S lawyer is also there. So they might have released it to all the newspaper. And these things are in public domain before. So all these things you kept on repeating. It does not mean
Okay. Remy, do I have the right? Remy, please let me reply. Let me respond to you. From like what I'm saying is my opinion. And you are countering me from what you feel is right. Whatever one man said, as I finished, even I said, is their opinion. But what the fact is out there, you and I don't know what's really going on. What about PM? Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Let me land. PM News is what
is Arise News social media.
Hold on. Arise News is not. Hold on now. Please. Arise News did not bring details by details. What the procedure was, what was in transcript. What they just said, breaking news, CSU released documents to article. That ends it. We don't know what inside what article I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Now the question I want to ask you, hold on, Allah, please now. Let me ask. I'm asking one question.
I want to shut
I will forget my train of thought. Hold on, please now. Let me before I forget. The PM News you are telling me, is it a Nigerian news outlet or American news outlet? Okay, hold on. A social media news outlet. Who gave them the information and the rest?
It's not a social media. Look, I will.
PM News is not social.
What is?
Okay. Thank you. It's not okay.
Go to Punch. Go to Vanguard. Go to PM News.
No, Remy, you are going too far. In my local news in Canada, CBS News has this report, and this is international foreign media. So you can check the one within your locality too. So if CBS News in Canada can broadcast this, then it's telling you that this.
What did your CBS in Canada? Wait, what's your CBS in Canada broadcast? Is it broadcast the details on the transcript, or just said broadcast that the article won this opinion and the document has been released? Article.
I have a copy of Tinubu's certificate in front of me as I'm speaking.
No, because I'm not the one on social media. Everybody has a copy. Do you get that from CBS News Canada?
Which one?
Now let me rephrase my question. You said you can get local information and local news from your Canada news. Now I said, did the local news broadcast that this is the content of Tinubu's certificate on their news, or they just said the headline, CSU have released the results to article, but no content here.
Not everyone is giving. Not everyone is giving full analysis.
Hold on.
Everybody, you two hold on. Everybody, hold on. You two hold on.
But I'm not asking you a question, Prince Daddy. That's the problem. So what are they going to tell me? It's not going to hold. I'm asking Ola, and then Ola answer me. Then if you ask me a question, I'll reply to you. Simple. So Ola, answer me. Because you have CSU that you can copy the link and send it to us on private chat. I'm not saying the news is not. I'm not saying what is. Listen, don't get confused. I'm not saying they have not released the result. Do you people have the content what was released in your international news?
At least I have a diploma that they released that is on the website of CBS News as I speak. Even not everything. Then I have a copy of the court judgment. I have a copy of the diploma right in front of me as I speak to you.
Okay, thank you. Next person can go on. Thank you. I use the floor.
Well, to the point, not every outlet is giving full analysis that you want. War Peace. Some just show the information, the certificates, and some give detailed analysis. On Arise Television, they mentioned it. That's where I saw it, and another social media platform. Ruben Abati and I think Rufai, they all talked about it, but from their tone, it appears that there was nothing about nothing. If it was a big deal, they would have made a big deal out of it. And I think also Atiku would have come out and said something about it, and Tinubu would have been arrested by now.
Oh my goodness! Who said he's going to be arrested?
Sorry, that's not mine. Ola,
why do people like to spin some narrative like he's going to be arrested?
Let them speak now. Let them speak.
In addition,
thank God. Hello, Remy. Can I talk, please?
Remy, can you just give me 1 minute? 1 minute, and then you go ahead.
Okay, Remy.
1 minute. 1 minute, and then you go ahead. In addition to what Prince Daddy has said, look, when you go to PN News, Atiku was asking questions on 4 grounds. All the 4 grounds, they listed it, they quoted the Constitution, American, blah, 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 like that. I endeavor everybody, go to the website of PM News now, you will see the old details of what the CSU have released according to what the court asked them to do. All the 4 grounds, they are all there. Then you can now form your opinion. So, what piece? This is good for you. Go ahead, go to PM News Nigeria. They break it down one by one, all the 4 grounds. Then you can now form your opinion from that angle. Thank you.
Thank you, Remy. So, if you decide to block your ears and your brain to what is going on, you can never have a critical mind. So, therefore, there's nothing anybody explain that you will understand. So apart from hating, we should all have a clear mind about stuff that is going on in our country. Forget about hating Tinubu. When people are saying, check Arise, check our PM News, check this, then somebody is still coming to say, what did they write in CBC? What did they write in Nara? What is this thing about? This guy is the president. You guys want to kill yourself because of this. I don't really get it.
We're trying to verify.
It is easy now.
So you cannot tell us not to verify because we don't trust.
But you have verified. But
hold on now. Hold on. This is the same.
It's not worth it.
Dupe. Please understand us. What piece? Hold on. What piece? This is the same people that went to Dubai. They said if they've released whatever they've. Nigerians can now go and get Dubai visa, Emirates visa. This same people that says, "Oh, the special envoy to Nigeria says, I want to see you, Dubola. I want to
But
see you
we're
at
not quoting them
the
now. Are we
hold
quoting
on
them?
now, just sorry now. I want to see you at the UN after the UN whatever. Only you, I want to see you, the only African leader. This is crap we've been saying that these people spew out.
Do you understand? Rational mind.
Nigeria?
I understand that
We do not know what to believe from these people. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I understand that politicians
Please, Dipsy, let me respond to you. It's like you don't go, you don't.
I'm still talking.
Hold on, let him
I'm
land.
still talking, brother. I'm still talking.
Time.
Politicians lies. They lie a lot. All of them, including the OP that you want to kill yourself for now. He lies too. But I'm saying that this thing is from Chicago State University. It's out everywhere. So what is the stress about? What is the stress about? As if you want to cry because of this thing. It's so annoying.
Chicago has not released anything now.
Okay, so please let me interject. This is like you're not getting me. You have the right to say whatever you want to say and how you see it, and it could be annoying you, and which is right. But what I'm saying, I'm not speaking from a party's perspective. I'm not a party member. I'm not a budget. I'm not Labour or APC. Just like that guy that just led that security guy. He spoke as a Nigerian, but he started targeting to the party, which is wrong. Now, not just far here. It was like an embarrassment to me. I woke up, I saw in the news that Nigeria pay 1.6 trillion. It was on the news on a day or two for subsidy, only to find out it's a lie. But the major newspaper carried it, not once, not twice, not just only this government. This government is just 3 months old. For the previous government, Nigerian newspaper is not even reliable anymore. That we have to go so far to verify things. What I'm simply saying, if it is true or it's not true, it's not in my place to question. I'm just saying everybody should relax. The article that went to subpoena his stuff, when the time comes, he will try what his opinion. He doesn't have anything to spy. It's his cup of coffee. But what is going on right now, you cannot impose it it's true. And I cannot impose it on you that it's true either, because there's too many lies. CSU has nothing on their website. Article have not released any statement. Not that even the Batify, that is that another Batify, Tinubu spokesman, have not released anything. This is a major case, national case. Where is Ajuri? Ajuri has not tweeted anything since. What speculation?
What piece?
They just speculated. I'm not saying it's not on paper. I'm not saying it's not on paper. Sorry, Remy, sorry. I'm not saying it's not on paper. We have read so many things on paper that come out to be. Sorry, Remy, I heard you, but I'll let you come in just in 1 second. Let me just land. You have so many things on paper. You think now in the next 5 minutes they'll tell you it's a lie, and no accountability for it. So I'm not saying it's true or it's not true. I'm just saying for me, the way I see it, I'm not taking anything serious now. I'm not holding anybody. I'm not holding those the Pacifier on and the obedience on. Have you seen the one the obedience are posting that they found in opinion?
What
it's rubbish too. Yeah.
If I use psychology on you, you are being untruthful. I know you are not fair with what you are saying. What you are expecting from CSU is not what you got, and that makes you feel uncomfortable. You people like you said, oh, I'm neither here or there, but I know you are somewhere. And the place you are here that you want, that's not what you got at the end of the day. So now listen carefully. If you are telling us that we have to wait for Atiku or Tinubu's spokesman to make a statement, this thing that happened does not happen in Nigeria. It happened in the United States of America, where we know that they place more emphasis on truthful and information. So like they release it, so not only Atiku lawyer will get everything they want. It's already there in the public domain. The news outlets in America are reporting it. If there's a big fuss about it, if there's a big differences in what Tinubu presented as his diploma or certificate, different from what the CSU has presented, you think this is what we will be talking here? We'll be talking about they should remove Tinubu immediately. Why are you going back and forth and telling us?
Okay, let me respond to you. Time. Sorry, let me respond to you. Time is a very good thing that you cannot hide from. And I will challenge National Mind and Ola since last 2 weeks, this Tinubu issue with Mohbad has been on this platform. I've been here. Have I spoke or make any assertion about this National Mind and Ola? National Mind, can you hear me?
I
Or like,
can
can you
hear
hear
you.
me?
Okay. No,
Have
I
I,
agree with you. I agree with you
I
on
can
most
hear
I've
of
you.
it.
never,
Sorry, I was
I've
just
never, I switched off this time because it's not my place. Even Mubad, I said, yeah, it's a rubbish to talk. It's just, I couldn't even call his name. It's irrelevant. And there's one day there were two people that arguing, both the Partyfied and the Obedient. They were arguing about is a court. It was so annoying that I had to come like both the Tinubu and Atiku does not have a right to say what to say what they want in that court. It's the judge that will determine. If you say no, I'm not releasing it. I'm not releasing it. If you say yes, I release it. I'll release it. Simple. And I got off the stage on the stage. I mean, I meet myself. But for you
So
to just come to use
my
psychology, hold
own
on, Remy, hold on. You said you want to use if you want to use psychology, and if that portrays the fact that you don't like people like me, and because what I'm getting is not what I'm saying is not what I'm getting. That's what I'm doing like that. Like you conclude like psychologically, I'm part of it. That's why I took you back to time. You don't just conclude like that to try to be smart. I'm not part of it. I've not spoken on it because I know I'm not going to get anything, even though they get the result. Immunity covers a Tinubu as a
what you are
president.
trying
So,
to
but
do
no,
here,
you cannot impose your psychology on me. And you
I'm
see me
not
clearly right from day
imposing
one.
anything to you.
Hold on
Listen,
now. You see me. Hold on
what you
now,
are
please.
trying to do is that
Oh
whatever
no, you cannot try. No, you cannot try. You cannot try it because I have not been part of it. Right now, I'm speaking as a Nigerian. Can't I speak?
Can I talk to you? Can you?
I'm hearing.
Please, can you bring the tempo down because yeah. So I
Sorry.
understand. Yeah,
Sorry.
it's okay. It's okay. I understand. I've been here to unknowns. I've listened to you many times. You try to be neutral. Even some people try to like look at it that you are just coded obedient, like our friend Remy is trying to say that you are. But for me, I understand where you lean. You're neither here or there. You only speak to how you see things. But Remy, I just want you to understand that what piece here, our friend, is neither here or there. He would criticize. He has to criticize obedience. Yes, I've seen him criticize obedience here. That does not make him an
so
Agbado
you
person.
don't get me. I never call
But
him
because no, because
listen.
okay, all right. But because we heard you, Remy, we heard what you said.
Listen carefully. I never call him an obedient supporter. I said the outcome is expecting from DCSU or from the court case. That is not what he got.
But you cannot read his mind.
Listen. Let me finish. It does not necessarily mean he's a political party member. You can be an individual and you can tend towards one particular thing. Maybe what he tends towards, I'm damn sure I write my analysis about him. What he really expected is not what he got. And for that reason, he continued to doubt the authenticity of all the news outlets.
Yeah, but he can do that now because if he doesn't see.
Wait, rational mind. Let me tell Remy, probably it's not only me that is doing it, but I'll tell you for free. We are shareholders of this place. And one man comes tomorrow asking, I think I'm one of the few people. The headline one woman reached to you. I'm responsible because I'm ahead of you guys. When I wake up, I send one man headlines. From my headlines, you can read my pattern. If you want, must know. If I partisans, you would have known. That's from headline I don't send to one. Not only me sending headlines to one man, I said then one man was what he would put out there. So that you tell me, give me strong. I need strong. I can screenshot that send to you. I and one man talk all the time. I need strong news. No, hold on. You don't when you sometimes you try to what you believe is not wrong. And the person is trying to push back. Look, I'm not this. Try and take it. As I make headlines, hold on, let me land. Hold on. I make headline about some Tinubu. I know that it doesn't make sense. I don't send it. Hold on. And I make headline about Obey that doesn't make sense. I don't send it. I send a headlines that sometimes I said both sides. I'll send that of Tinubu, I'll send that of Atiku, I'll send that of Obi. The one will pick what he will use for his action. Hold on. But for you to be so sure what you believe in and believe that I am that person is wrong. But again, as a Nigerian, as a Nigerian. No, I understand.
Hold on. I not like Tinubu. Not as a member.
Wait, hold on. As a Nigerian, not by liking Tinubu right now. I'm not a politician. I might not like how whoever is there, what he's doing right now, how he's doing it. So for the fact I speak out, meaning I be hiding my feeling, that does not add up. If it's a people that is there, I will still attack him if I'm going to attack him. If I also praise, I'll still praise him. I'll praise Tinubu here.
Let me respond to you. First and foremost, we are all learned here. We are not so stupid and maybe don't use our common sense. These are things in public domain. Omokri went to the university. He got all the transcripts of Tinubu. It's all over in the public domain. The ground the article is contesting about is that he did not went to that university. The diploma have an error. Is a female or is not a male. That is what is there. And now they are through the U.S. court telling the university to release all the academic record. They have already released, even before that, and there are some already in public domain. All the news outlets in Nigeria are reporting about it. Some are giving all the details. Some just the headline alone. Some just a short something about it. What I'm trying to talk about you, I'm not saying you're a member of any political party. As an individual, as we have interest, your interest, my lie is that I don't like Tinubu, and this is the outcome I want. This is my opinion. That this is the outcome I want, and if the outcome you want is not coming out you expected, you try to sit on the fence again. Now, okay, let's wait for Atiku. So are you telling me it is what Atiku told you that you believe? Don't you think when Atiku spokesmen also want to give out their own narrative, they will also spin it a little bit, they'll add more color to it? But for us and for the majority of the people around the world, we are lucky that this thing happened in America and the result has been, the academic records have been released. So everybody can lay their hands on it. If this thing implicated Tinubu today, don't you think everybody will say, pack your load and go away? You're a liar. You fought statistics. You do this, you do that.
Yeah, they would have arrested him.
To you, war peace is easy.
Come on.
Lies in this one, and the outcome does not totally fall on your interest. So you are neither here or there. Come on, man.
Remy,
that's the wrongest assumption I ever
actually,
seen.
Remy, I agree with your profile, and actually, I do.
Hold on,
Remy, I agree with you.
You all can hold on. You guys can agree with Remy. One person cannot say everybody is wrong. That means that that one person is wrong. That means if all of you can agree with Remy, that means you all are wrong because you don't know me. Hold on. You guys don't even know me. And now Remy have said what you guys like to hear. Like he's accusing me that I didn't get what I tried to hear. That means I'm batified or a label, or I don't just like Tinubu. And this has been the problem. When somebody says something that you don't like, you just clarify that person. You just clarify that person.
I'm going.
No, just please let me just land you with interject. I'll give you the floor. You guys just did it in my phone right now. Prince Daddy, apart from Ola, Prince Daddy, Ola, and you. And you just said I agree with you. I'm that person. And I've tried so much to tell you, even though I have to speak on the subject, I'm just speaking on the subject and be objective about it. And you guys still say, no, I must have a limit. No, you must have a bias in your mind. No, it's not what you are looking for. I don't know when you become a soothsayer to see my heart. So I can't decide what. No. We are, as you said, we are all educated. And in that paper, they said opinion to give to our lawyers, to a lawyer. What I'm still asking everybody, both the Batifan and the Labour people, I don't even know. I'm supposed to be asking the PDP. Is it that this function is coming out from Tuku's lawyer? I've not seen anybody that's answered me that. That's why I even don't take it serious.
Okay.
But let's put that aside. Let's put that aside. Let's put that. Wait, hold on. Sorry, you've talked now. 1 minute. You talk. Sorry, madam. But let's put that aside. And the way I'm saying things here, I'm still saying on the media like this is enough. All is all propaganda.
It's not.
The propaganda that the both of you are right. The both side is right. You that defending Tinubu, you are right. You that is saying you guys saying this is right too.
I'm going.
I hear the floor.
You've been crying for 7 hours, 20 minutes.
Your favorite.
For the past 7 hours, 20 minutes. Go and rest.
Okay.
National mind. You have been crying for the past 7 hours, 20 minutes. It's time to go and rest now. You can close the show and go and rest.
No,
we're not going to be the president for the next 8 years. Just take it easy.
Aya mi.
Torí tí ẹ náà mo ṣe wá kó lè lọ sùn.
Aya mi ní sùúrù.
Mo ti gbọ́.
What peace, my brother.
Adewale.
I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
I won't take much time. I just want to speak to what I understand. What you did, what you're supposed to do. You take it directly from the horse's mouth. You don't want hearsay. They say no. But going by what is on online now, I'm just checking on This Date newspaper, which is the what do you call them? twin company to Sleep TV.
Arise News.
They even broke it down line by line of every response of the CSU. So it's not as if ESA or this or that. No, they broke everything down. It didn't make the front page because it's not a news, because it's nothing new. That's why it's not making the front page. But everything being said on this show tonight is confirmed. It's not as if, one blogger is the one who's doing
Confirmed by who now? You just
Well, it didn't make it
these
front
days.
news. It didn't make the front pages, but not because it's not news. It didn't make it because it wasn't damning on Tinubu. That's the reason why.
Correct.
Prince Daddy, you people are just full of
I like what
You're full of it,
Peace
all of
did. You don't believe it until you see it or until you hear from the horse's mouth. I get
Well,
it.
we shall see what Atiku has and what is going to
It's nothing Atiku has. It's what
we shall see now. You
see,
cannot just
these
preempt
people.
anything right now. Just let
It's
us.
not. So you're saying that a reputable newspaper like this, they will report?
Well, they be wrong. They be wrong. They've had at least they
Yeah, but
reported
this-
Odd now. Let me say this. It was CNN. It was CNN that debunked it. All the newspaper was, Tinubu has succeeded. He has
You're talking about.
Okay. Let me do my drama. Let me be dramatic about this. I know people will come on me now. They've allowed Nigerians to start. All the newspaper carried it because a jury said it. So we don't know. We don't know what is out there. We don't even know. Like Trump will say, fake news.
Rational mind, do that wrong. What you soup for the past 7 hours? I'm going to go lawsuit. It's enough. No, just soup for the past 7 hours 20 minutes because of our Tinubu. Take it easy. Go lawsuit.
Some of us join past 10 now. Some of us join past 10. So
Rational mind has been here since the beginning of this program. That's what I'm saying.
Just borrow us Rational Mind today, please. Don't mind.
Okay, Ola, good night. Okay, Rational Mind.
All right, sister.
Okay, Dubsi, bye.
All right, thanks
You
for
know,
coming. So
I understand what piece.
Hey, if you don't allow me, if I can, not to address War Peace. I was going to say the War Peace is right there. Of course, we don't know his mind or his heart. I don't know you, War Peace. Neither do you know me or anyone on this platform. If you haven't met them, I would say. But when what Ola was speaking to that I agree to is just a profiling when it comes to the issue of Tinubu and this election thing. Not because I know you, and sometimes you may not be on here or there, but the way you would analyze or respond to a question that pertains to Tinubu kind of shows your hand to where you're more leaning. Like Rational Mind, it pretends not to be obedient, so it says is obedient leaning, whatever that means. Okay, so we get it. So profiling of you doesn't mean that we know who you are, but based on this issue, we can tell where you're leaning.
Sorry, based on this issue, I don't have a leaning. And based on, since I got this platform, I've decided Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu are same, how would I say, on same level. Like I said before, maybe it was long I said it. What I don't like is embellishing. When you start embellishing stuff, then you not bring that you not bring the opportunity for scrutiny or that's what you're embellishing. So when somebody's not trying to scrutinize what you're now oversaying, does not mean that person has a leaning. Simple. This when I started with Obi, that what he said was crap, I don't even want to hear about it. So, and if I didn't, they didn't give me time to speak about that because what would I have said? Obi would not like it. But let's put that aside. But the president is not our president. Everybody has the right to criticize the president. But I'm not speaking this from this platform. From personal experience, you cannot have a friends anymore. If you talk about the president, you are his enemy. If you don't talk about obedience, you are his enemy. No, it doesn't make sense. We are all mature than this. We are here just to communicate. Just talk what we feel.
All right. Let's change topic. Let's just
this fight is not going away, and
it will not go away. Yeah, you know us.
Because it seems, for example, the document. I don't know. It seems that the document that Tinubu used from Richard Dale, or what's the name of that school? It seems there was a typo there, female, and it's like that's what some people.
Another one again. Okay, all right.
Exactly.
Let him land.
So that one now, that's what some people are pushing now. There's going to be fight.
Allah, don't believe anything. Do you know what I've seen since? Mostly for most obedient, not only obedient, the Biafra turn obedient. If you see fake documents they have forged is online. I know mostly I deal with them and they do my container. They'll just call you in the morning, they'll wake you up like you did something. Hey, Tinubu to come out to that Kasamo. They will not ask you, how did you get it?
If
Okay,
you go
okay.
to
Let us
that page,
let us ease
now
up a little bit.
tax rate.
Adewale, this
You
will
know?
what piece?
Obedience page now heart attack page.
Adewale, yeah, obedient page. They are just heart attacker, right? All right. So, did you? Let's just digress a little bit to Trump and his wala. And some of us
We don't go come out for here today.
exactly. Now, why I'm bringing this Trump issue is because of we talk about what Trump said when we talk about Tinubu's civil issue in America. Some people will say it's not criminal. Now the Attorney General of New York, they filed civil fraud. Take note of that word, civil fraud case against Trump and his kids. So which could have been a criminal case, but they make it a civil. So what do you have to say about that? Because we're talking about Tinubu not being indicted criminal.
Those are two distinct, different cases, and it happens at different era. Laws are subject to change, and every successful administration tries as much as possible to build on what is already on ground, or to completely enact a new law. Depends. What was obtainable as at 1950s. It's no longer. If anybody would tell me that America would, eradicate remove the law that allow abortion, I would say no. But here we are. This is a year of the what do you call them? Conservatives, and they successfully removed that in the law. So now there's no abortion protection.
Nice to know that you're for abortion, Diwali. Go ahead.
Nationally, but some states, still have the rights to do that. So what I'm saying in essence is that it happens at the different eras in America history. What Trump is going through was a case of systemic or organized fraudulent activities that have spanned over decades.
Okay, let's not go that propaganda. Let's just stop you right there. There's no need to lie. You can't be lying, landing on the lie. That's not the way it works.
Let me speak my mind now. Let me speak my mind. I won't stop you, Prince Daddy. I know that, and that's why I say we take us.
Prince Daddy is a trumper now. He's a trumper.
See, you, rational man, you shouldn't have brought this case up tonight.
I brought it up because I've had enough of Tinubu and his crap. So,
you see, for those who are putting the cases side by side, they have no idea what they're talking about. What happens in the 90s or early 80s to 70, let's early 80s to 90 happens.
Okay, so I'll let you continue, Diwali, but I'm glad you brought up that timeline. This shows the Mr. favorite word, criminality, with the Letitia James, I think her last name is, in New York, and this garbage they're doing. I'm glad you brought up the timeline. In this country, as you know, and I believe in Nigeria and in other parts of the world, they have what they call the statute of limitation. And that's why the judge today in the court threw away over 80% of the judgment against Trump because it's past its time. And of course, Letitia James, she knows better. She's the attorney general. She's well educated. She knows better. But they will continue to reach onto this man and bring up.
Could that be the reason why they would make it a civil case? Like,
of course, that's the reason why they can't criminally charge him. That's part of the reason.
No, let's not go back to Tinubu matter now, because this is the reason why I brought it up, because I saw a similarity in this case, civil fraud, and Tinubu was civil case of some kind of money laundering. So you can understand maybe the time frame of when they've been doing that criminality of he being the bagman for this heroin traffickers, and they find out that we cannot prosecute this criminally because maybe the time frame or whatever. Could that be the reason?
No, that's not true. You're spinning right there, Rashidam. You're spinning. When the case happened back then in the U.S., okay, it was within the timeline for persecution.
You have a fact.
Well, yes, because when was the money forfeited? Why are you talking like he just got forfeited last year? That's not the case.
Okay.
It was, it's even if they found him criminally liable, I think the statute of limitation itself would have make the case weak in Nigeria actually. But that's not the point. The point is that what Atiku and Obi was trying to charge him for, their lawyers, they could not do it because there's no criminal charge against Tinubu in that matter.
You know,
But
one
the
thing,
same thing applies to Trump in this matter.
But
See,
the fact is that the Trump commit those fraud.
okay, let me ask, who say he did?
He did.
He did.
Okay, of course, Adewale said that.
No,
Let me answer the question quickly. See, Russian mind, I don't think you be following this thing, but if I submit to you right now,
maybe not really.
yeah, simply let me just tell you, they charging Trump for this civil whatever case, right? But guess what? This attorney general, she's doing it on the behalf of the banks, the banks, the investors. I mean, and these people, they themselves, they have no complaints. None of them have come forth to say, "Hey, we were defrauded by Trump. He didn't pay us." None of this ever happened. That's the funny thing about it.
You know how many cases there have been in the court for refusing to pay vendors?
When it comes to Trump, you're always wrong. Yes, see, if you know about order, if you know about business, it is true that Trump has filed bankruptcy before on what you call.
Okay, now we are talking.
Oh, hold on, no, you gotta understand it. No, see, even Dangote can file bankruptcy right now. It doesn't mean it's gonna go broke or even lose a penny. I hope you know that.
Wait a minute. How do you file for bankruptcy?
Okay. Okay, I don't know if you have a business background. If you do, you would know that. Okay, if you do, you can file bankruptcy.
Prince Daddy, let me throw this to you. Now listen to this. The first witness called by the AGF office was Donald Trump's bender. Trump former accountant bender, testified at last year's criminal tax fraud trial. Hold on, tax fraud trial against two Trump organizations company that were ultimately convicted and fined $1.6 million. So this witness has been convicted for helping Trump to commit tax fraud.
No, it's a lie. It didn't help Trump. They are good. When they throw all these things out there, they know a lot of people are incapable of parsing this information. No, it is.
The judge just erroneously sentenced this guy, convicted this guy. Is that what you're saying? He never did this.
Even his own lawyer too went to jail.
So that was
no, because you don't know what you're talking about. What we're talking about is that you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, on this case, well, obviously, the guy worked for because somebody worked for Trump.
Limitation also is
because somebody worked for Trump. By the way, I think the statute of limitation on that case also already passed, but somehow, some way, the guy that got convicted actually.
There you go. You say somehow, some way. Why would they?
Because I'm trying to point out the breaking apart of Americans' jurisprudence in a lot of ways. That's what I'm trying to point out to you.
Prince Daddy. Let's hear somebody's voice. Go on, please.
Prince Daddy.
Yes, sir.
Are you trying to tell us that the American judiciary is corrupt as well, like Nigeria?
Well, if you've been paying attention, you would know by now that it's corrupt in a lot of ways. Unless you, I mean.
Okay, so Nigerian zone is not a new thing.
Yeah.
Of course not. I mean, somebody was making the argument which other day that was it today, yesterday, about in Nigeria a judge cannot be corrupt. Why? Because you can take the judge to the bar and have the judge disband or whatever. But to your question about America, listen. The good thing about America is that it's so large and diverse when it comes to legal opinions.
This man actually publicly talking about inflecting the value of his company for him to be able to have access to credit.
It's not stop. No, it's not a crime. See, it's a
crime.
It's not a crime. It's not a crime. It's not because again, it's not a crime. It's not a crime. If I took my car to the dealership and I told the dealership my car is worth $50,000, whose job is it to appraise the vehicle and tell me the actual market value of the vehicle? Tell me.
You know what this guy did? Rational
Oh,
man.
stop. See, so when you guys are making these
You
cockamamie
don't even
stories
let me
about
land there.
this
You
and
say
that,
stop.
huh?
You didn't let me land before you say stop. You never let me.
No, because you guys make up stuff. These stories are for people that don't pay
But
attention. You
let me
can't run
finish
circles
telling the
around me with
story.
these stories. See, that's why when people are talking about other things that I don't know nothing about, I keep my mouth shut.
Rational man. Rational man. Rational man. Hello, Rational
Yeah,
man.
I'm here. Sorry, go
You're
on.
going to raid the free guy. Rational man.
Yeah,
Trump is a
yeah.
criminal.
You're right.
Trump is a criminal. Take it from me. Tinubu is a criminal. Okay, take it from me. Both of them are criminals. Okay, they are true criminals. Now, the difference between the two is this: Tinubu's criminality is no longer in America; it's now in Nigeria. Okay, Trump criminality is everywhere across the globe. What this man was
I don't
doing
want to stop, man. Stop.
is to
Yeah.
gallivant the globe
Now stop.
using
Stop.
his name as a franchise and then
What is wrong in building your own brand? What is wrong with that? A brand that people want to associate with. You think it goes to Saudi Arabia, it goes to Ireland and all these places around the world, Scotland, and people don't want to associate with his name, with his brand. Of course they want to, because
Rational man,
it built
let
a
me
great brand that's worth billions of
Rational
dollars.
man, let me entertain you a little bit. Are you there, Rational man?
I'm here. I'm here.
At
I'm
the
listening.
peak of the election, it was discovered that this man had non-immigrant workers at his resorts, working there, working like a jackie. They found them in trouble. Like
Even
those
even at
people
his
with,
hotel.
yeah, people with no documentation. Here's the one saying, uh, that apart, let me even speak to the one that is facing. You know how many
I do want
indictment is
to pick
hanging on this
something
man's
and
neck?
talk about it. Don't just run around. You just want to
So
paint the man
for
bad. What you're
for
saying is not
for
true.
for a
It is not
man
true.
who for a man who see himself as a shrewd businessman, had a built a university in the sky. Now the judge, the
Sky.
court ordered, the court ordered that he will get involved in any what do you call it? Is it charity or philanthropical whatever, that they will no longer be involved in such thing. Himself and his son.
Not true.
Uh,
How? Because of the school? Because of
yeah,
Trump University? No. Well, the
yeah.
school itself is not a non-profit. So I don't know what
The,
you mean by that.
the school was a fraud. He should have been in prison by now, languishing in federal prison. But of course, he had his people, he has his goons everywhere.
Well,
See,
no,
rational man, no matter how we
we
try
don't
to,
talk like that. You know,
Yeah.
here in America, you can disagree, but we don't go around denigrating our leaders. That's even Biden. Hold on. Even
Trump,
Biden, I don't support. I don't even talk bad about him. I don't have to. I
you
can
can't
disagree
put
on his
Biden and
policy.
Trump
I can
side by
disagree on
side.
his policy, but going around calling him a goon, a thief, a criminal is not necessary. I don't. That's not
Wasn't
the way it goes.
wasn't he? Wasn't Trump a goons? Remember how his lawyer was operating like a mafia? His own finance director went to prison because of this man, rational man. Because of this man, he went to prison because of he took the
You're right.
fall for him. Give me a break. You know, we can hear trying
Right.
to
Yeah.
pontificate
Adewale,
here.
you watch too much CNN. I can tell. You watch too much CNN, MSNBC, CBS, and all this liberal network. You watch too much of them.
It's
And
not true that
they get your mind spinning, man. They get your mind
hold
spinning
on.
at like 10,000 revolution per second.
Praise Daddy.
Mm.
In the case
Yeah.
of Stormy Daniel, they
There you
didn't.
go.
They did not go to jail. They did not go to jail. Was he not convicted?
You see, listen,
Trump.
even
Yeah, Trump
the
lawyer. What's his name? The
Stormy
guy.
Daniels
What's
Well,
his name?
because the guy was trying to dupe Trump and dupe that lady, the Stormy Daniels. That's what happened.
No. That's not what happened.
That's what happened.
Because he lied on
You know, if you want to know the truth, actually, you can Google it right there where you are.
Okay, tell me.
Stormy Daniel came out and denied everything, that nothing happened. She herself did.
Wait. Where is that? Can you send us a link?
Well, do your homework yourself. What do you want me to
What
do
about
for you?
what
You
about
that
the
said it. You have to
McDougal?
prove it.
He didn't went to fuck McDougal too and trying to silence him with his buddy at the what do you call this Enquirer? Is it Enquirer magazine? The guy with the mustache. They're trying to silence the news.
Trump?
Yeah.
Why?
I can't think the magazine was Enquirer. They were the one that got hold of the magazine and they killed it. The lady came out and
Wow.
spoke to the
Okay.
public about
I
that.
I think you hear so much stuff at
Till
Diwali,
today,
it's
till
become like
today.
fiction, man.
No, it still
You
has
can't
a
try
see. I
you
don't know
can't
how
separate
it's going to
reality from fiction anymore. I can tell. Too much
see.
news.
Well, and I'll tell you this: I don't know how he's going to be able to wiggle himself out of this uh, uh, lawsuit entanglement that he has found himself. You know,
Dude, it's
in
child's
the
play,
history
man. Nothing's gonna happen.
in the
Nothing.
history of this country, this man has humongous lawsuit hanging on his neck. Some are federal. I'm talking about 14, 13 indictment on the different counts.
One has 91 actually. One
Uh-huh.
indictment had 91.
Ulibombe say, I'm telling you the fact.
Yeah, no
You
worries.
know,
See,
rational
I don't know
mind.
why you sweating
In the
anyway.
case,
If the supporters are not sweating, why you sweating it? It's not a big deal.
it's not a
It just
swearing, it's a statement of fact.
it's just another resistance to be dealt with, and we're gonna take care of it. We're not even worried about that.
Rational mind. In the case of Tinubu's one, what happened then in the 1980s and in the 90s was that the Reagan administration came up with this say no to drug policy per se. And at that moment, there were a lot of people that are, that was the bus. That was when crack was, the talk of the town or was the end thing, right? So, and everyone were involved, both students, everyone involved in drug peddling and all that. But another thing is that anyone that is found, whether a family members or not, also involved or happens to have anything to do or in connection or in contact with whoever it is a subject matter will have his or her property confiscated and sent to prison. Okay. So in the course of this, is it possible that because people have been doing money laundering for a very long time? I mean, you have somebody who has been depositing 100,000, 50,000 as at early 80s. That tells you about how money has been moving. And we have a lot of big boy. Tinubu was a big boy. It's not just he was being a big boy. This is a son of a yellow jack. I'm not talking about like a regular folks, man. So in the course of this, the family member that he was also a signatory together with him to the account and all that uh, happens to be the subject matter to the federal investigation. And him already coming to United States to go to school and also doing businesses and all that. Also trying to, because this was the era where they will marry an American and then they will use that American to fund, to do whatever they want to do. And but people carrying drugs, people carrying money, doing money laundry. It was an era of military, time, and things were going in different directions. So having have his money trapped in that, of course, he left the United States and came to Nigeria, right? So while all that was going on, we believe that the money stayed there. The subject matter was already in custody of the federal, and then they now started writing him. So never a time was he ever been charged to court. I said, look, you know what? We're charging you because we are also part, we are an accessory to the investigation. So you will also be uh, uh, taken to court for drug peddling. However, you claim that you have this money. Come and explain to us how you got this money. But as at that time, the statute of that law then was that there's no way government is not looking back. They are confiscating whether it's money, whether it's property, whether it's car, it doesn't even matter. So, and him already left United States, already pursuing a different endeavor back home. He didn't pay attention until he started getting calls for investigation. And to the point that he felt like, okay, this money is going to go that way. And he hired a lawyer. So they entered into an agreement because they believe, American government believe that the proceed, who also that also have the signature, the footprint of the subject matter in is a proceed of narcotic peddling. So there's no way they are letting go. And here is a Tinubu who was unable to, uh, you know, uh, explain the origin of the money to the government of the United States. So while it was already climbing politically in Nigeria, the investigation was ongoing. So what could they do? At the end of the day, they both reached an agreement that is going to forfeit certain amount of money, and this amount will be released to him because he decided to get a lawyer involved. Now, if you're a criminal and you know what you've done for you to be able to uh, uh, accumulate such amount of money in a dubious way, and you know for a fact that if because the federal government net is widely casted, if you want to spread it, they will not spare nobody, and nobody is above the law when it comes to that. Them spreading their dragnet. So, and in the course of not able to ascertain the involvement of the subject matter in the investigation, and then his connection with the subject matter, the government decided, okay, they're going to forgo. But you know, as you are right now, let's say you have like 100,000 in your account. The bank is obligated to report how that money get into your account. So the government will have access to how the money is coming into your account to be able to have, as you said, be able to have details about how the money was coming in. So a certain amount of, is it 400 or something, was forgo, confiscated, and the rest was released to him. So if the money had not been released to him now, we would have said, well, he forfeited it to the government of the United States. But no, a certain amount of money was forfeited to the federal government.
Hold on.
Okay, get it.
Prince Daddy, but I didn't hear you counter him on this issue now. So when it's Trump, you will counter him. How they say that
no, because yeah, okay, well.
You know what tickles your hair, right?
No. I was see. I've always had this. My position actually on this issue, on this drug case. Number one, Tinubu is a smart man. And I believe that Tinubu was aware of the drug money passing through his account or being deposited. That's what I believe, even though I can't prove it, and even though he himself said he knew nothing about it. But it's your personal account or account that you own jointly with somebody. You must have an idea the transaction going on in that account, especially an account with such a large amount of money. You can't just leave it to some random person to take care of it. So he had an idea. But my contention though is that I don't believe that he himself was involved in drug peddling or drug dealing. I don't think he was. But in terms of the money, he was aware on how the money got there and from whom it came from.
I wouldn't go to that length to say that it was aware. You know why I would say? Because him being aware,
they don't call him a criminal, rational.
No. You see, this is what people do a lot. They just try to spin things because
we cannot ascertain that he was aware. Okay, some of us have.
He's an accessory, right? Is he not an accessory?
Yes. Some of us have family.
If you're an accessory, why don't you go to jail for that? If you're an accessory here for a crime that you should have disclosed and you not.
No, it's not a lawless society. It's innocent until proven guilty, right? Rational man. So therefore, because you're an accessory doesn't mean you go to jail. There has to be an explanation to things.
No. If you are found to be an accessory, you go to jail. You'll be liable.
The kind has indicted him.
What you said, Diwali?
If he's an accessory, he will be liable. He wasn't an accessory.
I believe that. Yeah.
Accessory. How do you know?
He wasn't. If you're an accessory, you know.
Let me say something to you, guys. Let me say something to you. You see, what I believe is this. I'm from the creek. And I'm from a place whereby we do a lot of fetish. Tinubu is is a very fetish guy.
How do you know you live with him?
He is. Oh, forget it. No, forget it. Oh, you see, we know when I see things. I
the man is a devout Muslim. What do you mean, rational mind?
It's a what?
I don't know about that.
It's a what?
Me neither. I'm just saying it.
I'll tell you that I don't want to bore you guys with the story.
So he did juju and that juju captured everybody in America.
Adiwali. I've been in a case that a cousin of mine was involved in a very criminal case. They did an agada godo. They locked it. On the day of sentencing, the judge passed a different sentence, and that was the end of the case. I tell you, I mean, this is not something I know what this guy's capable. I mean,
Wow, rational mind. Say that's the first time I'm hearing this spin on it. I mean, you always have a one angle or another
I'm
to get to
telling you that
Tinubu.
this guy is a very fetish guy.
How do you know though?
All these things,
Is it from the creek also?
all this, no, hold on. No, that's not because it's from a crate. I know Iraq G. If you know where she's, let's forget that. But the point I'm trying to make is that all this allegation
So,
against this guy.
but you guys always say
one of
that
them
it
can
was
pin this
from
guy to
Iraq
the
BG. How do you guys know that's from Iraq BG?
Okay, all right. We shall see when the FBI reveal whatever they want to
I
do.
beg you, which
We
FBI
shall
is going
see.
to
Don't worry
reveal?
now.
It
We shall
is,
see.
wait a minute. You see, this is another thing with us. We so much believe in a foreign government that they are being truthful, that are being honest, that they will do the right things and all that. Which is a high time we purge our mind from this substantiated beliefs that the foreign government is more stronger than. See, Michelle, anywhere you go, you will see their own way of doing things too. Okay, um, even though there are still some scrupulous elements in the government and the private sector in America. There was a brother who used to live together in Lagos before, but he moved to United States. How he moved was even a different story entirely. And he moved, to United States with his siblings. Every now and then. That is why I hardly go to where the Nigerians congregate because they can Caramero. There was a time Ayefele came to play in the United States and came to Texas then. Shortly after he played that show, after that concert, a lot of Nigerians were picked up. Anyway, of course, he should want more because they are into Medicaid fraud and all that nonsense stuff. So on. But what I'm saying is that this brother found himself in custody uh, of law enforcement. What happened was that there has been investigation going on with those guys that he was hanging out with. I bet he said it was a mechanic workshop there or something like that. And he was going there from time on a daily basis just to hang out with them. He wasn't even a mechanic, but he has to while away time and still hang out with them. He wasn't even drinking beer, he was just hanging out. And here comes a day, the federal police showed up and they start picking them up. He was in custody for more than 1 year. After that, he had a detainer with immigration because at that time his status was already out of the status. So the moment they finished the investigation after 1 year, then they showed them to the immigration. It was with ICE for a very long time. But what I'm saying is that at a point, the judge now, I don't know what happened. One of these non-profit organization came to his rescue. They picked up his case, and now they're able to grant him access to be able to work and have what is it called? To have access to working authorizations and all, but he cannot go out. He's actually praying that they will give him parole now to be able to travel out of the country. But what I'm trying to say is that if you look at the case of that person, let's say tomorrow he decided to go to Nigeria to contest for an election, for the fact that he was arrested, for the fact that he was charged, but eventually the investigation was dropped, the charges were dropped, and then pushed to immigration. That is how the system works here in America. Okay? The fact that once there's no substantial evidence to link you up with, but of course you'll be going there. If there's any traces of him being aware that such a criminal organization or criminal gathering was happening and where he was going to hang out every day was happening, he will have been charged. He will have been probably been cooling his foot in federal prison by now. But no, he was just going there. And luckily, nobody testified that he was aware because they know who was who in their cycle. So, but if that kind of news
You guys
gets to them,
like to tell stories. I mean, you like to tell stories.
no, is the fact, is the real fact.
The criminal thing of Tinubu. You people are very good at telling stories. You
see, to charge you to court, the court must have weighed the option. When they get somebody indicted, the court will constitute a jury to look at the evidence preliminary and then decided if to
To
go
watch
forward with
CSI.
it or not to
They
go
want
forward.
to CSI.
Don't mind me, I watch too many movies.
Oh
So
my
and
goodness.
once the jury say, I think there's a case to answer here, you are done. You are done. You may not get convicted in all the charges, but you are done. One is going to stick one way or the other. See, that's why when it comes to federal cases, you don't want to be indicted because that is to say you're already nailed to the cross.
But then did you realize that sometimes the prosecuting attorneys or the prosecutor they screw up cases too? You realize that?
But see, if you're a prosecutor, whether you're a federal prosecutor or a state prosecutor, and you are going and standing in front of a judge and you are messing your cases, messing your those cases, especially those cases that are what do you call it? Because it's always very rare. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. Once the DA, they even come to the local level, once the DA accept charges, you get arrested by the police and maybe DWI.
See, Rashomon was asking earlier about his Trump's case. I'm just trying to think. Maybe Adola can answer the question. I'm not sure how many times a DA, an attorney general of a state, a city, goes after civil cases. Usually, it's criminal. So it tell
It could be the statute of limitation. Maybe they found
well, okay, that is true, and that's why you say that's why it's all about this thing about Trump. They know it's not going anywhere, but it's all about election interference. There's no doubt about it because they rather have him in the courts.
Can I say something about President? Do you remember that even before Trump became I think when he was in the first time when he was vying for that position, there has been people asking him to reveal his taxes. You know that? He never did.
No. Okay, hold on a second. As a private citizen, who's interested in his taxes? That's not true.
He's not a private citizen. Hold on, he's not a private citizen. He's the president of the United States of America.
He even promised that he was going to.
When he was running, right? When he was running, right?
Yeah, when he was running, yeah. Even after he got into White House, he showed people. He called a news reporter and he showed them a stack of. You remember that Adewale? A stack of tax forms or tax papers, and he said, "You see, I have so many things. My accountant or whatever is going through everything," and that was the end of it. So what are we talking about?
So what is your point? I mean, so because we're just like in Tinubu's case, because you want his tax return disclosed to the public, why does he have to do that? Why is it compelled to do that?
This guy is a criminal before.
Okay, good. So if he doesn't have to, then why you call him a criminal, Adewale? Why you call him a criminal?
I'm the one calling him a criminal.
Why? Trust me, you speaking for Adewale, you guys are the same. I'm just saying, choosing
it. You've forgotten that the tax was leaked to the public. The person that actually leaked it was convicted not quite long ago, like a week or 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so
his tax return was leaked. Yeah, was already.
Okay, so the person did something criminal, right? Obviously, he was convicted.
It was convicted last week or 2 weeks.
Okay, you see, so in this country, because people can demand for whatever they want. Okay,
actually a contractor of the IRS.
Okay, see, exactly. See, let us be fair. Adewale, I hear you speak. You sound like a fair person, but you just I mean, you just happen to be, constipated. You constipated with a lot of trash from CNN and the liberal outlets. That's your only problem. But in other areas, you seem to be fair in your analysis.
Let me ask a question, Prince Daddy. Why is Fox News refusing to carry anything from Trump? Why?
Well, it is quite clear, and that's what should give you confidence, rather, that Trump is a legitimate candidate. When you hold on, when you have both the liberal outlet and the conservative outlet like Fox News not
Yeah.
wanting to
So
associate
hold on,
themselves
hold
with
on.
Trump, it tells you a lot. It tells a whole lot
Okay,
actually,
Prince Daddy.
because he is a man of the people.
Hold
It
on.
is
We've heard
of
this
the
rhetorics.
of the
Let
one
me say
the
something.
Prince Daddy.
When they were dilly-dallying,
Who's that?
when they were dilly-dallying with him, when the likes of Fox News, they were promoting him. They were not liberal, whatever now, but now that they are against him because of the claim of the hold on, because this is where they sever ties with him.
when you have to get busy because of somebody's
that's it.
stupidity.
No, that is not true. See,
No,
this one you have to you have to pay attention to this. It happens to individuals and it happens to institutions. And this is what happens. See, when an individual changes,
Then the
or when
business will
an
lose
institution
Prince
changes,
Daddy, when are you going to give this up? I mean, this year so much. You have to
Prince
argue with him.
Daddy.
yes, who's that?
You know how much it cost? You know how much it cost
My
Fox
name
News?
is Michael.
You know how much it paid?
How you doing, Mike?
Apart from that, you know how many
Yeah,
of
I
their
just want to
stars
tell you
lost their
something.
They
job?
had to remove. Yeah, that's true. Go on, our friend. Yeah, too much of us are getting.
Good night,
Prince
everybody. I
Daddy,
want to
please
go to bed.
Okay,
don't take a
bye
bullet
bye.
for politicians. Politicians all over the world, they are the same. So from the way you are speaking about Trump, it's like you can take a bullet for Trump.
That's what it is. Yeah, you can take. That's what it is.
No, I'm just listen. I'm a fair person, quite frankly. Just like I said, I never supported Biden, but you're not gonna catch me talking bad about Biden. But the problem I have with people like Adewale and Rational Mind is that they have all this false information out there, and I'm trying to help them out, help them explain what is out there. It's not about taking bullet for Trump. It's about trying to get the truth out there.
You're spewing those Trumpers kind of narrative.
I'm not, I'm not spewing anything.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that those people that were sentenced at the Capitol's insurrection, that they deserve it or not? Do you believe that? Those Trumpers.
What I can tell you what they deserve. They deserve the right to a fair judicial system. That's what they deserve. For the first time, but perhaps the first time in America that people were being detained and not given access to their attorneys or the courts.
What evidence you have for that? That's some of them that were convicted. They never had right to attorneys. What evidence you have for that? I think you've been watching too much of what's it called, Truth Social or whatever.
No, you know what? See, no, I don't. I can't even remember last time. I don't even go on Truth Social. That's not it. See, that's what I'm saying. You guys are limited to this narrow news outlet. But if there's so many information out there that you can read and go through and they explain a lot of things. Let me tell you, these J6 people, they are really suffering. It's not a joke, actually. It's not a joke. Because a lot of people genuinely went out there on J6 to protest, and a lot of them they got into trouble. Let me tell you, it's been uncovered right now. Just like that many of this.
Was that the process that they stormed into the Capitol and they chased everybody out and they took over everything?
Well, because it was all a setup. It was all a setup, and now and.
Let me shut down because I don't think I'm not going to get anywhere with you because it's just so ridiculous hearing you saying all this was a setup.
You don't call it ridiculous. You can set people up, and though they may misbehave.
Who set them up?
Have you heard about the Capitol videos? There's videos out there. There's plenty of evidences out there.
This is so ridiculous. I mean, hearing you.
Sorry, it's fully busy, yeah?
Yeah.
Can you ask him his own? Let him give him time to speak about.
Okay, yeah. Prince Daddy.
He's in Nigeria. You can tell the breaking news. What's going on about his Tinubu and Obi interview? Okay. It seems to take it on Obi interview. So let's hear something different.
Yeah, we'll go.
I actually came here this morning to listen to you guys.
Okay.
I don't want to
do
talk
you
about.
have any news for us? Do you have any?
I don't have any news. Let me just listen.
So let us continue with our Trump. Myself and the Prince Daddy with our
I
Trump.
think it's better.
You have any?
Everybody's running from the news.
It's nothing there. The same people who are fighting themselves. So I don't want to give myself a headache on them.
Yeah. But anyway, let me say.
Let me quickly. What's the latest from Showore?
Sure. He's not in jail.
Well, how are you thinking that Showore being in jail will make you happy?
I'm just talking. I'm just talking,
Yes,
man.
to spoke you. But there's this thing I wanted to say.
I'm not sure that
Yeah,
should
sorry.
make everybody happy because as of today, Chowore was the only person speaking on behalf of the Nigerians. So I don't sure. I'm not sure we should be talking.
What did he say? What statement did he make?
To the guy.
What is
Sure. What's the statement?
Yeah, the guy has said whatever I need to say before now. So whatever anybody wants to know about him, to go and listen to his past messages, and you know that
there's nothing new said now.
when somebody has already said something before anything happened, I don't need to talk about it when it happened again. He has said it. He has said it all before now.
Well, if he's a leader, he should have an opinion all the time because he has a lot of followers. So you guys should be willing to hear the new things he has to say about different events or different things happening.
It's for people to go and pound on what he has said, whether it's coming to whether whatever he has said has come to reality or come to pass.
Fully. Let me say something to you.
All right.
Don't take offense at what I'm about asking you.
No offense, okay.
So don't you think it's a cult following when you people just think Showore is infallible? You know what I mean by infallible? That is, it's not. You cannot make a mistake. Infallible.
Nobody on earth cannot make a mistake.
So then you people like you have this cult following of Showore. That's one thing I disdain a lot when it comes to all this.
No, we are making you are getting it wrong. Yeah.
Hold on, people like Tinubu, Atiku, and even Obi, everybody like, oh, I've had some obedience here say, oh, he's God sent. I mean, cut that crap for me. I mean, that's bullshit for me. I mean, so sorry about my language, bull crap. I mean, I believe these people, they are humans like you and I. So why should we pedestalize them, make them look as if they're like godlike person? That's my problem. So if you're already saying something, to me, every time you come on platforms like I've heard you say, you pedestalize Showore like, oh, Showore is this and that. I mean, when are we going to stop all of this? Fully.
No. You know what?
Okay,
you need to choose your own battle carefully. If whatever you want to go for a battle, you need to choose your own battle carefully before you go to a battle. Okay. So if we are talking about Nigerian politics or Nigerian leadership, or what is it called? Space, and you have interest in joining them, you want to make a change, you must choose another route because the routes we have been taking are not leading us to anywhere. So if at all you want to do anything in that space, choose another route because if you want to fight a pig, you don't need to go and you don't need to go to the mud with him to go and fight with him. You have to drag him to come to the dry land so that when you are fighting him, people will know that you are not dirty like him. Not like you following him to his gutter to go and fight him. They will stain you. They will become one of them. So that is why we have interest in. We want to have interest in how are we governed. That's why we're looking for that space to make our own to make our own things happen. So that's why we're trying to create another space for ourselves. So we're not ready to join the same peak where they used to fight themselves before. So we are trying to create that space for ourselves now. So it's our battle here. Our battle here is not about Showore. It's about ourselves. Yes, I'm listening.
Interjection. Please, can you tell us whether your party, did you guys win any state assembly or
a party like
do you have
us?
anybody? Can you please? Because I don't know.
A party like us will take a long time in this kind of environment.
How long have your party member been contesting election for Nigeria now? Since when?
And the story you don't get it.
No.
We registered that party in 2018 August. Okay, 2018 August. Okay, no, 2018.
No, Showore contested in 2015, right?
Exactly. So must have been 2014.
You don't get it right. Showore has never contested for election until 2019. Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes. And we registered this party 2018 October.
So in a nutshell, sorry, Foley. In a nutshell, you registered your party in 2018, and there was some similar party that were registered in 2019, like ADC, all of those kind of small party also. And they were
APC was 2015. APC was 2015.
Not APC. I'm not talking about APC. I'm talking about some other party registered at the same time with their party. Some of them have won state assembly.
So can you just calm down and let me narrate what happened to
I'm
this
not angry
party.
with. I just want to know. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Let me just give a brief of what happened to that party. The party registered after 2018, 3 months to the election, and after the election, they actually see the effect of that party, because the party was actually nearly the top in fourth or third position after the 2019 election. So they saw the impact, they saw the welcomes, they saw how people actually tried to come into that party. Okay. And they actually bought somebody over, which is Lonand, that guy that actually destroyed the party more. So the guy was paid. He hijacked the party from the system. And that particular period, Sowore traveled to America after the election. The day Sowore entered America was the day that court summoned Sowore to come to court. Okay, what is the allegation? They said the money they contributed for the election, the money was saffron, that Sowore did not do account for it. And the guy in question that actually took Sowore to court, the guy was giving money to rent a secretariat in Abuja here. The rent for that secretariat was 1.8 million. And this guy collected another almost 4 million naira from the party. When the party now knew that this is kind of person he is, they stay away from me. They didn't allow him to come close to that account again because he was a secretary before. So they now try to do something that the guy is not aware anymore. So they've already understand the kind of person he is. That is not the kind of person they can actually deal with. So after the election, the guy was bought over. Okay, it was the one that actually.
I actually heard that story. Sorry, Foley. I think I know a little bit about that story, but I mean, how real is it for you to say you guys came third? Is that a real third position with a 0.001% of the votes?
No, as in 2019 election, if you look at our score, if you look at what was score and you check the numbers, except the guy that his name was close to PDP, that AP something, that people are actually thinking that it's PDP, they vote for him. He was the only one that got higher mark than people else.
Okay.
Yes. And our party, if you try to check how that party was actually established then, people of the same mindset come together to make something happen. People are ready to vote for that party without even collecting it down. Yeah, people are.
Have you guys suggested to your principal to run for a governorship position first?
No, you know what? If you really want to check very well, a fish. Okay, let me say human being. If your leg is cut off, you can still walk. If your hand is cut off, you can. Even if one of your eyes is removed, you can still do things. Even if your 2 eyes is removed, you can still do things. But when your head is being cut off, you are finished. So Nigeria problem is not about governor, it's not about what's it called, councillor. We need somebody in that presidency as a leader. So anybody can join that person.
Well, so do you believe? Hold on, sorry. Do you believe in people, like, I guess they say, like, paying their dues, or trying to paying their dues, put their time in. Say, sure, we kind of suggested that to the Prince also, Adewale. I don't know if you heard him on the show. Ran off. Okay, so I posed a question to him that, hey, he has so much to offer. He's a smart guy, brilliant. He has a lot going for him. And I asked him, would he mind or consider rather running for governorship in his state, so he can show the rest of Nigeria a good model of leadership, a good model that other states or people can emulate. That's the way to start. So what is wrong with Sowore too big for that?
Let me not tell you, the same problem you are going to have to become Nigeria president is the same problem you are going to have to become a councillor in this system. this system, no matter what you are bringing, well, the system will make sure they make you look like you don't know what you are doing. They will drag you to that dirty space as well and make sure you are dirty.
My brother, it's not easy. It's not easy everywhere. Even in the West, it's dirty. Yeah, the politics here is dirty also, extremely dirty.
I'm just telling you the same thing you are going to do to become any state governor. Okay, it's the same thing you can do to become Nigeria president. If you really want to stay clean, okay, why can't you just choose a battle?
No, are you sure about that?
I'm telling you, it's just a fact. The state is even more deadliest than the presidency we are talking about. People in state are very crooked. They can do anything with the backup of the federal government.
How can that be more complex and complicated? How can that be more complex or complicated than the country of diverse people and background?
Let me tell you, if you have bad person in the presidency that are seen their party as do or die things that they must win election, there is no way you are going to win election in any state. You cannot even win a councillor in any state, as long as the structure at the top is still what it is now. Before you can actually say you want to contest with these people on Nigeria space, you have to look at the federal capital, that federal space, because they use that forces to intimidate anybody that want to contest in any state. And they can use their courts to molest you. They can use their forces, their police, their soldiers they can even use their courts.
In politics, money talks. You know that, right?
If you continue like this, like we said, money talks, and the good one don't even have that money. How do you want to get good people in government?
I'm sorry, that is the reality. That's the reality. It's not unique to Nigeria or it's not unique to Nigeria.
If that is reality, and all of us cannot even try to make sure that we change that narrative, we will continue complaining. That means we are not going to get it right any day. Why can't we just try and do something different?
Well, I commend you people for trying. I'm not saying you shouldn't try. I mean, eventually it may come to a point whereby money is not a factor anymore in the election. But as far as it is concerned right now, money is a.
If you are talking about money, I think the money we all need here is money for logistics, money to prove to people that
exactly that's still money. That means you need a lot of money for that.
The money we are spending here is buying people conscience to vote. We are not even allowing people to even think on their own to go and vote for their own rightful candidate. You are buying their conscience because you know they are poor. That's the money we are spending here. It's not the money to come and campaign to you that, okay, I'm this, I can do this to you. You are giving them the promise. If I've been elected to a position for 4 years and you don't see any change in me, you can stone me. It's possible.
Prince Daddy, I just compromise people who have been compromised. You can hear him the way he talks about Tinubu, and they rationalize everything. Like, oh, Tinubu is this and that. You know, Trump is. You see, when we have people like, how do you build a society? I'm so thankful that I live in a society whereby the rule of laws apply. They don't allow corruption and corrupt people. Even I know that I'm not saying they don't have corrupt leaders here, but they have institutions, they have laws
that fight them back.
To a large degree, to a large extent, they enforce their laws. But here we are, as Nigerians, we rationalize whatever crap we want to rationalize for these criminal leaders that are leading us. We have one that is an impostor. We have to see how far that's going to turn out. Who can even let us even know who he is? Let me not bore of us with this story. We all know how it.
Yeah. So that's why we have seen it that the people governing. The people governing us are not the kind of people that are supposed to be leading us.
Yeah,
so we are trying to create another space.
Yeah, you see, Folibi. You see, very soon I'm going to be stopping coming online very soon. It's just I'm getting sick and tired. Well, the reason is this, because Nigeria is irredeemable. I'm not trying to dampen.
I disagree with you.
I'm talking to Swally now. I'm not trying to dampen your optimism as to Nigeria. You see, for Nigeria to really see a real turnaround, 360 degree turnaround, or not say 360, maybe 90 degrees turnaround, Because 360 would mean we are going back to the same.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You
And
can
that
make
is
a
why.
180
And that is why.
turn.
Do you know we nearly get it right in 2023? We nearly get it right.
No, let's not.
With whom? With Shore or who we talk referring to?
Adibin Obi did not hijack the NSAS movement in
Even if not hijack it,
He hijacked it.
Shore is not going anywhere. Even if it's not
No.
hijacked.
He's not going anywhere. He's not willing. It's the movement. The voice will be more
but
stronger.
You see,
Because Shore would have allowed the movement to go the way the movement actually go now. Because the movement is now becoming irritating.
Folly B. That's why I asked you a question at the beginning of this discussion. I said, sometimes why would you have to pedestalize some people because we feel that they are all and all, they cannot make any mistake? I mean, the point is this: when you see where the direction is going, when the people, the masses,
what I'm saying is
people like me, and other people that supported Shore in 2019, we found out that okay, we cannot go with Shore because Shore, not as if he has baggages, but they've pinned him down, and they have some things that they're beating him with. So let us not go with the, like I was saying on this platform, lesser evil.
And that's how we got it wrong.
You, according to
if you actually push somebody up for to lead you, and that person, sorry, if you actually put somebody in your front to go and lead a struggle for you on your behalf, and the same system now fight that person back, that is when that person needs you to need him by his side.
The momentum
so you leaving him for that system, you are not helping him as well.
I realize that too. You're right.
That's where the person actually needs you more to continue pushing.
Yeah, you have a point there. But you see, the thing is sometimes we don't have to waste time on because time is of essence for me. Time is important.
You know what? I know when many of us we were talking about Egypt leaving Israelites leaving Egypt, we think it's just a day thing. According to the Bible even record almost 40 years, and I'm sure the Moses that actually lead the struggle did not even end up with them. He died before
let's put this biblical narrative of trying.
I'm just saying that there is nothing good that comes easily. We
know that. But sometimes you see the point is, that's the problem I'm trying to iron with you. Shore does not have to be the only way by which we can realize.
I think 2019. Sorry. Let me clear that. I know I get where you are going. 2019 election. I did we have a revolutionary leader apart from Shore. Shore is always ready to lead, to allow people to lead. But we cannot allow. But the problem now, we cannot allow a mediocres or another fraudsters to come and lead us, and we support that same person.
I agree with you.
At the end of the day, we messed up. So we have to see that person in us, the person that is leading us. That Shore is always Shore like Adewale. Okay, but it's too late for them to come together. It's too late. Shore as in whatever we're talking about these people. Shore mentioned some guys in that 2023 election that Shore met some guys that they actually has talked together and they have the same vision. Shore asked them, but the moment I've already picked that woman called Obi, as in they pick him as
a woman. You call him woman?
Yes, no, he's a woman.
How do you call him a woman?
I know what I'm saying. That guy cannot even stand anything. Cannot even stand 2 hours for Nigerians to defend us.
Folly, stop that. I mean, is it the way he talks? Is that why you're calling me a woman?
The way everything. Do you watch his interview on Arise yesterday?
I did. We already discussed that.
This guy was reading. This guy was reading something from his phone to talk to Nigerians.
No.
You don't need that. We don't need that kind of person. We need somebody that will talk from heart.
Rational man, let him talk now. He's not an Agbado person. Let him talk. He's just talking.
It's saying your narrative. Now, let me say something to you, Folly B. One for me, I supported Shore in 2019. I was a diehard Shore supporters. I was using my platform then, my little platform that I started around that time to promote Shore in my own way. If you can go, you can look up Nordic Coin or whatever. So You understand? So I use my little. I mean, I was on different platform always like championing Shore. But you see, sometimes when you see where the wind is blowing, sometimes you just have to follow. You also have to go with the. If it,
No,
sometimes
you don't need to. You don't. You know what?
hold
Like
on,
us.
let me slow
Like no,
down.
sorry. Okay. Let me listen to you.
So when you see where the wind is blowing, sometimes you just have to go with where the wind is blowing. Now the wind here will be in the masses. Now when I say the masses, the huge following. Most of the people following Tinubu, I mean following what's his name, our guy or Obi today. A lot of them, if not half of them, were formerly with Shore, but they're now following not because they feel like they've been
Obi is
brainwashed.
better.
No. This is what I'm trying to say. Not because they feel like, well, maybe like you said, Obi is better, but because they see that Shuwer has a lot of issues that he has to deal with.
Okay.
And we cannot waste time anymore because the
Okay.
time essence is of being important is very important. We cannot waste
Okay.
another 8 years or 4 years of our life with these mediocres that you call mediocres.
Okay.
Now, you
Okay.
see that Obi, okay, let us look at Obi. We know Shurera has criticized Obi in the past that he invested Anabra's state money into his own some kind of is it international one of their breweries. But then apart from that, is there anything to link this guy that this guy is really that corrupt? We cannot see anything
Okay.
like that. Hold on, besides that. So that is why on this platform I've always said that I look at Obi. At the beginning, I wasn't really into Obi, but I look at the whole narrative and I look at everything. I say, okay, well, sometimes you have to do a little evil to achieve much good. I use that
Okay.
phrase, that statement here on one man's platform. You have to do a little bit of evil to achieve more good. The evil here will be that okay, Obi is evil. Fine, I get it. According to Shuwari and some other people.
What is wrong with Tinubu's evil? You don't like that?
No, Tinubu's evil is so corrupt that I cannot stand it. It's heavily corrupt because
Okay. Go ahead.
Tinubu hijacked the whole state to himself, and he continues being the kingmaker there, and he used that influence to put his own company in charge of the treasury, which is the tax collecting agency. I don't even know bore you with all this story, but Obi did not do that. Maybe the only two sins of Obi is that first he did not declare his asset, or maybe he did some wrong thing about asset declaration and all of that with the Bureau of whatever. This is their Bureau of Asset Declaration, maybe that. And then second, that he invested Anambra State money into a private company that he also has interest. Maybe those two things. But if you look at it critically, not as if there was any benefit to him as such that you can trace to him with that. It's just he invested Anambra State money and maybe his own personal something that he never declared, and maybe there was a conflict of interest in that. That's about it. You cannot say anything more than that. That he's been charged for any fraud. One money was traced to his account. You cannot see that. That was why I refer to him as a lesser evil. But any other one, Atiku and the other people, they are fraud.
Yes.
So
I get your point, my brother.
for that reason, I had to pitch my tent. That was why I say I use what I lean towards Obi. That was not
Yeah.
I totally forsake Shuwere.
So my brother. I
You're
think
a diehard. Hold on, my friend.
my brother. I think we are waiting for people like you to come back to your base.
No,
because
I'm not going to come back. I don't think I'm going to come back anytime soon because
your base is that revolutionary mind movement.
This is the reason why I'm not come back. This is the reason why I'm not come back because I realize that sometimes in the Nigerian kind of politics, you have to do a little bit of evil, if not even a little bit or much evil, to achieve some good. That was why I've said sometimes.
You don't need to do evil. You only need to stand for what is right in Nigerian space. It's not like that. Seriously. You know what? These people, let me tell you something about us that we don't realize.
Nigeria is not ready for this kind of things you people are talking about.
Our voices actually can't, but we don't have the voice. Our voices can't, but we don't use it. You know what? We may not even win the battle. We may not even send them out. But by them seeing us that we are organizing ourselves, can force them to do the right thing. But when we leave them there completely without anybody trying to say anything about them, they will continue doing the rubbish. I think that is exactly what Showore is trying to do here. Not like we have to force them out at all costs, but let them see that people are coming after them. Let them continue to be having that fear of people coming. Let them having a little touch of people coming. People can react. That is what we're actually doing here. But when we all keep silence and we allow them to be doing whatever they like to do with us, we will perish. They will do us what would never. We will look at. They will mention Nigeria in your presence in the nearest future. We may likely ask, where is Nigeria still something that somebody can actually go to, because you have nothing to come back to in Nigeria if you allow these people to continue ruling this way. So that's why we need that decent. We need that decent voices.
But do you realize that there are many ways we can get these people, we can dislodge these people out?
Definitely.
It doesn't have to be through Showere's way. Only Showere's.
No, it's not only Showere's ways. It's any way that comes that we think is right.
If I tell you that,
Rational, I hope you guys not planning a coup, right?
Nobody's don't start this. I mean, nobody's
not
planning.
Cool, nothing like cool.
Okay. Either through the ballots. That's what I'm saying. We can
through the ballots. We can organize through the ballots, but it has to be. It has to be somebody.
Kind of revolution
okay, sorry. Rational mind. Let's assume that this 2023 election, and we organize. And we didn't use somebody like Showore. We don't use somebody like Obi, and we use somebody that has the mind, that actually have the leadership struggle to say it as it is.
Quick interjection. I'm sorry. See, what you guys are talking about here, it's almost abstract in a lot of ways. See, it's beyond that. It's beyond someone that's intelligent, that has the mind and has this revolutionary mindset that you guys are talking about. If you look at the candidate that ran in this election, the reason why we have the leader that came out as opposed to the ones that lost is that Nigeria is a very diverse and complex society, just like you guys know that, right? So you can't just say, we need this kind of a person. We need someone that can appeal, a person that can traverse from the south to the north and across the country that has that appeal, like Tinubu, for example. Now, tell me, it's not about Tinubu here. Tell me, apart from Showore, okay, actually, to follow B, what is the selling point? But by the way, before I ask that question, when Showore first came out, I listened to Showore actually a lot on Sarah TV and all these other things. I follow them, but I couldn't land on Showore where it was trying to go anyway. I mean, but it sounded exciting. It said the right things, what it wanted to do, kick out all these corrupt people and all this other stuff. This sounds good. It sounds good, right? But at the end of the day, it's beyond that. It's beyond the talking. It's beyond. You have to appeal.
There's nothing beyond anything here. Let me tell you what happened is this. In the history of this country, wherever we're about to get things right, these people find their way to hijack the moment back. Okay?
Which people?
These people in government. I'm not talking about anybody now. People in government. They have their way of getting it from us. Whatever they know that. Let me just bring a kind of brief about Nigerians. During military era, we were actually planning to take over the system from them. We need democracy. But military know that the voices are actually coming that loud. So they have their way of bringing what's it called? Obasanjo. Still the same military man, selling to us as if he's coming for a democracy. And for us to believe that we have democracy, we grab it and we allow Obasanjo to rule. And after that, 16 years later, we felt like, okay, we are tired of PDP, the way they are governing the country, we are not doing good, we should change it. They now give us another, okay, what do we do? The same people from PDP, they come to Labour, all of them bring them together, they produce, what's it called, APC, and they give us another Buhari in that system. And for us, the revolutionary people, we think we are getting it right through that way. Not knowing that the same people are the one coming again to come and continue what they have been doing. And we voted for them. And this is the result we have again. So 2020, Nigerians actually have one of the most beautiful movements, which is NSAS. Okay? And they knew that people were coming 2023 for that elections. So they were afraid of that movement picking a revolutionary person or a radical person to lead that movement to that election. Okay? Immediately Obi came out, that Obi said is coming to come and lead the movement. They were happy because they know that Obi is still part of them. They can still call Obi's number and talk to him in secret. Okay? They were happy. Their mind was soft. Okay? And that is why we missed that election in 2023. Had there been that movement, that people that actually have the revolutionary mind, a kind of changed mind towards Nigerians' liberation, pick a radical leaders as well, like a revolutionary leaders as well, that election won't have go the way it actually go through. Because the people taking over this system, if Obi win that election, they are still the one winning because Atiku is his brother, is his mentor, Tinubu is his uncle, they are still the one winning. So they are not really bothered about who win among them, including either Obi, Kwankaso or Tinubu. None of them win that. They are not still the one winning. So they were actually happy for that. But our own battle, we have to take it very serious. Where are we going to? Let's have it. Let's have a direction. Whatever that happened with us, we are going to face it. Even if we are not getting it right now, we'll continue doing what we need to do to make sure we get it right. This is not a 100-meter race. It's a marathon, and we have to start running it now. So, my brother, I'm just urging you. Don't say because Chowore don't have that movement, that structure. You are part of the structure. Join the structure. Play your own role. Make sure you do your own things. It's not about where people are going to. It's about what are the ideology they are going to drive. What is their belief? What do they even stand for? These people were all saying that people are following. We can't blame them. The children of new millennials don't even know about Nigeria history because none of them were being taught in school about these people. If you are being taught in school, nobody will follow all these people that are talking about. Okay? If Obi can go to Babangida to endorse him, and you think that Obi will be your president that will lead what you actually think you want to come and do here, and if Obi can go to what's it called, Obasanjo, and you think that person is the one that will now come and do the new Nigeria you are all dreaming of, we have to change that. We have to change this mindset of where people goes to. No, it has to be intentional. Where do we want to go to? What do we want? Do we really need to go against that system completely? If answer is yes, let's choose our own battle to fight. We should stop fighting for fighting their battle. That's what we are saying here. Hope you guys are hearing me.
Yeah, we're hearing you. See, I was going to submit to say quickly, Rashomon. See, there's a difference between Tinubu, Atiku, and Peter B for sure. Let's not get it. We always say that the politicians, they have their differences, and their differences are real. They're real differences, not a joke. When they fight, and they fight dirty. Just like you guys can see right now, people are blaming Atiku for going.
Are you there? Are you there? Are you still there, Prince Daddy? Yeah, I don't know. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so I think we lost Prince Daddy.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. So, Pansa, do you want to come into the discussion? Because I have to shut down in about say 15 minutes from now because we're past the time. So 30 minutes from now, so we can start giving up our closing remarks. So, but Pansa, that will just give you like more time so that you can flesh out whatever you want to say.
Thank you very much.
While we wait for Prince Daddy to come back.
All right. Thank you very much. And hello, Falibi and Prince Daddy, if you're listening. Yeah. So, the degree, so it's in degree. That's one of the things, like when you bring show into the matter. There's been so much that's been discussed. And by the way, Rational Mind, you're a good host, you're a good Nigerian, you're a good human being. And you've been holding
holding your own. You just like a light. You notice that one man talks to you a lot, and some people are in the comment section. They ask, "Why does one man like Rational Mind?" It hasn't always been that way because I've been listening to this platform for a long time because I want to see what the youths are doing, youngsters, and it's evolved to where he really trusts you. For example, you're hosting the show right now, and he bounces off of you because somewhere in his mind, one man is all over the social media. He knows a lot, and he chooses not to go one direction. So he's doing his media thing, and he bounces off stuff. He's very hostile like to me, and that's okay. But at least he knows better, and he chooses you. He talks to you for a long time, and I guess one of the attraction that you have, if what you displayed maybe 10 minutes ago, which is to give them some. You don't want to be like me, to take all that is right and just go with the truth, because the truth is biased. The way the truth works is not like if I say some things that are true for a little bit, then I got to give you the rest or something like that, because it's not right for me to be right all the time. So you gave him a little bit by saying, look, even if you look at it in the lights that's most favorable to you, that Peter Obi is not a saint. He put state funds together in some account with his own account and things that are, first of all, not proven. They're alleged, but they're not true. During the campaign, opposition, including Showore, who has at least opposition research, we love Showore for that. He could dig out stuff about these politicians. Showore was in that race. He might have made some allegations in passing in the background, but he never really confronted with proof or publish anything in Sahara Reporters that will show account numbers. And then to be denied those things, he says, show it and I'll leave. I'll quit. He says even mismanagement, in essence, appearance. But anyway, so you give him some of those. And I used to fight you a lot when I first encountered you. You had a different name and everything. Because of that, because you would say, look, I am inching towards obedient movement. I'm not obedient, which is my position. But I don't say that. I don't give it away on the table of a bunch of Nigerian punks who want us to remain in perpetuity in the misery we're in. Why give them anything? They're not dealing in good faith because they know just as much as you and I do. So they try to divert the discussion into silly stuff. Here you have a candidate who has been a governor for 8 years, and they knew his antecedents before that. He's humble, he's respectful, he's a patriot. He governed for 8 years, and he managed a very difficult state. It's not at the top, at the level of Lagos or something like that, but it still has its own thing. He was able to come in there, stabilize the state, raise the educational level of the state. Got awards for it, from 26, 27 to number 1. And he's been studying what ills we have in our society. And he's trying to figure it out. He has no religious animus. Even though they try to paint those things about him, in essence, you could look at some of his critics here, what they're saying, as if we're a first world country that we even have that luxury. Just that you have a servant, civil servant, who's not corrupt, who's absolutely not corrupt. Not only that, he's incorruptible. So to start looking at blemishes of something that may have an appearance, if we get Showore to be like Peter Obi, fine. Because if you look at Folly B, what is his criticism? That he knows about that Governor Obi at the time knows the president of Nigeria, somebody such as Obasanjo. Who doesn't know Obasanjo that is doing anything in the world? Obasanjo used to be a military head of state of Nigeria and did all kinds of things, and then became president. So his influence is all over the place, including in Nigeria. So the thing is, how do you know Obasanjo? Do you know about Obasanjo corrupt capacity. So Showore, who I consider a friend of mine, he's not a bad actor. He has his pluses and he has his minuses. Right? So if I support Showore, and then there comes a tripartite choice, hard choice, you have to choose between Tinubu, Peter Obi, and what's his name now from the PDP? The guy that the presidential candidate for the PDP.
Atiku.
Okay, Atiku. It's a call of judgment. It's a judgment call on Showore. At some point, yeah, you contest. You're not supposed to not contest in the primary and up to a level, the debates and everything. But at some point, due to the system, you have a hard choice to make. You have to galvanize the progressives of the society, Democrats, and hold to be accountable, but work with him. This is the thing you learn in kindergarten. How to work with others. It's very important. It's just as important as corruption. As a matter of fact, it's corruption not to do so. It's not money. Every corruption is not monetary. Something, if you are trying to decipher, let's say you're trying to decipher silver. If you find gold in that product, it's a corruption of what you're looking for. You're looking for silver. So he's done it many times. I support Showore, I like Showore, but he has to humble himself, work with others, because in the 2015 or 2019 election, there were other moderates, other Democrats, and other people with different leaning who have strength in many ways. They're small parties. They were supposed to come together, and he didn't work with those either.
But Bansat, Shore thought he had a superior ideology. It was not this case.
No, but you see, that's a matter of taste, right? Style. The people make the decision. The people, he ran in an election. They gave him 33,000 votes. I don't believe he got 33,000 votes. I believe that they rigged him out in that 2019 election, right? He didn't win a state. He didn't win anything, period, right? But at least the magnitude they assigned to him is laughable, because they try to do that to embarrass us who are trying to get that country straight. We don't have a democracy in that country. So it's a battle that has many weapons in the arsenal. But you do have to moderate it and try to figure out how we're going to have the best way to do it efficiently. In this last election, then, even this debate we're having now with Foley, I think, yeah, Foley is here, good. The debate is mute because he went ahead and contested anyway, all the way to the end. So then it's up to the people to determine what happened. Yes, INEC did not follow the guidelines, but INEC was not giving Obi any votes. They were taking away votes from Obi. So we can directly compare Obi's vote to Shore's vote, because INEC corrupted the process. That's true. But you could tell that Peter Obi won 12 states, including the Federal Capital Territory, Lagos State. These are our heavy populations where it's like a microcosm of the country. So there's no comparison now. I was on Dr. Damage's show, and there was a guy there 2 weeks ago, I believe. I didn't want to embarrass him because his name is Prince Adewale, right? So he also ran in that election, and he kept doing the same thing Shorowe does. Is instead of talking about us, the progressives, the youth, the vibrant new Nigeria we're trying to create, he kept competing against Peter Obi. But you see, I didn't want to embarrass him. I have the data. I know that he didn't win a precinct. He said something. I would say that I did misunderstand what he said by pronunciation. I thought he said I had more resources, but it ends up being that he said he had more resource sheets. How are you going to have more resources than Peter Obi, who won 12 states and nobody got more states than he did, and won his own precinct, one his own state, one other people's states, both in the north, south, east, and west. How are you gonna? How do you didn't win? You didn't even win your own precinct. A booth, a
Please,
voter's booth.
because of our time, please, I would like you to just, because we want to react to what you are saying.
Okay, I think you're right. I will do that. So let me conclude by saying that. So, but I spared him all that through that debate because, first of all, I like the guy. If he does the right thing, I'm bouncing off of that to talk to you about Showore because he's trying to give us a choice between good and better. Do you understand? He's good, but Peter Obi is better. Nobody's gonna choose good for better, but it doesn't mean that good is no longer good because you do have these bad and evil ones that are not in the equation. So I've encountered you a couple of times, Follow B, and I hope in our dialogue or the questions you're gonna have,
No problem.
it will be in trying to have clarity,
Clarity.
right? Clarity, because you can't sit in the fence and point figures or model it because we really do have to get that country back. We do have to take it from these people.
Definitely.
Okay, I yield back. I know I had other things I was building up to, but I yield back. Maybe a comment, a question, and answer.
Yes. Actually, all of us here, we're actually fighting for the same cause. But it's like all of us were planning to go for a wedding. And I'm living in where I'm living, you are staying in where you are staying. You have to dress up in your own house to come to the wedding. I dress up in my own house to come to that wedding. I think that's the difference we have here. Our destination is that event center where we are going to meet, which is good governance. But what we want to wear, how we want to wear it, is what is different here. Okay? So for us to get this thing right, we have to look at Obi and his allies. And all of us here, if we really know what the meaning of revolution, simply means is a nothing word. It's just recovery. It means recovery. You're turning around. Okay? This is a path you have been taking. And you notice that path is not leading you to anywhere. And you want to make you turn. That's the meaning of revolutionists. And we that were here calling ourselves revolutionists, if at all we want to do anything look like a revolution, we must not take that route we have been taking. In the sense that, let me assume you are going to Lagos or you are in Abuja. If you carry jets and you face Kano Road, you never get to Lagos. But if you are trekking and you take the Kogi State, Lokoja, you are going like that. One day, you will get to Lagos because you are on the right path. So if we really want to do things here, we have to choose the path carefully. Okay? We are talking about bad leadership in this country. And if at all, somebody like me, if at all I believe that we have been robbed. Okay? And I've seen the system as something that all of us need to get involved in it. But getting involved in it, I've seen a lot of people that want to get involved after getting there, they dirty their hands, they are nowhere to be found today. So if we are trying to do something different this time around, we should be careful of the route we are going to take. Okay? Like the reason why I'm not supporting I like the obedient movement. I have them as friends. We talk. I love them. I love what they are doing. But what I'm telling them then is this: before the election, God will be my witness. I did we can actually reverse our conversation here. This platform will record one of my voice when I told them that I love what these guys are doing. But these people will come and rig the election. Okay? And our masters, Obi, will only tell us to go to court. Okay? And we'll go to court. These people control that same court. Either we like it or not. So, and by that time, we won't have any reason to do the needful anymore. But let's assume that election actually going that way. that party was going then. And do you remember the only person that stood up at that center was AAC member that doesn't have any votes at all. He was one that stood up and tell Yakub that Ogako, this is not what you promised us. You promised to transfer this thing from the local government, as in from the polling units to the server. It was only person who actually stood up to actually lay the funds out to INEC chairman, which is our party secretary, Ina. So we are here. We are not being desperate here. We are just here to do the right thing. And then what I'm telling Obi then is Obi cannot. The moment is not about who get the highest votes. Is that person who is ready to even lead the struggle of that revolutionary mind. We are ready. Even you yourself know that period you're supposed to enter streets, but you are waiting for that leader to give you the directive of where to go. And then we know that Obi will never give us that voice. And that's why we are not actually in support of that struggle. It's not like we don't have them. We love the movement. We love the way this was going then. But we know that the end of it is like these people will rob us and they will ask us to go to court, and we'll go to court and nothing will happen. And that is why we are not in support of that struggle all through. Because at that, Dele Faro to me, I think I have a conversation with Dele Faro to me that sir, I like you. I know the reason why you joined the movement. Dele Faro even said, he said, if you are talking about ideology, I will pick Showore. But because Nigerian youth have already chosen the path to go to, that's why he's joining Obi's movement. I told him that what you are waiting for is revolution. But Obi cannot lead that revolution movement on our behalf. And it's a fact, either we like it or not. It's a fact.
Okay, let me say something on just that. I know other people need to speak before I do. We're not engaged in a revolution in that exercise, right? Because you're right. I am for the revolution. I'm actually for war. I don't even think revolution will solve the problem, but we're neither involved in an exercise for a revolution nor war. We were going for an election, right? So that is a fallacy, I understand, but I want to address you and I, mano a mano, right? So let me go ahead and yield back to the moderator, and then at some point, maybe you should schedule a debate. I'd like to debate you in particular on the Sowore Peter Obi Nigeria issue, just you and I. So I yield back to you.
Thank you.
Or the moderator.
Thank you, Pastor.
Okay, I would love to have your number then.
Right, you can do that. You can do that if you want. If you feel free to do that on the private chat, please, Pansat, if you want to do that. So yeah, Baba T and Femi. I think Femi. This is my first time I've seen this name, Femi. I don't know, maybe it's the same person.
This is not my first time. I've always been here, but most of the time you have already left. When I used to came online, I think later in the program. Yes.
Okay, so when Thomas is here, our coded Agbado person, right?
there's nothing like Agbado. Rational mind.
Yeah.
We should say something. We should be truthful. Obi made Tinubu president, and people should stop all this that Tinubu won the election because Obi make him president. It's very clear. It's very clear to everybody. Pansat saying that they win the election, they cannot ring Tinubu. They cannot ring Tinubu in if Obi have not been in this equation. Atiku would have won the election far. We should move away from
it's not the best product either.
I'm not saying this past election, 2023 election, there is nothing like a new party can win the election. We should forget about this sympathy of these emotional things. We should say the reality. Obi made Tinubu president. Forever, Tinubu should be thankful to Obi. In his forever. Without no Obi, Tinubu cannot win. Tinubu will lose the election with 5 million votes. Over 5 million votes.
And do you think if Obi is not there, do you think if Obi is not there, you think people will vote for Atiku?
They will vote. Let Igbo, all the 5 states, it will have 65% of the vote. At least
Good numbers. I agree.
Pastor cannot deny that. If we have
let
65%.
me address you on that, okay? Because there are, first of all, two wrong things you're assuming in that case. Because you can also say that Atiku ruined the 10 for Obi, right?
There's nothing like ruining the team. We should move away from this emotional. Pastor, move away from it.
Please hold on. I'm giving you reason. Okay, so please listen carefully. The point is that you are wrong in practically everything you said. Number one, Obi won the election, and number two, by over the number you quoted. As a matter of fact, Tinubu did not win a single state by my calculation. It's not official, right? Tinubu did not win a single state. Now, others will disagree and say he must have won some in the southwest and all that, right? He didn't win it. He didn't win Lagos. That's his primary base. That's where he was governor. That's where he had mentorship. All the virtues that are attributed to Tinubu is from Lagos State. That's where he could have done his best. He may not even have won his ward or his precinct. He didn't. Now, the election is, Femi, you are so far away out of somebody I even want to talk to because you don't get it. You are aloof. We had an election. There were procedure and guidelines. We had laws to guide the election, right? They competed in the primaries and the PDP. They rigged it there, going by convention and customary stuff. Atiku is not supposed to run because a Northerner was just president for 8 years. In the PDP, that's in their constitution. It's not in the Nigeria constitution, but it's in the PDP constitution. Atiku ran before, as a matter of fact, to be as his vice against Buhari, and they rigged them out. So this time around, it was his courtesy to allow Obi to emerge. Afenifere thinks so, that fairness is there. It's part of the reason why they support Obi. Any decent Nigerian you can mention supports Obi. Any right-thinking person. Dele Farutumi, one of our best in Africa. I believe he's a giant. He tries to be on the right path, true, false, law, legally, and otherwise. It's a upstanding citizen that we should be proud of. People like that. But Adebanjo, the best elderly citizen we have in the country that we've produced in a long time. All this is not because the support will be, right? It's because with what we have going on, with the choices we have to make, that's the person that's supposed to be president. And he won. So for you to disregard our laws, disregard reality, what you saw by observation, everything doesn't have to be generated by computer. Weren't you observing the country and how the youth, I'm not in Nigeria, so I'm going to say what I see, right? What you saw was going on. There was a galvanization. People who were in NSAS movement, people who supported Peter Obi, people who support Afenifere, people who support Ohaneze, Pandef, Richard Clark. I think it's Mr. Clark is his last name. I don't know his first name now. Mr. Clark.
Edwin Clark.
So Edwin Clark, almost 100 years old. Obasanjo. So many people, the churches, some Muslims. First of all, by the way, Baba Ahmed, the vice presidential candidate, a great guy with 2 universities, very smart, very brave, from the north, a Muslim. And people, governor of Benue State, a brave man from the PDP, even though he's still with his base. They elucidated why you should support P2B. You don't have a single reason, Femi, to come in here with thunderous voice saying the wrong things. 100%. In order for you to be 100% wrong, which means it's deliberate, because if you're guessing, at least you'll be 50% right. He won the election. They did the same thing to Showore. In his case, they didn't even his votes.
Pansat, move away from the top of the horse. You should move away from this reasoning. It's not working. You have been reasoning this way before the election, after the election. Try to move on from it.
Okay, but hold
This
on,
way
Femi.
of
Femi,
Peter
Femi,
who won the election, move away from it.
okay, hold
I
on. I'm
participated in the
addressing.
election
Hold
before,
on.
and I know how election works. Don't move away. You are not. Have you been?
Hold on. I am giving you both instinct.
There's no. This background is not working for me. It's not working.
Will you
I
relax?
won't listen to this anymore.
Okay, give me
because
one
you
more.
are
Give me
not
1
saying
minute.
something that I want to listen to. It's
Give
not.
me 1 minute.
It's not
or
right.
Mute yourself. You don't have to listen. Just mute yourself.
Passat, hold on, Passat. Let him just let him do what he wants to do, and then
No,
you
he's
come.
making noise. He
You
say he doesn't want to listen to me. If you don't want to listen to
hold
me,
on,
just
please.
shut off your ears.
You will
It's
respond.
not. Wait. I'm not saying you are not. All these people you are mentioning, they are good people. Accepted. These are, most of them are activists. And telling me that activists is a normal thing in every society. Activists are always against the government in every way in the whole world. We all agree on that. Because that is where they make their money. They are always opposite to the government. If they don't do it, that means you are not playing activists as in any nature in the whole world. Telling me power to me.
Give me a minute.
Wait, let me
just give me a minute to land. Give me a minute. 1 minute and I'll land. 1 minute.
Okay.
That's not too much to ask. Okay. Now, when you're trying to put a law on the table, right? I'm going to dismiss that. Activists are against the government. Why shouldn't they be against the government? We don't have to love or respect the government if they're not doing the right thing. There's no way anybody's going to say that our Nigerian government is doing the right thing. You can't just dismiss activists because your patriotism is allegiance to the government. That's not the way. Our own patriotism is allegiance to our country. It's the difference between you and I. But let me land, and since I promised a minute or so, let me just tell you that when I'm talking to you, a lot of it is by instinct. Part of it, what I observe, right? And I'm sure you saw the same thing. I was saying that you saw what was going on in the country. There was a groundswell to bring a new Nigeria forth. These people are supposed to go around and talk to Nigerians. And I believe Obi did that, and the other candidates did not. So let me throw it back. You are way out there, Femi. You're ignorant. Let's be blunt. You're ignorant. Are you in Nigeria? Because you couldn't be outside Nigeria talking like that. You have to be in Nigeria to talk the way you do, because you're respecting and worshiping government and disrespecting our citizens who are fighting for you. These are activists that you're denigrating and removing from the equation because they're fighting the government. Why shouldn't they fight the government?
I think you need to
I'll give it back to you because
the way you are seeing Nigeria. You need to stop the way you are talking about people living in Nigeria. You need to stop it. Seriously.
Let us be frank with each other.
No, but they're gonna come here.
Mr. Fully, let me. You have exceeded your 1 minute. Let me come in now. Telling me that I live in Nigeria. If I live in Nigeria, if I live outside in Nigeria, did that mean that the way I think must be different? Living in Nigeria, living outside Nigeria. That means people that live in Nigeria, they are empty-headed. You cannot say that.
Almost. I gotta be honest with you.
Almost. Okay,
Yeah.
let me correct you in that regard. I don't live in Nigeria. Wait, Mr. Fully, let me. I did not live in Nigeria. If I live in Nigeria, I have family living in Nigeria, and they are doing fine. That does not mean living outside in Nigeria. Most 75% living outside in Nigeria, they are living slavery in outside the world. You cannot take 75% living in diaspora, they are living as a slave. You can't compare with living in your own country.
You get the government you deserve.
Forget about this your top horse. Move away from it. Move down. Come down from the horse.
All right. Where do you live?
Live away from. Don't be saying that people living in Nigeria, ideology or their mentality is different from people who live outside the country. What do you call them for? What do you take them for?
Decorum, right? You don't like people who live in Nigeria. They don't respect the decorum of a forum here trying to talk. Because you're in Nigeria, you think everybody in the United States is a security guard or something, or you're more Nigerian than we are because we're not home yet, right? And you have no respect.
That does not make you to be saying that out of your own mouth, out of your mouth. That their mentality is different. You don't have to say that.
Where do
You don't have to say that. You don't have to say that to them.
Can I come in at this point? Femi, Tom, I said Thomas, Pansat. I know we all have different views. Let's be respectful. Yeah, I think we don't see eye on eye, especially when it comes to this politics in Nigeria, especially when it comes to Tinubu and Obi. But then, yeah, we don't have to be. Let's just accept that people have their views, and let's not impose our views on any other person. Not be obedient to the Agbado people to the obedient. So, yeah. Having said that, yeah, let us hear from Babati. Let me just a little bit just de-escalate the tension here. Babati, are you there?
Yes, rational mind.
Yeah, so it's unusual. I mean, it's not like you to be quiet when we have questions. I mean, we have topics like this. I should have closed, but then when you people came in, I said, okay, let me elongate it a little bit. Yeah. So what say you about say you on the topic that we have today?
The CSU thing.
CSU. Yeah. Any topic you feel like taking, just
yes. Yes. Thank you for being a great host. Rational mind. I think I prefer you as a host than actually a contributor, to be honest. But I think Tinubu is a smart politician. He's a skilled politician. I mean, for people like us, that I've always known that this was a white goat chase. Like he knew what he was doing. And I read a quote here a few weeks back from Clinton when he said, I think it was 94. He said, never give your opponent any information or any document for free. You must make him sweat for it. Even if it's accessible, you must make it more.
Babati, you want to go and dig this out, right?
Yeah, no,
okay, go on.
That is what Tinubu pretty much did. Like that's what he pretty much did. So he's passing bills, he's making changes in government, and he's keeping his opposition quiet, distracted. I mean, I'm glad Peter Obi came on TV to speak about the economy. For the first time in a long time, as opposed to speaking on elections and Chicago State University. That is why I might not agree with anything that he's saying, but the society, the environment, the polity needs him to speak because left to me, I think Obi is more credible as an opposition compared to Atiku or the PDP. So the country needs him to speak as a credible opposition to the government, as opposed to this CSU debacle. So I'm glad that he's back to his, in a sense, it's actually making some points. So, but the CSU thing, I knew that was just a waste of time. Atiku was just led astray by all this clowns online. He paid them, of course, to dig, to investigate. So that case is dead and gone. So that's to me was a very interesting storyline too. I've not really been keeping up lately with the Nigeria, but that was the only one I really had an interest in, because that would have been terrible if Tinubu didn't actually attend Chicago State University. But I'm glad that we've clarified and we can all move on to more pertinent, more important issues. But to the Obi interview on Arise TV, I'm not going to comment on what he said, but I'm going to comment on how he said it. And it appeared to me that he was reading from like a talking point, like he was briefed on what to say, and it was not really organic. It was just like it's like a written script. And there was a part of the interview where I think they threw him a curveball, and I think he wasn't prepared. I think it was about that kind of asked that question, and he was not really ready for that part. And that really bothered me a little bit, because you can read from a teleprompter as a politician, but doing a live interview, looking down from the majority part of the interview, it doesn't speak well for a credible opposition to the government. So that would just be my take for now. Let me leave that it there for now. But I think at this point we can stop talking about CSU and just have Labour be a credible opposition. And by the sorry, one more thing, this is anybody bothered by the level of? I mean, they've been overturning so many elections in Nigeria. It's really worrisome. Especially the governors. I think the overthrew. Is it Kano or Kaduna today? I'm not sure.
Nasarawa State.
Yeah, at this point, I should not mind. I mean, I'm many ones who are actually credible at this point. I mean, because if this is going to be, if they're going to be overturning the cases at the court at this rate, then how credible is the whole election? So
this is the only one so far that has been overturned. There's not never been anyone overturned.
The one in Kano too was. Remember the one in Kano? They put the APC.
Okay, you mean okay? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and you have some few ones going down south that are still being argued. So that we can't have that. I mean, one or two, but to have look at all the House of Rep house has been overturned, Senate seat been overturned. That speaks to the credibility that we need to do better. INEC needs to step up, and they need to be truly independent of the government if we really want a credible election process. We need real reform in that sector. That means that they have to be truly independent of the federal government. So let me leave it there for now.
All right, thanks a lot for being succinct as to that. Yeah. So, guys, I think I will be shutting down in about say 12 minutes from now. So we should just start having our closing remarks. Prince Daddy, I know you've been here. Myself, I've been here for long, except for BT, Pansat, and Femi that just came in. Femi, do you have anything to say? Just like just cap it in 5
Yeah,
minutes.
nothing much. I just want everybody to work together. Everybody should pray to the country for the best. We should work together with President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We should pray for a long life, wisdom, to paddle the ship of the canoe of the country, because he is the one in charge presently. And I will beseech I will extend my hand to obedient people. We should pray. If Tinubu works, it's for the betterment of the nation. It's not for only Tinubu family. It's for all over the country. That is what I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, thanks a lot for being so quick to the point and all of that. I appreciate it. So let me go to Foley B. I don't know if you want to, or you want me to go.
Yes. I just want to talk to that my brother Femi.
Okay, please do that.
Please. If you have any way of communicating with your colleagues about the way your Oga Tinubu is running Nigeria now, the suffering in Nigeria is too much. I think they should try and soft it a little. So I know you have your caucus where you communicate, and I believe we are not actually, nobody is praying for his downfall. Because if Tinubu fail, we are all going to suffer for it. We are praying for him to succeed. But please, if you guys know how to talk to yourself and talk to people who can actually tell him that Nigerians are suffering, please, you can help us to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Again, thanks. Prince Daddy. Why I'm taking you, Prince Daddy, because I know you and I have been here for long. I would just want to use Pansat and BIT and BT as the last. So, Prince Daddy, do you have any closing remark?
Closing remarks. Hopefully, I would say, hopefully, with this release of the Chicago State documents, that people really finding it hard to let it go, so we can embark on the real work in moving the nation forward. I don't think there's any need beating a dead horse when we all know that we reached the final point. There's a lot of work to be done in that country. We can't be always divided on every issue, quite frankly. And I think Um, a lot of people are still waiting for the Supreme Court to pass the final judgment, but hopefully, when it truly comes to that, that we all accept what the final decision is and we move on. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Prince Daddy. Yeah, I want to give Baba T because he came last. So, Pansett, do you have any closing remark?
Yes, I do, and I will ask that I'll be given additional 2 minutes to.
It's okay. You just go. Yeah.
Extend my remarks. I mean, on top of whatever you were gonna give me, I wanted to respond to Baba T.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes, and then maybe 2 more minutes. That will be 7 minutes. Please go.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that courtesy, by the way. Baba T, you know, we respect each other on this platform, you and I. Plus, you are in a noble profession, but it's quite disappointing when you come here and you say we're done with the Chicago State University thing. That's wishful thinking. They haven't even started yet. And believe it or not, this is intermediate level. We still have to go to the courts. The courts have to rule. Supreme Court, the arbiter, final arbiter, the apex court. But the people who sought and battled and defeated Tinubu in the United States, in Chicago, to whom documents were released, they haven't made any statements. Everything you hear is just hearsay and nonsense. You know, we'll have to find out what they found out. So far, we know that the certificate. See, there's a thing about when you talk about a forged certificate, people think that maybe the name is different, everything is different on it. No. Anything that is not that certificate, if there's a date, that's forged. If it's not that certificate, it's forgery. That's the thing that a lot of Nigerians have been doing, trying to catch Tinubu in bed with a 12-year-old boy or something like that before you start holding them accountable. If you forge the certificate, there's forgery involved, identity theft involved. There are issues that are very big issues. So to come here and just say, okay, we're done with that, let's run over here. That's nonsense, because they still have to go to that court, and that court has a lot of powers, a lot of rates they can do. They could reach down to with a writ of mandamus and ask INEC to bring forth a lot of things back to that court. That court has a lot of powers. Now, would they do that? Nobody knows, right? Nobody thinks so. But let me just first of all, let me just disagree with you. Let me put it that way, right? I disagree with you in everything you said, both the spirit and the text of whatever you were talking about. It hasn't. We have to wait till tomorrow. Some of those people at Chicago State, they will be deposed. They have to answer some questions. But you could tell there's identity theft involved. The name itself might not even be his. Online, the Southwestern College transcripts are there. You could go there and see that even at Southwest, Ahmed Bello Tinubu is female. Go to Twitter. I looked at it very carefully a minute ago. But let me then give my closing remarks on the 10th. Everything we're here to talk about, Paul B, is that we need good governance in Nigeria. We need transparency. We need responsibility. We need accountability, participation, and responsiveness. True, there's no internationally agreed definition of good governance. It may span full respect of human rights, rule of law, effective participation, multi-actor partnerships, political pluralism, transparent and accountable processes and institutions. In essence, efficiency and effectiveness for the public sector. We need legitimacy. We need access to knowledge, information, and education, political empowerment of people, equity, sustainability, and attitudes and values that foster responsibility. And of course, the last thing that the last speaker said, solidarity and tolerance. I'm not against any of those things. So in summary, good governance being our pursuit here. Well, everybody, that's all we're wasting our time pursuing that for our political and institutional processes and outcomes that are necessary to achieve the goals of development. So the true test of this good governance is the degree which it delivers on the promises of human rights, civil, cultural, and economic, political, and social rights. So when Folibi, I believe it was him that's, oh no, it was actually Baba T that said that there's been a lot of turnovers. The courts are the ones deciding who's governor, who is anything. So all the exercise that the citizens went and do, they just throw it in the dustbin because they do not believe in democracy. Now, that was a case I was going to make yesterday. Not all audiences are ready for me to talk like that, to tell you the truth. That's the frustrating thing. But this forum, this format here, and the time allotted is not enough to discuss it. I would have gone deeper into these things because I can't be aloof and say I'm too big to come and talk about this and talk about that. That's why whenever I have a mic, I try to elucidate those points. But we don't do ourselves any good by people such as yourself, Baba T, an educated man in a Western society, to let our country be the way it is. It's one of the, heart-wrenching things. People I should normally have respect for, like Prince Daddy here. He's smart. I listened to him yesterday, and it's like, what's going on? So I ended there, but because I know I'm gonna encounter you again, and I'm gonna promise you I'm gonna start from where I'm gonna stop now because I haven't said what I want to say to Prince Daddy. I haven't said what I have to say to you, and I want you to stop, change. Let's get this country fixed. Take the country back and make it right. Do the right thing. That's all. I yield back, but
Thanks, Pansat. Yeah. So, Baba T, you have the floor to you have the right to reply.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, over to you.
Okay. So I'd like to say something that to Pansat. As crazy as it might sound, that when it comes to politics or that space, Nigeria has made a lot of progress compared to where we started from in 1999. I mean, the political killings. I mean, we've evolved. It's slow, but to me, we've moved a lot. We've evolved. Maybe not to where we ought to be, but compared to what it was 24 years ago, we've made a lot of progress. And yes, that was me. I talked about I'm not comfortable with the courts, this level of involvement of the court system, and hopefully we can evolve to a place where the court system is not the one deciding elections. It will take time, but like you said, citizen involvement can speed up that process. So on that part, we do agree. What I disagree is this CSU debacle. And sometimes I've chosen not to even come on the platform sometimes because when I listen, I just don't want to lose more brain cells even having that conversation. We have a president now for the next 4 years. Let's find a way to put pressure on him to do the right thing. That is where I stand on that issue. So we can have that conversation on a different date. But trust me, compared to where we were 24 years ago, we've made a lot of progress.
Such as what?
In terms of just politics itself, even the tech that has been used. Remember, I'm from Ogun State. When OBJ won, in 03, for instance, the number he got, if you add it to Olufalaye's number, was almost 3 million more than the amount of people that were actually registered in Ogun State. So let's assume like 5 million people registered for elections in Ogun State at that time. After the elections, what he got added to what Olufalaye got was about 8 million. So the fraud in terms of padding the stats for elections were just insane. To me, in my opinion, the 03 elections is the worst we've ever had in the history of Nigeria. Compared to now that you're sitting two figures. So when people are complaining that, oh, we only have 24 million people voting, even though you have 80 million people registered, that tells me that there's always been fraud. you've always been padding the numbers from the past. So now
Rational
you
mind. Could you give me 30 seconds to ask him a question and then he'll
we're
conclude?
now seeing
Let me ask you a question on that, please. Baba T.
Right.
You know, for example, in math, let's say you have 100/50, right? 100/50. Okay, yeah, 150 will give you, if you have to reduce it, right? Is this 150 is the same thing as say 2? Do you understand what I'm saying?
100/50, that is 0.5, right? Is it 100/50? I'm
Right,
trying to
not
understand.
50/100. Okay.
Okay, 50/100. Okay, okay.
So
Sorry. Oh, no, okay, okay, that's 2. Yeah, I see
okay,
your
that'll
point.
be 2, right? But
Yeah.
either way. So when you're padding it, the thing that wrong about padding it is that you're rigging the election. So if you reduce it to its common lowest denominator, and they shut off that thing where they still rigged it. Do you understand what I mean? So we're not against the number, we're against the rigging of it. So if you hated it, that's not an improvement. If you have technology to avoid rigging the election, it comes out to be 100/50 is what we had back then, and then we'll have 2 now. Do you understand? So just address that issue.
Okay.
And then, thank you.
What I'm saying is this: that one back then was daylight robbery. Like you could literally see what they're doing, but nobody had the balls to even pursue the case in court, as compared to what you have now, where there's more interest in the process compared to before. Before we just, I remember voting for the first time, and we were being told, "Listen, don't even waste your vote voting for the other guy. Just vote for OBJ. He's going to win anyways." We've evolved from that to somebody actually has a chance. There's a third party that can actually win. So to me, that's progress. And even after the elections, you have interest in the court case where people actually looking at the numbers, they're looking at the polling votes, they are looking at actual data. We can argue or we can interpret it differently, but I'm talking about the interest of the general public in the process as compared to what we had 24 years ago. That is progress, in my opinion. That is a lot of progress. But let me just cap it up with what I'm actually excited about in Nigeria. We can have this back and forth when it comes to politics. But what really excites me right now in Nigeria is the rail line system in Lagos. I am so excited. The red line is almost done. And I have heard that the next 2 lines that they are going to target or focus on will be the yellow line and the green line. Of course, they're also going to do the phase 2 of the blue line, which opens up Badagry. Of course, I'm hoping that they can combine the 2 and the third phase together, because the line 2 will not get to Badagry. But if they can do phase 3 of that, open up that space, or work on the yellow line, and also I think they should also start working on the green line. So that is what excites me. There's a lot of opportunities that will open up Lagos, and for me, from Ogun State, the yellow line is a game changer because it opens up that corridor for about 4 to 5 million people. That is huge, and also the green line. So I look forward to them finishing up the red line. Ogun is already working on their Agbado Stadium, Agbado Station, not Agbado people. Rational mind. They're already working on the Agbado Station right now, and hopefully Lagos can finish up that bridge from Ido to Marina, so that way you have your blue and red line from Marina. Once that is done, you have your yellow and your green next. Then you can work on your purple and orange, then your brown lines. But I think, to me, if that happens and if they follow the blueprint, I think that just puts Lagos in a different level, and hopefully my state, Ogun State, and Oyo State can key into that. So that is what gets me excited. That's one thing that I actually am happy about, the possibilities and the potential for Lagos and neighboring states, and hopefully other states. I've heard about OT. I'm looking into him about he's making moves in some areas that I'm also excited about. That states are now being creative enough. This idea of always focusing on Abuja needs to stop. And the more I see state being creative about developing its own people and its own state, that gets me excited. But Lagos in particular, what they are doing on that about the rail project is what I follow this story almost every day, just looking for updates, watching every video I can watch about it. Because to me, that rail system is the key to, I think, opening up the Nigerian space. I mean, Lagos to Calabar rail should have been done since like 5 years ago. That needs to be done. So that gets me excited about Nigeria. So, but I'm not gonna focus on politics that much when I come on the platform.
Nigeria or just Lagos?
But the impact it has. But I just Lagos, when Lagos, like the if you look at the yellow line, that forces Ogun to open up. That opens up that whole area. Is you look at the east.
But then the red line is it under construction?
It's already done.
But
They've already finished. They've already finished the lines. The only station that is not built yet is the one in Ogun State, the Agbado station.
So are you saying that if I get what you're saying, the red line now is going to be functioning? They brought in the
No. It's already done. They already have the trains. They already have the lines. They just clearing. They have people selling on those lines, so they are clearing them, blocking all those stations where they want to get people off the rail lines. So by December you should have your red line running, and they already began working on the phase 2 of the blue line. But to me, from that, of course, the red line also benefits.
The one that runs from Marina to to Mile 2 there.
Yeah,
is that not the blue line? That's the blue line, right?
That's the blue line. That goes to the east. The red line goes from Ido up to Agege up to Agbado.
So the red line too has been completed.
Yeah, it's done. It's done. They already have the rail.
But the blue line is, I said, it's locomotive. It's not.
They have the electric thing ready, but for the first 2 months they're going to do locomotive, then they switch over to electric. They already have the. If you look at the train line, you'll see the yellow thing on the floor. They already have it ready, but then they need to get their power station ready, and that will be ready in a few months. So they'll just switch over to electric. So that really gets me excited. That's what that opens up that market. Look at people are literally begging. They're like, "Oh God, we need it in my area. We need that." So the demand is even this one they can barely keep up with the crowd for the blue line. So so people are really getting on that thing a lot. So that is what I want to talk about when I come here. I don't want to deal with this political talk anymore.
All right. Thanks for bringing that up, because I'm not aware of what is going on. I only have the blue line.
I'm telling you, just Google red line.
I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying that I'm not aware. I was only aware of the blue line. But then,
let me tell you. I was in Kenosha when Sanwo-Olu came to Milwaukee. So I drove down to Milwaukee to see where they came to buy those trains. I was actually there. I was in Milwaukee at the time, so I saw they have about 18 lines.
You go to one lobby. You're lobbying
No. I just like but do you know what that means? You can live in Agege and work in Marina, just taking a train for 350 to 400 naira. That is huge. No traffic, 20 minutes you're there. Okay. That is huge.
So, but then so far now, I mean, nobody's here among us in Lagos. I would have said we should ask them. With the one in Marina to how is it decongest that road, that access, because there's always
they said normally it takes about 2 hours, but people can get to their home within 15 minutes.
I know, but I'm saying, but has that really reduced the traffic on the road there? It really got more access
it hasn't, because of course the demand. But even the rail liner is getting crowded because the people are now using it a lot. So they're even demanding for more coaches now to keep up with the demand for that rail line.
Do you have enough lines that could accommodate, here we have two coaches can go on this. I mean, they can go on opposite direction.
Right, they have the double lane, the double
No,
lane.
double lane. That's what I mean. Yeah. So do they
No,
have something like that?
no, they have it when it goes off. You know, they have the bridges.
Yeah,
When
I
it
know,
goes
I know
off the
that.
bridge,
Yeah.
when it's on the surface floor, they have the double
Okay. I don't
surface.
know that. I didn't notice that when I was in
But
Nigeria
but
last.
but the red one is the one that has everything. You know the red one is, luckily for that one, is everything is on the surface, so it's,
Oh, I
everything is
didn't know
just
that.
double.
So it doesn't have like the bridge one that goes
Yeah,
on.
that one does not have that one.
Yeah, the National Theatre there.
Until it gets to Ido, you know, Ido is where they need to do the bridge to come back to. But I would like prefer them to just link it to the one that is on in the theater, the National Theatre, and just use the same bridge for both. But
Yeah. Okay.
you know,
We shall see how all this thing pans out because this is just part of the campaign that they use. They trust the APC now. They use it
imagine Lagos having because they plan for 6 rail lines.
let's not start lauding these people like as if they've done something.
No, it's what we no. Never mind. Let's put pressure on them to do that. Is what I'm
Okay,
saying.
we'll put pressure on them, no problem.
Yeah.
We'll put pressure on them, but let's not pedestalize them like as if they.
No. We are far behind. Lagos is far behind. They should have done this like years ago. But OBJ and
that doesn't mean it's not still a slum. It's not a mega slum. It's still a mega slum for the most.
They need that. See, that's what I'm telling. Lagos needs effective waste management system. You must figure out your past. Imagine Lagos having an effective rail system network, figuring out waste management system, and having power, water, transportation system, and you have. I mean, people. It will be a different story for Lagos, if you know what I mean. It will be a different environment.
We're talking about power now. I mean, why is someone with Tinubu being the same guy who brought in Emron, the crap he brought many years ago, and it never really worked. And let us just leave out that. But I'm saying, why can't he himself replicate the same thing and bring in?
They've already signed the deal. Femi already signed the deal.
They always sign deal, and the end of the day.
No. You know. Listen, now they have the power to. Once Buhari signed that law, giving them the power to do the 3 phases. Remember, like I've always said, I don't know why the federal government is still holding on to transmission. It does not make any sense. But once Buhari has said, okay, you can now go and do it by yourself as a state, then you can see the opportunities. As a matter of fact, from Dallas here, whatever, you have a black company actually putting $100 million in Nigeria for
I thought you were in Chicago. You're not in Chicago anymore.
Who?
I thought you were in Chicago.
No. I said a company in Dallas, not me.
Company. I said here in Dallas.
It's a black-owned business. They are putting over $100 million in generation of electricity in Nigeria, just based on the interest.
Donation, or they're investing.
No, investing their own money.
So,
because now, as a state, you can do the 3 phases. You don't need federal government anymore to even transmit or distribute. But now you can work with Discos and Ciscos and all that stuff. But it's making it easier. So if Lagos can imagine Lagos getting power, right?
These black-owned companies, what are they? What is their role in Nigeria? In the power sector?
They are more focused on generation. They want to invest in generation of more.
So how can they generate? Okay. Why would they? You see, this is what we're talking about. When you generate, there's no means of transmission. You're transmitting it because
there will be one. No, remember. Hold on. Remember, you can now transmit now.
Another white elephant, right? It sounds like
no, it's not.
Hold on. Even the one we're generating already.
No. Hold on. Notice what I'm saying.
Hold on.
It is not Lagos doing it anymore. It is now private sector between each other.
No, but listen, either private or not private, you speak. But the question is this: that even the one they're already generating, the problem is they say they are generating like 12,000. That's what we hear, but they're only supplying just about 3,000-4,000 megawatts. So what happened to the remaining 8,000? I mean, like 7,000 megawatt that is running.
No, they're not doing it because
they don't have the infrastructure to transmit this. Now we're having another company coming in to transmit when even the one they are already generating they're not. So is it not another white elephant to?
No, because now at the state level you can now transmit. So let me give you an example. Femi signs a deal with Lagos saying that he wants to do the 3 phases. That is going to generate. You have Transcorp also having interest, but that's not. I'm not even going to talk about Transcorp now. So he wants to transmit. Obviously, it cannot supply the whole power to Lagos as of now. So he's going to work on transmission more. So as a business model, is going to focus more on transmission, then it's going to do. So if you are generating, guess what you want to do? You're going to supply a man that has the best transmission. So your delegates from Motion, for instance, your other investors that have this generation capacity, they want to supply the person that has the best transmission. And where is the cash cow in Nigeria? Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja. Transcorp pretty much is focused on the Abuja kind of thing, because if you look at their own investment is interest, is generation, and they want to control that market. Lagos is pretty much Femi will look for his own investors for transmission. So Femi is not going to put his money into generation. There's no point in that. I'm going to build my own line, and you are going to pay me for using my line to transmit. You make more money than actually trying to put money in generation. That's so. So if I have money to generate,
Babati, it sounds to me you have been visiting some of those Agbado.
No. I am no.
Hey, Babati, what's up, cuz? How you doing?
People are coming in. No, and all people are coming in. I mean, this is just rounding up. I don't know, because you guys
I'm telling you, I'm telling you what I know for a fact.
Well, okay, I'm just messing with you. You know, I'm messing with you.
As a matter of fact, those companies like Davido's uncle now combined, they can actually do 18,000 right now. They can actually do 18,000.
18,000, generate 18,000
yes,
megawatts.
They can actually do that. But they need.
Where's the infrastructure for that? Where are they doing that?
That is the cash cow I'm telling you that Femi wants to buy.
Do they have this infrastructure on ground to generate this?
They don't have. No. They have. Money is pouring in. You see, if you're an investor,
but why is it not reflecting? And people are talking about constant.
Because the laws changed a few months ago. Remember, why just left a few months ago?
Just takes time, right? It takes time.
Will you give them another 4 years, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, like okay. If
you like to spin narratives that
I am not spinning.
I'm just messing with you. I'm not. I just don't get me wrong.
Think about it. The number one sector in that area that is lacking mostly, because it's transmission. You have enough interest in generation that can invest in it. Your discos and discos, you can pretty much pump your cash in there. If I can own transmission,
all along, how come?
Go ahead, man.
How come the government didn't take on transmission out of the 3 phases of this power generation long time ago?
Because in our law that is attached to so-called national security. If you look at
I know. I think Benny's talked about the law before. This okay is okay. Allow me. The security they're talking about, is it in the generation or distribution or transmission?
Transmission. That's the one that.
Okay, how come the government didn't take over the transmission then and allow private companies to deal with the generation and the distribution of it?
No. They never let go of. They've always had transmission. They only let go of distribution and generation. They never let. They still held on to transmission. That is the problem.
So, but the point is,
okay. That answers the question. That answers the elephant in the big question. That's the reason why we don't have power, because the government was in charge of transmission, and so it's always been.
But now they have now let go of that.
I know now. I'm just in the past. In the past, I know it was part of the law. Benny explained, but it shows that every time you have the government, in charge of things, the bureaucracy and all those things will not make it work. Now that explains why I've always thought everything was like the whole 3 phase was like with the government, but people keep talking about transmission, which is the key. We can't keep talking about generating electricity, but we can't transmit it because the government was the bottleneck in the whole process. I'm glad they let it go though.
All right, so, guys. So I said I was going to shut down, and then we have the progressive, which one we've not seen. I don't know, maybe I wasn't here.
National mind, where are you going?
Yeah, I want to go because you see now only me there. I started with almost started with one man, and I'm here since for 9 hours now. If I even get work, if I go don't make money by now with 9 hours now. Only at almost like $50 an hour. You know how much that
one? You've done well. You've done well. I follow you guys through the night because
we appreciate that. So, is there anything you want to say?
Oh, I was just listening to Baba T when he was talking about the red line. I just want to say, like, most of the track on that line was the one constructed by the federal government. I think the Lagos State government was just took advantage of it because they actually building across that Lagos Ibadan rail track. So it was a good idea by Sanwo-Olu to actually take advantage of it. But I think the federal government did a lot as well when it comes to that corridor.
Right. They that as a matter of fact, that's the reason why that was not made electric, because the federal government
The red line is not electric.
no,
Is
it's
that
not.
what
It's
you're
not.
saying?
It's not electric.
No, it's not electric.
It was supposed to be electric.
What's the point then?
No,
Because if the federal government owns
no.
that
It was supposed to be
rail.
electric. It was supposed to be electric, but because that part of the project was being shared, that line, so they cannot. The federal government did not, because the one that they have is going to Badon and it's not electric. So they forced Lagos to switch to locomotive. But
Why
ideally,
can't you
should
see
have
now?
been.
Now I understand why, because I was like wondering when did they start this project that you're talking about. But now I get it now. That's
Because that one is on surface. There's no bridging, so it's very easy to.
they could devise another way. They could do another route for
But
their
it's
own.
more money. It's
No,
more
so
money.
no, because that was not even the original route that they're supposed to use. So what they just did was just take advantage of the track and then just build stations, railway station along that track. That's what
Yeah.
that's what they've done.
But
That's
because
what they've done.
the progressive, the one that Jakonde mapped out years ago, does not include that Agege, that Agege to Mushin to Jaba rail track. I think they have their own way and their own one they devised, which I remember way back in the late 70s, 79, 81, 80, 81. I remember they were doing some demolition around that area. Then we used to have LSTC in Oshodi there. There used to be one LSTC bus station there. I remember as a young kid then. So what I'm trying to say is that that place were mapped out, that area were mapped out. There were a lot of demolition going on back then. They were trying to situate that before this idiot that just went, what's his name, Boo Boo, put a stop to it. So I don't know why they are deviating from that plan, and suddenly they are now using the federal rail system to move their own passengers.
Not the entire.
It's not
not the
a
entire
bad idea. It's not a bad idea. It's just that what they need to do, because in my opinion, I think they have to bring some level of development towards those stations that they built in those areas, because at the end of the day, that was not the original plan.
Those stations are they not near the federal rail track that
they are on the track. They are on the track, but don't forget that most of those track, a lot of it was constructed outskirts of where people live in it, so that it makes it easy. So what I'm trying to say is that for them to access those tracks, they need to bring some level of development towards the tracks.
To make it like progressive, I would have preferred the Marina station to have stopped at Leventis, not the Marina, because more people can get closer to that station than having to walk 5-10 minutes to get to the station. So Leventis will have been a perfect place to put the station as opposed to the Marina place. So those kind of adjustments, but over time, people start building towards those areas. It just takes time to get there. But that green line, they can do that green line. It's very long, 60 miles. That will be a game. That Aja will just open up. I'm telling you, it opens up the whole of
the one to the border, uncle. The one from border.
That one is blue now. That one is blue. That one is the one that one is the one. They've done phase 1 now. Phase 2 is going to go to my 2. Now phase 3 is the one that gets to the border on the blue line to get to Badagry.
Yeah, but
that one is the blue line now.
What you need to know, if you see the one, the electric one that is launched now, that they are using now, right?
The blue one.
They're getting a lot a lot of patronage. A lot of people are using it, right?
The demand is just crazy. The demand.
But they have a huge demand for it.
Hey,
So for me,
I don't mean to deviate, Babati, or anyone. Is Lagos using waste like trash as part of his power generation by any chance?
No, they built like a power grid like for the rail line.
It has its own power plants that they allocate to it, so it's not Power is not an issue for
it's not NEPA. It's in Ido, they have their own power for the line.
They use the one that this guy created. Sorry, Abati. The one this guy created. I remember when I was in Lagos. I went visiting Lagos. Fashola created one close to that government house there. He has this power station there that he did. It was just how, I mean, that was when he was able to use the analogy during that stupid 2015 election. It's like he said, it's like you bring two, I passed my neighbor, put like 10 together. That was what he did. He brought in some heavy duty diesel powered generator to power all
rational mind. Fashola in that statement was not wrong. The problem we had is our laws at the time were very poor when it comes to power generation and distribution.
Power. Why can't they do that? Why can't they just effect that change? You see,
Yeah,
let's not make it.
But they have now. They have
the law has changed now.
Yeah.
So, but why did they do it back then? They didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know what they did.
Where I have problem with the Nigerian government is that if you know that you are going to change the law, right? Why were you still investing money in that Siemens deal? It didn't make sense to me at all. If you're going to come up with such laws,
it makes a lot of sense. Some people got to get paid. It's all about making money.
If you're going to come up with such laws, then you just let the states handle the whole thing. Just let
Nigerians just like to spend money and waste money. You know, look at the second. Look at that second.
Just the whole thing to the states to deal with. You know.
Yeah.
That is
look at that second. That third mainland bridge. I mean, the third mainland bridge. The second Niger bridge. They did not complete it, and the whole money was marked.
The question you need to is that federal government investment in power. Who is going to benefit from it? Which state are they going to give it to certain states, or I don't understand which states are going to use those transmission line. So for me, it would, if you say okay, well, you're going to give it to Kaduna State, it doesn't make sense. It's not a fair way to run a country. So when you are passing such laws, just hands off, states go and do it yourself. Bring investors in. If you can attract investors, bring them in, let them build power stations, transmission line within your state. And if you don't have the resources or you cannot get investors,
do you know what's going on? The way Nigeria is going right now, the way they are relaxing those laws, it now depends on how creative and innovative your governor is. If you have a lazy governor, you will suffer as a state. That is what it boils down to right now. So you see
exactly. That is why that Siemens deal, for me, I know that the deal was signed a long time ago, but if we knew that this is the direction that we were going, that money would have spent it in something else, not in that deal, man.
Very rudderless set of people that we have living in that country. Guys, let me start bouncing because it's almost like 10 hours now. Just 2 seconds, and then there we go. 10. So maybe I'll just put you guys in. If you guys want to discuss.
Hey, Rashomai, you did well. You did well tonight. Thanks.
Yeah,
you
thank
did
you
well.
so much.
Like I always say, I prefer him as the host, and I don't know what happens to him when he becomes like a contributor. It changes, but I prefer him in this.
Anyway, yeah. So, guys, thank you so much, everybody. It's just 10-hour mark. Even we passed it already. So yeah, I must thank you all of you for being with me and making this a success. Our guys in the comment section, we thank you all. I would now want to end the session from here. And I don't know if you guys want to. Do you guys want to continue in the background, or you want me to just end it totally? Are you there, guys? Okay, you know what?
I'm here, but I'm leaving soon. Actually.
Yeah, you guys can leave whenever.
I think you just end it, rational.
All right, so thank you so much, everybody. Pansat.
All right, Baba T, we talk later.
Prince Daddy, Baba T, and the Progressive. It's nice having you guys here, and
Good
Tony,
night.
everybody in the comment section, Oga,
Pansat.
everybody. We thank you all. Yeah, I think in a few hours' time, one man will be back here to continue this another session. We appreciate everybody and those who supported the platform. Well, I want to end it here, and I want to say, as usual, as I will say, shalom.